Welcome him with your round of claps. Let's have a huge round of claps for his welcome. We welcome you, sir. So this All India Secretaries Conference on Water Vision at 2047, way ahead. Honorable Minister is here. Let's have a round of applause for him for his welcome at Mahabalipuram, Tamil Nadu. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing this occasion. Once again, I am Shilpa Bhavna, and on behalf of National Water Mission, Ministry of Jal Shakti, I welcome all of you to this All India Secretaries Conference on Water Vision at 2047, way ahead. So since morning, we had been doing a lot of brainstorming towards the subject, towards the shared commitment for which we all are here. So, my dear friends, in this session, we would like to initiate this session with a welcome prayer about which I would really like to share with you all that this prayer has got such a stature over here that it is now considered as the state anthem of Tamil Nadu. So, I would like to request you all, please stand at your respective places for this welcome prayer. May we please have the prayer.
நீதானும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்து கெழிகொழுகும் சீராரும் பதனமென திகழ்வடதன் கண்டமெதில் தித்தனமும் அதிர்ச்சிறந்த திராவிடர்கள் திருநாளும் கத்த சிறு திரை முதலும் தரித்தனதும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போ அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் வழக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழகே தமிழகே உன் சீரிழமை நிரம்பி என்ற செயல் மறந்து வாழ்ந்ததுமே வாழ்ந்ததுமே வாழ்ந்ததுமே.
Thank you so much. So I can actually say that this was a blissful welcome of Honorable Minister in this All India Secretaries Conference. And friends, when our chief guest is here, and especially at this land, which we call the land which is traditionally so much enriched that we can all feel that energy all together. So we would like to felicitate Sir on behalf of the state. So I would like to request Dr. Sandeep Saxena, Additional Chief Secretary, Water Resources Department, Tamil Nadu, to please felicitate Honorable Minister Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, sir, with this stole. And sir, here is this traditional and cultural welcome for you at Mahabalipuram and in this conference. This is a stole for you, sir. And also, sir, we have got this traditional wooden craft for you. So this is from this land and this tradition that we all are here, that we are all enriched so much with the roots. I request Dr. Sandeep Saxena to please felicitate Devashri Madam as well. Here is the felicitation, ma'am, for you. Thank you so much for watering the seed of conference. And here is this traditional wooden art of Tamil Nadu for you. And now I would like to request Sri J.P. Singh, Director, National Water Mission, to please felicitate Dr. Sandeep Saxena, Additional Chief Secretary, WRD, Tamil Nadu. Because, you know, whenever you want to give some mutual respect and gratification, that stage is always glittered with the positive vibes. So that shows the mutual gratification over here on the stage. Thank you so much, sir. Friends, since we all have been doing this thing that we are here to address shared commitment, and that is about the water, the crucial issues relating to the water, its sustainability, water security. We had been discussing a lot since morning. We have got some thematic sessions lined up today and tomorrow as well. But when we talk about this water secure future, then how to attain that, what that is basically. So for that, to understand that particularly, we have got a film by Ministry of Jal Shakti for a water secure future, and I hope you all are going to enjoy that. So maybe please have the film on the screen.
पानी की बूंद बूंद बचाइए और जल संरक्षण के लिए लोगों को जागरूक करिए। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के 9 संकल्पों में पहला संकल्प है ये। इस संकल्प को पूर्ण करने के लिए जरूरी है जल आंदोलन को जन आंदोलन बना देना, जिसकी नींव प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जल संसाधन, नदी विकास और गंगा संरक्षण मंत्रालय और पेयजल और स्वच्छता मंत्रालय को एक साथ मिलाकर जल शक्ति मंत्रालय की स्थापना के साथ मई 2019 में रख दी थी। फिर क्या था, राज्यों का भरपूर समर्थन और सहयोग मिलता गया। राज्य सरकारों ने जल आंदोलन को जन आंदोलन बनाने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई और जल संरक्षण, जल संवहन, जल शुद्धिकरण के कामों में बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लिया। यही कारण था कि स्थानीय अवरोध दूर होते गए, लोग जुड़ते गए और कारवां बनता गया, जिसका परिणाम आज सामने है। जल शक्ति अभियान कैच द रेन का विस्तार देश भर के सभी जिलों के सभी ब्लॉकों में किया गया। इस अभियान के तहत 2023 तक कुल 1 करोड़ 19 लाख जल संबंधित संरचनाएं बनी और 661 जल शक्ति केंद्र स्थापित किए गए। जल जीवन मिशन हर घर जल के तहत अब तक देश के 19.3 करोड़ ग्रामीण घरों में से 14 करोड़ से अधिक ग्रामीण घरों में नल से जल की आपूर्ति का प्रावधान किया जा चुका है। 10 मई 2023 को देश ने स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण के तहत एक और बड़ी उपलब्धि हासिल की है। देश के कुल गांवों में से आधे यानी 50% गांवों ने मिशन के दूसरे चरण के तहत ODF प्लस का दर्जा हासिल किया है। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री ने नई दिल्ली में राष्ट्रीय स्वच्छ गंगा मिशन कार्यालय में यमुना और गंगा और उनकी सहायक नदियों के वास्तविक समय विश्लेषण के लिए निगरानी केंद्र प्रयाग प्लेटफॉर्म लॉन्च किया। ड्रिप फेज 2 के तहत IIT रुड़की में उत्कृष्टता केंद्र स्थापित किया गया है। वर्ष 2023 के लिए तैयार डायनामिक ग्राउंड वाटर असेसमेंट रिपोर्ट भूजल की 11.48 BCM की वृद्धि दर्शाता है। वहीं अटल भूजल योजना के तहत ग्राम पंचायत स्तर पर 8000 से अधिक जल सुरक्षा योजनाएं तैयार की गई हैं और 2 लाख हेक्टेयर भूमि को जल सुरक्षित बनाया गया है। 12 अक्टूबर 2023 को पर्यावरण, वन और जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्रालय ने ग्रीन क्रेडिट नियम 2023 को अधिसूचित किया, जिसके माध्यम से प्रारंभिक चरण में जल संचयन संरचनाओं के निर्माण और वनीकरण गतिविधियों के लिए ग्रीन क्रेडिट दिया जाएगा। ये सब मुमकिन हुआ अब जमीनी स्तर पर लोगों ने अपनी जिम्मेदारियां निभाई और उनका साथ दिया। राज्य सरकारों और उनके स्थानीय प्रशासन ने स्वयं सेवी संस्थाओं के साथ मिलकर देश की राज्य इकाइयों ने हर नामुमकिन को मुमकिन कर दिखाया। असम के जोरहट का नेहरू पार्क हो या भोगदुई अर्बन वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम, छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के गरियाबंद के 75 अमृत सरोवरों का निर्माण हो, कम समय और सीमित संसाधनों में जन भागीदारी ने ये काम मुमकिन कर दिया। देश का सिरमौर कश्मीर भी इससे अछूता नहीं रहा। यहाँ के किश्तवाड़ इलाके में वर्षा जल संवर्धन के लिए हुए निर्माण, तो पुलवामा में जल विरासत को सुरक्षित रखने के उद्देश्य से जन जागरण का कार्य किया गया, जिसमें स्कूली बच्चों ने भी जमकर हिस्सा लिया। प्रकृति की गोद में बसा मध्य प्रदेश का ढिंढोरी है ये। जहां श्रमदान और 72,000 के अंशदान से संवर्धन के लिए जलाशयों का निर्माण हुआ। वहीं मेघालय की राजधानी शिलोंग से लगभग 60 किलोमीटर दूर कोंगथोंग में भी स्थानीय लोगों और प्रशासन ने मिलकर अद्भुत और सराहनीय कार्य किए हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश के बुंदेलखंड इलाके में पानी की उपलब्धता सुनिश्चित करने के लिए किसानों ने सबसे पहले अपने खेतों में मेढ़बंदी की, ताकि वर्षा जल को रोका जा सके, और इस पानी को सहेजने के लिए खेत की मेड़ पर पेड़ लगाए, क्योंकि पेड़ों की जड़ें मिट्टी को बांध कर रखती हैं, जिससे जल का संचलन आसान हो जाता है। झारखंड का कोडरमा, बोकारो हो या महाराष्ट्र का पुणे, देश की राजधानी से सटे हरियाणा हो या उत्तराखंड का हृदय देहरादून, जल ही जीवन है और जल संरक्षण के लिए जन भागीदारी बहुत जरूरी। इस प्रण के साथ इन्होंने अतुलनीय कार्यों को अंजाम दिया है। सिर्फ यही नहीं, प्रधानमंत्री जी के एक आह्वान पर जल संवर्धन के इस कार्य में पूरा भारत लग गया है। देश के इन जिलों ने जल संवहन, संवर्धन और संतुलन के लिए बढ़ चढ़ के हिस्सा लिया और उल्लेखनीय कार्य को अंजाम दिया, और जल आंदोलन अब देश के कोने कोने में जन आंदोलन बन चुका है। इस भागीदारी को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए स्वच्छ सुजल शक्ति सम्मान 2023 से ग्रामीण जल और स्वच्छता क्षेत्र की 36 महिला चैंपियनों को सम्मानित किया गया। जल शक्ति थीम पर माई स्टैम्प भी लॉन्च किया गया। सभी 75 AKAM जल विरासत संरचनाओं में 15 नवंबर 2023 से 30 नवंबर 2023 तक जल विरासत पखवाड़ा मनाया गया और 1 दिसंबर 2023 को दिल्ली में जल इतिहास उत्सव का आयोजन किया गया, जिसमें लोगों ने जमकर हिस्सा लिया। इसी कड़ी में 5 और 6 जनवरी 2023 को भोपाल में जल विजन 2047 को पूरा करने के उद्देश्य से भारत के सभी राज्यों की सहभागिता सुनिश्चित की गई और अखिल भारतीय राज्य मंत्रियों का सम्मेलन आयोजित किया गया, जिसमें 23 राज्यों के कुल 310 प्रतिनिधियों ने भाग लिया, जिसमें कुल 22 सिफारिशें थीं, जिन्हें 5 समूहों के अंतर्गत वर्गीकृत कर जल विजन 2047 के अपने लक्ष्य पर पूरा देश एक होकर चलता रहा। और आज हम 23 और 24 जनवरी 2024 को महाबलीपुरम में जल विजन 2047 को सफल बनाने में अब तक हुए राज्यों के सफल एवं अनोखे प्रयासों पर मंथन और इनके साथ मिलकर इस विजन को पूर्णता दिलाने की प्रतिबद्धता के साथ अखिल भारतीय सचिव सम्मेलन में उपस्थित हैं। सफलता की अग्रिम शुभकामनाएं।
Friends, when we say that we have come up with a book, because now there is a time that we are going to request the Honorable Minister for the e-release of a book. So I would like to tell you that this, when we say a book, it is not just a compilation of the knowledge and information, but it is also the compilation of the futuristic vision and sometimes the historic journey. And this time, this book, which is on Jal Shakti Abhiyan, Catch the Rain, a journey that encompasses a historic journey. It showcases the initiatives of the districts on water conservation. So I request Honorable Minister to kindly do the e-release of this book on Jal Shakti Abhiyan, Catch the Rain, a journey. May we have a round of claps for this launch. We have also got the physical copies over here on the stage. So I request Honorable Minister and the dignitaries to kindly release this physical copy as well. Jal Shakti Abhiyan, Catch the Rain, a journey. And I would say this is a journey that has started with a drop of rain, but now it has become the ocean of all the cooperation and participation of all you wonderful people. As I shared, that This book showcases the initiatives of the districts that they have done work on this water conservation. So all those details are mentioned in this book. District scientific water plans that have been taken. All of that is mentioned in this book. About the Jal Shakti Kendras, community participation. This book really takes us through the journey when Jal Shakti Abhiyan Catch the Rain started. And today we have reached on this stage. So my dear friends, let's have a round of applause for this book one more time. And now it's the time to hear the wisdom words of our chief guest, the person who has got the futuristic approach towards the water and the person who has graced this occasion with his magnificent presence. My dear friends, please put your hands together for Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Government of India. I request you, sir, to please kindly address the audience. Let's have a thunderous round of applause, my dear friends.
धन्यवाद. ऑल इंडिया सेक्रेटरीज कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन वाटर विजन 2047 मंच पर उपस्थित भारत सरकार की जल संसाधन विभाग के सचिव आदरणीय देवाश्री जी, एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ तमिलनाडु डॉक्टर संदीप सक्सेना, आज इस सभागार में पानी के क्षेत्र में काम करने की चुनौती जिन लोगों के कंधे पर है, ऐसे देश भर से आए हुए सारे माननीय सचिव, भारत सरकार के सभी अधिकारीगण और इस विषय में विशेष दक्षता, प्रवीणता और अपना योगदान करने वाले ऐसे सारे प्रतिभागीगण, मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप सबका स्वागत करता हूं, आप सबका अभिनंदन करता हूं. मित्रों, महाबलीपुरम की इस ऐतिहासिक धरती पर, जहां पल्लव साम्राज्य में एक ऐसा इतिहास गढ़ा गया जो आने वाली कई पीढ़ियों तक भारत के वैभव, भारत के सम्मान, भारत की संपदा, भारत की क्षमता, इन सब का दर्शन दिग दिगांतर तक दुनिया को कराता रहेगा. मैं ऐसी पवित्र धरती पर आप सब लोगों के बीच में आकर अपने आप को अत्यंत प्रसन्न और गौरवान्वित महसूस करता हूं. मैं अपनी बात कहूं उससे पहले तमिलनाडु सरकार को इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को आयोजित करने में अपनी सहभागिता को सुनिश्चित करने और इस सुंदर रमणीक ऐतिहासिक स्थल पर बेहतर तरीके से इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को आयोजित करने के लिए हृदयपूर्वक धन्यवाद करता हूं, उनका अभिवादन करता हूं. मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता है कि देश भर से इस क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले, जैसा मुझे बताया गया कि 33 प्रांत प्रदेशों और केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों के ऐसे माननीय अधिकारी और प्रतिभागीगण आज उपस्थित आए हैं. मित्रों, हम सब लोग 5 और 6 में से कुछ लोग 5 और 6 जनवरी को पिछले साल भोपाल में उस महत्वपूर्ण अवसर पर जब देश ने अमृत काल में प्रवेश किया था और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश के सामने जो संकल्प 2047 तक देश को विकसित बनाएंगे, ऐसा हम सब के सामने रखा ही था. 2047 तक के विकसित भारत की कल्पना और विकसित होने वाले भारत के इस मार्ग में पानी की उपलब्धता चुनौती न बने, इस विषय को लेकर के एक विचार मंथन की गोष्ठी भोपाल में आयोजित की थी। जैसा हमने अपेक्षा की थी कि प्रदेशों के माननीय मंत्रीगण 2047 के उस विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य और आगामी 25 वर्ष में होने वाली पानी की आवश्यकता और उस आवश्यकता को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए उनका रोड मैप, क्योंकि चुनौतियों की जानकारी हम सबको है। जिस तरह के एक चुनौतियों का पहाड़ सामने खड़ा दिखाई देता है पानी के क्षेत्र को लेकर, उपलब्धता सीमित है, जनसंख्या बढ़ रही है, आर्थिक विकास जिस गति से हो रहा है, अर्बनाइजेशन जिस स्पीड से हो रहा है, क्लाइमेट चेंज के इंपैक्ट जिस तरह से दिखाई दे रहे हैं, ऐसी परिस्थिति में उन सारी चुनौतियों को फैक्टर इन करते हुए आने वाले 25 साल में, क्योंकि संविधान की मर्यादा के अनुरूप जल राज्य का विषय है, व्हाट इज ए स्टेटलेस सब्जेक्ट, सो राज्यों ने उसके अनुरूप किस तरह से अपनी तैयारी की है। मैं ईमानदारी से इस बात को स्वीकार करता हूं कि जिस तरह की व्यवस्थाएं अब से पहले देश में चल रही थी, हमारी सरकारों की और सरकार में काम करने वाले लोगों की कंटिंजेंसी प्लान्स पर काम करने का स्वभाव बन गया था। सामान्यतः सरकारों में भी पूर्व के समय में जिस तरह की अस्थिरता थी और ब्यूरोक्रेसी में भी जिनके कंधों पर, धरातल पर इन सबको, इन सारे विषय को उतारने की जिम्मेदारी होती है, सरकारों के बदलने के साथ में ब्यूरोक्रेटिक हेड्स के बदलने की परंपरा भी जिस तरह से बनी है, उसके चलते हुए स्थायित्व की और स्थायी सोच की जो कमी है, उसकी चुनौती को भी फैक्टर इन करते हुए हमने अपेक्षा की थी कि राज्यों के माननीय मंत्रीगण या विभागों के मानद सचिव वो इस विषय पर अपने अपने राज्य ने किस तरह की तैयारी की है, पानी की बढ़ती हुई आवश्यकता, उसकी चुनौती और उन आसन्न खतरों से निपटने के लिए, उन चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए क्या रोड मैप बनाया है, किस तरह के विजन पर प्रदेश काम कर रहा है। हम एक ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग करें, हम सब लोग साथ बैठे हैं, सब विचार करें, विस्तृत रूप से उस विषय पर चर्चा करें, समीक्षा करें। और क्योंकि भारत विविधताओं से भरा हुआ देश है, अलग अलग तरह की ज्योग्राफिक कंडीशंस है, अलग अलग तरह की रिक्वायरमेंट्स है, नीड्स हैं, अलग अलग तरह की प्रॉब्लम्स है। एक तरफ देश का बहुत बड़ा भूभाग ऐसा है जहां हर साल जिनको बाढ़ की चुनौती का सामना करना पड़ता है, जहां वाटर लॉगिंग एक समस्या है, और दूसरी तरफ ऐसे बहुत सारे प्रदेश हैं जिन क्षेत्रों से मैं आता हूं जहां पानी की उपलब्धता ही अपने आप में एक बड़ा संकट है। एक तरफ गंगा और के दोआब का क्षेत्र है जहां भूगर्भ का जल इतनी बड़ी चुनौती नहीं है, लेकिन दूसरे देश का बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा ऐसा है जहां भूगर्भ के जल पर निर्भरता और अत्यधिक दोहन होने के चलते हुए वहां पानी की उपलब्धता निरंतर एक बड़ी चुनौती बन रही थी। इसलिए सभी राज्य अपने अपने दृष्टिकोण से किस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं, सोचते हैं, क्या इनिशिएटिव्स लिए हैं, और हम एक दूसरे की गुड प्रैक्टिसेस से कुछ सीखें, हमारे द्वारा किए जाने वाले काम में कुछ संशोधन करें, कुछ उसको आगे बढ़ाने की दिशा में दूसरों से सीख करके। और मैं तो यहां तक भी कहा था उस समय कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो लोग मौजूद थे उनको स्मरण होगा कि हम एक दूसरे की विफलताओं से भी कुछ सीखें, ताकि जहां उन्होंने करके प्रयोग करके छोड़ा है वो प्रयोग कम से कम हमें न करना पड़े और दूसरे लोग उससे आगे बढ़ करके अपनी शुरुआत करें, ताकि बिना एक क्षण भी जाया किए हुए हम उस दिशा में सफलता की और सस्टेनेबिलिटी की तरफ बढ़ सकें। विस्तार से हम लोगों ने मंथन किया था, चर्चा की थी, और मैं अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हुई थी कि उस ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग सेशन में जिस तरह के एंथुजियाज्म के साथ में स्टेट्स ने पार्टिसिपेशन किया था और जिस तैयारी के साथ में सभी लोग आए थे, वो निश्चित रूप से अभिनंदन के योग्य था। राज्यों के माननीय मंत्रीगणों ने, राज्यों के अधिकारियों ने जिस तरह से विस्तार से अपनी बात वहां कही थी, और हम सब ने संवेद स्वर में एक ही तरह की चिंता को व्यक्त करते हुए एक फाइनल कंक्लूजन पर हम लगभग 22 ऐसे विषय हमने जो एक्शनेबल पॉइंट्स ड्रॉ किए थे, और उन 22 एक्शनेबल पॉइंट्स पर हम काम करेंगे, ऐसा संयुक्त संकल्प हम सबने किया था। आज लगभग 1 साल से ज्यादा कुछ समय बीता है। मैं मानता हूं कि जितनी बड़ी चुनौती है, जितना विकट चुनौतियों के पहाड़ हमारे सामने खड़ा है, और जिस तरह के चुनौती का समाधान करने के लिए हम सब हम कदम होकर के साथ चलें, और इस समस्या का बैकग्राउंड जितना पुराना है कि एक दिन में चुनौती खड़ी नहीं हुई है। आबादी का बढ़ने से लेकर के, आवश्यकताओं के बढ़ने से लेकर के, जमीन का संकलित पानी जो लाखों सालों से पृथ्वी के बनने के बाद से जमा था, उसको निकालने की तकनीकी आने के बाद में जिस तरह से ओवर विड्रॉल हुआ, हमारी आवश्यकताओं से अतिरिक्त भी हमने जिस तरह से पानी का उपभोग करना शुरू किया, पानी के संसाधनों का दोहन करने के बजाय हमने उनका शोषण करना प्रारंभ किया, और इस पिछले पूरे सदियों के इतिहास में जिस तरह से हमने वाटर रिसोर्सेज को कंटेमिनेट किया, ये चुनौती कोई एक दिन में पैदा नहीं हुई थी, ये सदियों की चुनौती थी। और सदियों की चुनौती को पार करने के लिए 1 वर्ष का समय कोई बहुत लंबा नहीं होता, बहुत छोटा होता है। इट्स अ टाइनी टाइम, बट द स्पीड विथ इंडिया इज मूविंग अहेड। जिस गति के साथ में भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है, मुझे लगता है 1 साल का समय बहुत पर्याप्त समय है, क्योंकि हमारे पास में देश बदलने और विकसित करने का संकल्प जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दिलाया है, हमारे पास केवल 25 साल का समय। और इस 25 साल के कालखंड में जिस गति के साथ में, जो ट्रेजेक्टरी ऑफ द ग्रोथ ऑफ इंडिया है, जिस तरह से इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ की भारत की बात सारा विश्व आज संवेद स्वर से स्वीकार कर रहा है। अभी डावोस की कॉन्फ्रेंस में जिस तरह से भारत को प्राधान्य मिला है, सारे लोग जितने वहां थे, जो पिछले 30 साल में चीन के बाहर कोई देखने को तैयार नहीं था, चर्चा नहीं करता था, वो चीन सहित सारे लोग भारत के इस बढ़ती हुई प्रगति और विकास को देख करके अभिभूत थे, विस्मित थे, चमत्कृत थे, और उसी की चर्चा कर रहे थे। ऐसे समय में ये 1 साल नहीं, एक एक क्षण हमारे लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। और इस महत्वपूर्ण समय पर एक बार 1 साल में हमने अपने संकल्पों पर कितने कदम दूरी तय किए, इस पर एक बार फिर विचार मंथन करने के लिए, चर्चा करने के लिए हम सब लोग यहां एकत्रित हुए। मैं देवाश्री जी को और अर्चना जी दोनों का अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने दे हैव फ्लोटेड दिस आइडिया, दे हैव कॉन्सेप्चुअलाइज्ड, एंड आज जो है हम सब लोग इस विषय पर बातचीत करने के लिए एक साथ 2 दिन तक विचार मंथन करने के लिए यहां एकत्रित हुए। और क्योंकि मैं ऐसे लोगों से बात कर रहा हूं, जहां मैंने प्रारंभ में कहा कि जिनके कंधों पर इस सब को साकार करने की जिम्मेदारी है, मैं आप सबका अभिनंदन करता हूं। और निश्चित ही जैसा मुझे बताया गया कि भारत की आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप, मैं उन टेक्निकलिटीज में आज नहीं जाना चाहता कि हमारे पास पानी की कितनी उपलब्धता है, क्योंकि ये सब विषय कोई भी ऐसा नहीं है कि जिसके बारे में मैं आप सब लोगों को कोई ज्ञान दूं। आप सब लोग जानते हैं कि किस तरह की चुनौती हमारे सामने है। पानी की उपलब्धता और पानी की आवश्यकता, इन दोनों के बीच में कितनी बड़ी खाई हम सब के सामने है। और देश को विकसित करने की दिशा में अगर कोई 2 चीजें सबसे ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है, जिनकी निर्बाध उपलब्धता उस विकास के लिए पहली आवश्यकता है, द फाउंडेशन पिलर्स हैं जिसके, वो है एनर्जी एंड वाटर। एनर्जी कैन बी प्रोड्यूस्ड बट वाटर कैन नॉट बी जनरेटेड। बिजली तो बनाई जा सकती है, जिस तरह से हमने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमने रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी पर काम किया, पूरी दुनिया ने उसको देखा, और जिस तरह से हमने सफलता प्राप्त की, जो गोल्स दुनिया के सामने हमने अपने लिए निर्धारित किए थे, निश्चित किए थे, क्लाइमेट थ्रेट्स को देखते हुए भी जो हमने चुनौती को स्वीकार किया था, पूरी दुनिया में शायद कोई नहीं कर पाया। भारत माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में पहला ऐसा देश था जिसने उन सारे कमिटमेंट्स को न केवल अचीव किया, फुलफिल किया, अभी तो उससे पहले, समय से पहले उनको करने में सफलता प्राप्त की। लेकिन और आने वाले समय में जिस तरह से अल्टरनेटिव सोर्सेज ऑफ एनर्जी एंड ग्रीन एनर्जी जिस तरह से बन रहे, हाइड्रोजन जिस तरह से एनर्जी के अल्टरनेटिव सोर्स के रूप में आइडेंटिफाई हुआ, और पूरी दुनिया जिस तेज गति के साथ में हाइड्रोजन की तरफ बढ़ रही एज ए सोर्स ऑफ एनर्जी और एज ए फ्यूल और एज ए मीडिया ऑफ स्टोरिंग द एनर्जी, तीनों के दृष्टिकोण से जिस तरह से हाइड्रोजन की उपयोगिता प्रमाणित हुई है, मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले समय में ऊर्जा की उपलब्धता, एनर्जी की आवश्यकता उतनी बड़ी चुनौती नहीं रहेगी जितना पानी की निर्बाध उपलब्धता है। और पानी की निर्बाध उपलब्धता को सुनिश्चित करना ये हम सबका, आज के समय में यदि मैं कहूं कि जिस तरह से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हम सब चल रहे हैं, ये पूरे देश के प्रत्येक व्यक्ति का राष्ट्रीय धर्म तो है ही, लेकिन उस धर्म को पालन करने की सबसे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी जो लोग मेरे सामने बैठे हैं, मेरे साथ में बैठे हैं, उन लोगों की, मेरे सहित उन सब लोगों की है। मित्रों, पिछले इस 10 साल के कालखंड में पानी को लेकर के देश में निश्चित ही बहुत बड़ा युगांतरकारी परिवर्तन हुआ, अवेयरनेस बढ़ी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जिस तरह से स्वयं आगे बढ़ करके 2019 से तो लगातार इस विषय पर चर्चा की, 2018 में उन्होंने ये तय कर दिया था कि आने वाली सरकार में हम एकीकृत पानी का एक मंत्रालय बनाएंगे ताकि हम होलिस्टिकली इस सब्जेक्ट को एड्रेस कर सकें। पहले कितने सारे डिपार्टमेंट्स आप सब जानते हैं, इतने सारे मंत्रालय और इतने सारे डिपार्टमेंट्स एंड डिविजन्स में पानी को लेकर के, पानी के विषय को लेकर के चर्चा होती थी। हमेशा ही सोच फ्रेगमेंटेड थी, इट वाज इनटू बकेट एंड साइलोज, सो इट बिकेम वेरी डिफिकल्ट कि हम उसको एड्रेस कर सकें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पहले सबको एकीकृत किया और उसके बाद में इस स्पष्ट सोच के साथ में, क्योंकि स्वच्छ भारत मिशन की सफलता के बाद में उनका यह संकल्प और भी अधिक दृढ़तर हो गया था कि जिस विषय को समाज अपने कंधों पर उठा ले, जिस चुनौती को सामना कर, चुनौती को हराने की जिम्मेदारी समाज अपने कंधों पर स्वीकार कर ले, वो चाहे कितनी भी बड़ी चुनौती हो, उसको आसानी से हराया जा सकता है। उन्होंने सबसे पहले समाज को इस दिशा में जागृत करने का काम किया। उन्होंने कहा कि टॉप डाउन कभी नहीं हो सकेगा, बॉटम्स अप अप्रोच के साथ में हम काम करें, तभी हम जिस जल के संकट का समाधान हमेशा के लिए कर सकते हैं, स्थायी समाधान तभी प्राप्त किया जा सके। तो उन्होंने पहले गांव के पंचायतों में चुने हुए जनप्रतिनिधियों को पत्र लिखने से लेकर के मन की बात के अतिरिक्त भी जितने प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर जब कभी भी उन्होंने चर्चा की, उस चर्चा के में उन्होंने जल संरक्षण, जल संचय, वाटर रिसाइकल, रीयूज, वाटर रीयूज, एफिकेसी, कंजर्वेशन ऑफ वाटर, इन सारे विषयों पर निरंतर बात की। और आज उसका प्रभाव जो है समाज के हर कोने में कहीं ना कहीं दिखाई देता है। छोटे छोटे स्कूल में पढ़ने वाले बच्चों से लेकर के, किसानों के बीच से लेकर के, और सामान्य महिलाओं तक जो घर में गृहिणी के रूप में काम करती है, वहां से लेकर के इंडस्ट्री तक एक सामान्य चेतना का व्याप जो है पानी के उपयोग को लेकर के, उसके उपभोग को लेकर के, उसके रिसाइकल एंड रीयूज को लेकर, कंजर्वेशन को लेकर के बना है। अभी हम फिल्म में देख रहे थे कि किस तरह से अमृत सरोवर की संकल्पना माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने की, और उन्होंने आजादी के इस अमृत काल में, जब देश आजादी के 75 वर्ष पूरे कर रहा था, उस समय में देश के प्रत्येक जिले में 50 ऐसे अमृत सरोवर बने, इसकी कल्पना जब उन्होंने की थी, तब हम ये मानते थे कि 75 ऐसे अमृत सरोवर बने। उन्होंने जब कल्पना की थी, तब हम ये सोचते थे कि शायद हम 50 जो है कुल मिलाकर के देश के 700 से ज्यादा जिले में 50,000 ऐसे स्ट्रक्चर्स को बना पाएंगे या रिजुविनेट कर पाएंगे। वो आंकड़ा उससे कई गुना ऊपर पहुंचा। ये सामान्य चेतना जो है सरकारों में बैठे हुए लोगों की भी और धरातल पर रहने वाले लोगों की, दोनों की चेतना में जो अभिवृद्धि हुई है, उसका नतीजा, उसका परिणाम था कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के एक आह्वान पर इस तरह का रिस्पांस देश के हर एक सेगमेंट से, हर जिले से, हर जगह से मिला। लेकिन इन प्रयासों की गति को और अधिक बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह के प्रयास हमने भारत सरकार में प्रारंभ किए, और एकीकृत जल शक्ति मंत्रालय बनने के बाद या उससे पहले से जिस तरह से डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ वाटर एंड द चैलेंजेस को एड्रेस करने के लिए हमने जिस तरह से काम करना प्रारंभ किया, मैं विस्तार से उनकी भी चर्चा नहीं करना चाहता, क्योंकि अनेक अलग अलग थीम्स में, अलग अलग जगह पर उसके ऊपर भी बातचीत निश्चित ही होने वाली है। लेकिन चाहे नदियों को स्वच्छ करने का नेशनल मिशन फॉर क्लीन गंगा, उस इनिशिएटिव में जहां पर इससे पहले देश में लगातार 80 के दशक से लेकर के गंगा की स्वच्छता को लेकर, उसकी अविरलता को लेकर के, उसकी निर्मलता को लेकर के जिस तरह के प्रयास हुए थे, उन प्रयासों में जो कमियां थी उनसे सीख करके हम आगे बढ़े और एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच के साथ में जिस तरह से काम करना शुरू किया। आदरणीय मिश्रा जी यहां बैठे हैं, इन्होंने बहुत समय तक इस विषय को लीड किया। और मैं अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं इनके उस समय का कालखंड या उससे पहले के कालखंड में जिस तरह से इस विषय में काम हुआ था। मैं सम्मान के साथ में कह सकता हूं कि दुनिया भर के रिस्टोरेशन प्रोजेक्ट्स की जो प्रतियोगिता हुई और यूनाइटेड नेशंस ने वर्ल्ड्स डिकेड ऑफ रिस्टोरेशन ऐसा पिछले दशक को मानते हुए दुनिया भर में इस तरह के रिस्टोरेशन इनिशिएटिव्स को कप की प्रतियोगिता को जहां आयोजित किया और 160 से ज्यादा देशों के एंट्रीज में से हमारे नेशनल मिशन फॉर क्लीन गंगा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में, जिसको हमने मिशन मोड में गंगा जैसी बड़ी नदी को, गंगा जैसी सबसे ज्यादा लोगों के साथ इंटरेक्शन जहां होता है, मुझे याद आता है शायद मैंने पहले भी एक बार कहा था स्वीडन के महारानी का उदाहरण देते हुए, स्वीडन के महाराजा और महारानी ने मुझे पूछा था, तब मैंने उनसे कहा, उन्होंने डेन्यूब की कथा सुनाते हुए कि किस तरह से हमने डेन्यूब को जो है रिस्टोर किया पिछले, उन्होंने बताया कि हमने 30 साल में ये स्थिति पैदा की है कि डेन्यूब जब स्वीडन में घुसती है और वहां से बाहर निकलती है, क्योंकि वो 5 देशों के बीच में से होकर के बहती है, जब उसमें से घुसती है और निकलती है उसके बीच में उसकी वाटर क्वालिटी इंप्रूव होकर के जाती है। हमने इस तरह की परिस्थिति की है। और उस टेबल पर जहां इस पर चर्चा हो रही थी, वहां जर्मनी के प्रतिनिधि भी थे, वहां इंग्लैंड के प्रतिनिधि भी थे, उन्होंने दोनों ने भी सम्मान के साथ में रिस्टोरेशन एंड रिवाइवल ऑफ थेम्स एंड राइन की बात की। तो मैंने कहा था कि जो परिस्थिति आपने 30 साल या 25 साल में प्राप्त की है, जो सफलता आपने प्राप्त की है, वो हमने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में केवल 5-6 साल में वो हालात हमने प्राप्त किए हैं। लेकिन उससे इंपॉर्टेंट इसलिए, ये ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण इसलिए है, और तब मैंने हंसते हुए कहा था स्वीडन के महाराजा साहब को कि और महारानी दोनों को कि आपके स्वीडन में कुल जितनी आबादी है उतने लोग रोज गंगा जी में डुबकी लगाते हैं, और जितनी पूरे यूरोप की आबादी है उतना छठ के दिन पूरे हिंदुस्तान के लोग गंगा जी में डुबकी लगा देते हो, इसलिए ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण था। लेकिन हमने एक सफलता जो है प्राप्त करने में, हम सब लोगों ने सफलता प्राप्त करने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त किया। लेकिन ये इनिशिएटिव, भारत सरकार ने एक इनिशिएटिव लिया, माननीय मोदी जी ने एक संकल्प व्यक्त किया, हमने गंगा नदी के बेसिन पर इस तरह का काम करना प्रारंभ किया, और आज उसको एक्सपैंड करके हम बेसिन में जो है उसकी ट्रिब्यूटरीज पर काम कर रहे हैं और बहुत सफलता के साथ में काम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन अब राज्यों को भी इस दिशा में आगे आने की आवश्यकता है, और राज्य मिलकर के हमारी अन्य नदियों को हम किस तरह से स्वच्छ करने पर सामूहिक प्रयत्न कर सकते हैं, इस पर विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। इस काम कार्यक्रम को जब एक सक्सेस स्टोरी हमने बना दिया, इस सक्सेस स्टोरी से सीख करके हम कैसे इस तरह के इनिशिएटिव्स लेकर के जो हाइब्रिड एन्युटी जो मॉडल जो बनाया गया, और उस मॉडल को जिस तरह से सक्सेसफुली हमने लागू किया, उस सक्सेसफुल मॉडल को किस तरह से अब स्टेट्स आगे ले जाकर के ड्राइव करें और नदियों की स्वच्छता पर हम सब काम कर सकें, इस दृष्टिकोण से हमें विचार करने की आवश्यकता, हमें आगे बढ़ने की आवश्यकता। पेयजल को लेकर के जिस तरह से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो परिवर्तन हुआ, आप सब ने देखा, आप ही सब उसको साकार करने वाले लोग। आजादी के से लेकर के और 2019 तक जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जल जीवन मिशन घोषित किया था, देश में मात्र 3 करोड़ 23 लाख घरों तक पीने का पानी पहुंचता था। आज वो संख्या बढ़कर के 14 करोड़ 23 लाख के पास पहुंचने वाली है। 11 करोड़ परिवारों को पीने का पानी ढोने की अभिशाप से मुक्ति दिलाने का पुण्य माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सृजित किया। और मुझे लगता है कि ये सारे पुण्य उनको ये शक्ति प्रदान करते हैं कि वो राम मंदिर के रिवाइवल जितना बड़ा काम कर पाते हैं। लेकिन जिस गति के साथ में हमने पेयजल के दृष्टिकोण से काम किया और जिस गति के साथ में हम उस मिशन मोड में काम करते हुए इसको संपूर्णता की ओर ले जाने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे, उन सोर्सेज की, उन जो है ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सोर्सेज की सस्टेनेबिलिटी बनाए रखना, वो भी हम सब लोगों की जिम्मेदारी और चुनौती है। बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है हम सबके सामने, क्योंकि हमारी जितनी भी ड्रिंकिंग वाटर स्कीम्स हैं, मेजॉरिटी ऑफ दोज स्कीम्स अर्लियर our dependability over the groundwater for drinking water purposes, it used to be more than 80% in the rural sector, and in urban area it used to be somewhere around 65-66%. तो ऐसे में हमारे सामने और भी बड़ी चुनौती है, क्योंकि अब जितने ग्राउंड वाटर रिसोर्सेज फॉर ड्रिंकिंग वाटर पर्पस थे वो मल्टीप्लाई होकर के 10x मल्टीप्लाई हो गए। इसलिए हमारी चुनौती और भी बढ़ गई, और उसको सस्टेनेबल बनाए रखना हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा हमारे लिए एक चिंता का विषय, चिंतन का विषय, और अपने चिंतन को जो है धरातल पर उतारने वाला विषय होना चाहिए। हमारी प्राथमिकताओं में शुमार होना चाहिए कि हम किस तरह से अपने फ्लो ऑफ फंड को जिस तरह से डाइवर्सिफाई करें, अपनी प्रायोरिटीज को जिस तरह से फिक्स करें कि हम आने वाले समय में अपने ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सोर्सेज को, रिसोर्सेज को सस्टेनेबल बना सकें। हमने दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा ड्रिंकिंग वाटर ड्राइव तो किया, लेकिन उसको बनाए रखने की जिम्मेदारी वो सफल बना रहे। क्योंकि मुझे याद आता है मेरे क्षेत्र में, मैं दूर डेजर्ट में मेरा लोकसभा क्षेत्र है, भारत के बिल्कुल दूसरे कोने में, पश्चिम भारत में, जैसलमेर और जोधपुर मिलाकर के मेरा लोकसभा क्षेत्र बनता है। बहुत विशाल है, पानी का संकट बड़ा है, और पहले बिजली भी नहीं हुआ करती। जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सौभाग्य योजना चालू की और हर घर तक बिजली पहुंचने लगी, गांव में हजारों पोल्स, पिलर्स लगा करके और बिजली पहुंचाई गई। बिजली पहुंचने के कोई 6-12 महीने बाद में एक दिन आंधी चलती। हमारे यहाँ आंधी चलना बहुत सामान्य चीज है, और आंधी में उस डेजर्ट में कई बार शिफ्टिंग सैंड ड्यून्स में इस तरह से होता है कि मिट्टी आकर के और बिजली के पिलर्स के ऊपर से निकल जाते हैं, और वो ढूंढने पड़ते हैं कि तार कहाँ गए, थंब पे तार गए हुए हैं। और कभी पता लगता है कि जो है वो पोल जो है वो अधर में झूल रहा है, नीचे से मिट्टी खिसक गई और सारा सब सिस्टम कॉलेप्स हो गया। ऐसा एक आंधी आई, उस आंधी में वो सब सिस्टम कॉलेप्स हो गया। 4-5 दिन तक बिजली नहीं आई। तो एक गांव से एक बुजुर्ग ने मुझे फोन किया, मुझे कहा कि एमपी साहब बिजली नहीं आ रही है, 4 दिन हो गए। मैंने कहा पार्लियामेंट चल रही है, मैं अभी पता करके आपको बताता हूँ कि बिजली क्यों नहीं आ रही और कब तक आएगी। मैंने अधिकारियों को फोन किया और उनसे पूछा कि भाई बिजली क्या है संकट। तो उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि ऐसा तूफान आया था और आंधी आई थी, और आंधी में सब 27 पोल जो हैं वो गड़बड़ा गए थे। उसके कारण से हम रिस्टोरेशन पे काम कर रहे हैं, 24/7 हम काम कर रहे हैं, और अब मुझे लगता है कि शाम को 6 बजे तक हम रिस्टोर कर देंगे। उस समय दिन का 1 बजा था। मैंने भी एक अच्छे जनप्रतिनिधि उनका धर्म निभाते हुए वापस उनको फोन किया। बुजुर्ग व्यक्ति थे, मस्ट बी ऑफ 80 साल के आसपास उम्र होगी, गांव के प्रमुख व्यक्ति थे। मैंने उनको फोन किया, मैंने कहा ठाकुर साहब 2 बजे 6 बजे तक बिजली आ जाएगी। तो उन्होंने कहा वहां की स्थानीय भाषा में, जो शायद आप लोग नहीं समझ पाएंगे, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा उसका अभिप्राय यह था कि 6 बजे तक बिजली आएगी, तब तक तो मर ही जाएंगे। तो मैंने कहा बंधु जो है, तुम्हारे यहाँ बिजली आए हुए तो अभी 1 ही साल हुआ है, तुम 79 ईयर्स तक तो मरे नहीं, अभी 6 महीने में 4 घंटे में कैसे मर जाओगे। तो उन्होंने कहा साहब पहले आदत नहीं थी, अभी आदत पड़ गई है। ये पीने के पानी घर तक पहुंचने की जो आदत है ना साहब, ये आदत जब पड़ गई, अब एक भी सोर्स अगर फेल हो जाएगा, हम लोगों को जनता, दे आर नॉट गोइंग, पीपल आर नॉट गोइंग टू स्पेयर अस, नीदर द ब्यूरोक्रेटिक पीपल नॉर द इंजीनियर्स नॉर द पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स एंड पीपल सिटिंग इन द चेयर्स इन द गवर्नमेंट। किसी भी तरह से पब्लिक हमें माफ नहीं करे। इसलिए हमको उसके लिए बहुत गंभीरता के साथ में काम करने की आवश्यकता है। हमने अभी ग्राउंड वाटर मैपिंग का प्रोग्राम किया। नैकविम प्रोग्राम में हमने पूरे देश भर के ग्राउंड वाटर को असेस करने के लिए काम किया, और सफलतापूर्वक 25 लाख स्क्वायर किलोमीटर्स जो है हमने मैप किया है। लेकिन वो किस तरह से अल्टीमेट एंड यूजर फ्रेंडली बने, उसको और ज्यादा प्रिसाइज हम कैसे कर सकते हैं, उसको रिफाइन कैसे कर सकते हैं, उसकी स्केल को कैसे ड्रॉ डाउन कर सकते हैं, एक बेसिक प्लेटफॉर्म भारत सरकार के एफर्ट से बनाए, उसको हम अपनी स्टेट, अपनी नीड्स के मुताबिक किस तरह से उसको फर्दर जो है एस्केलेट करे, फर्दर कैरी फॉरवर्ड करे, इस पर भी हम सबको इस पर विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। निश्चित ही मैं अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं आप सबका, क्योंकि यही सब लोग रिस्पॉन्सिबल हैं। शांतिलाल जी जैसे बैठे हुए यहाँ पे जो है एक एनजीओ के साथ में काम करने वाले लोगों से लेकर के सरकार में बैठे हुए सभी लोग, समन्वित प्रयास माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हुए। प्रदेशों ने अपने स्तर पर प्रयास किए, राज्यों की सरकारों ने किए, चीफ मिनिस्टर्स ने किए, आप सब लोगों ने किए, स्थानीय सरकारों ने किए, ग्राम पंचायतों ने किए, एनजीओज ने किए, कॉर्पोरेट हाउसेस ने किए, सब लोगों ने रिस्पॉन्सिबली फोकस होकर के काम किया। कुछ हमने तकनीकी का उपयोग उसमें किया, आज उसका प्रभाव दिखाई देने लगा। जो भूजल का स्तर निरंतर गिर रहा था, निरंतर, हर बार 2, 3, 4, 5 साल बाद में, कभी 3 साल बाद, कभी 5 साल बाद में जब असेसमेंट करते थे, और मुझे तो आश्चर्य लगता था जब मैंने 2019 में आया तो पता लगा कि 5 साल से रिपोर्ट पब्लिश नहीं हुई है, फिर 3 साल बाद में रिपोर्ट पब्लिश होगी। मुझे लगता था कि इतने बदलते हुए परिदृश्य में जब इतनी तेजी से ग्राउंड वाटर डिप्लीट हो रहा है और हमारी डिमांड जिस तेजी से बढ़ रही है, 3-3, 5-5 साल के कालखंड में अगर हम असेसमेंट करेंगे, मुझे लगता है कि वो वेस्टेज ऑफ मनी एंड टाइम दोनों है। और मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा बैठे हुए मंत्रालय के सारे रिस्पॉन्सिबल लोगों का कि उन्होंने इस मेरे विषय को आगे लिया और अब आज हमने ये कैपेसिटी डेवलप कर दी है कि हम हर साल जो है रिपोर्ट पब्लिश कर सकते हैं। और साथ साथ में पिछले वर्ष की जो रिपोर्ट आई है उस रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक पहले 3 साल से जो ट्रेंड परिवर्तन हुआ, जो हमेशा जो है ट्रेंड हमेशा ही पानी के डिप्लीशन को दिखाता था, लगातार जो है ओसीएस कैटेगरी के ब्लॉक्स बढ़ रहे थे, उसको हम रिवाइव करने में कामयाब हुए, पहले रोकने में कामयाब हुए और अब रिवाइव करने में कामयाब हुए। लगभग 10% से ज्यादा ब्लॉक्स ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने कैटेगरी इंप्रूवमेंट किया। ये निश्चित रूप से आज लगभग जो आंकड़ा 25% तक पहुंचने लगा था वो घट करके अब 15-16% के आसपास में रह गया। निश्चित रूप से अभिनंदन के योग्य सफलता है, लेकिन इस सफलता से हमको और अधिक प्रेरणा लेकर के कैसे हम अपने काम को और अधिक गति प्रदान कर सकते हैं, इस पर विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। जहां हम सफल हुए हैं उसका भी अध्ययन हो, और जहां सफल नहीं हो पाए, जिन ब्लॉक्स में हम इनिशिएटिव लेने के बाद में भी ठीक नहीं कर पाए, उनको हम देखें, उनको ढूंढें, वहां विफलता क्यों रही है, उसको हम उसका समाधान क्या हो सकता है। इस दृष्टिकोण से लोकलाइज्ड इनिशिएटिव जो करने, कस्टमाइज इनिशिएटिव जो लेने, उनके ऊपर हम काम करना प्रारंभ करें, उनके ऊपर चिंतन करना प्रारंभ करें। इस विषय पर विचार निश्चित रूप से होना ही चाहिए, क्योंकि भूगर्भ का जल हमारी सबसे बड़ा सोर्स है, सबसे बड़ा हमारी जो है हमारी असट है, हमारी धरोहर है। उसको हम, और वो केवल हमारा अधिकार नहीं है उसको समाप्त करने का। अगर हम समाप्त करके जाएंगे, माफ कीजिएगा, हमको आने वाली पीढ़ी माफ करने वाली नहीं है। ये लाखों वर्षों का संचय था, हम सिर्फ उसको उपयोग कर सकते थे, और जैसी परिस्थिति में हमको मिला है, कम से कम वैसी परिस्थिति में आने वाली जनरेशन को हैंडओवर करना, ये हमारी जो है एक मनुष्य के नाते भी, एक सिटीजन के नाते भी हमारी जिम्मेदारी। इसलिए हम उस लेवल पर किस तरह से लेकर के जाएं, जहां डिटोरिएशन हुआ है उसको कैसे एड्रेस किया जा सकता है, इस पर काम करना हमारी प्राथमिकता होना ही चाहिए। वाटर यूज एफिकेसी हमारा बड़ा चैलेंज है, एंड एग्रीकल्चर बीइंग द लार्जेस्ट कंज्यूमर ऑफ वाटर, उस विषय को हमको अब प्रायोरिटाइज करना ही पड़ेगा। हमको क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन पे, क्योंकि राज्यों की सरकारों के साथ में आप सब लोग राज्यों के प्रतिनिधि के नाते यहां बैठे, हम कैसे डाइवर्सिफाई करें, क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन पे काम करें। भारत में पहले क्योंकि हमारे पास में खाद्यान्न की कमी थी, संकट थी, हम आयात करके लाते थे, इसलिए हमारी अप्रोच हमेशा ही प्रोडक्शन सेंट्रिक रही। और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एग्रीकल्चर के सेक्टर को रिवाइव करने के लिए जिस तरह से काम किया, उनका मूल मंत्र यह था कि वी हैव टू चेंज आवर पर्सपेक्टिव टू लुक टुवर्ड्स द एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर। उन्होंने कहा कि हम अब प्रोडक्शन सेंट्रिक अप्रोच से नहीं, प्रॉफिट सेंट्रिक अप्रोच से काम करें। और प्रॉफिट सेंट्रिक अप्रोच को अगर ठीक से धरातल पर उतारा जाए, दो इट्स नॉट डायरेक्टली आवर बिजनेस, हमारा रोल नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी क्योंकि हमसे जुड़ा हुआ विषय, और प्रधानमंत्री जी हमेशा होल ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट की बात करते हैं, उस अप्रोच की चर्चा करते हैं, इसलिए मैं विषय आपके सामने रख रहा हूं। अल्टीमेटली हमको वाटर यूज एफिकेसी पे काम करना ही पड़ेगा, और वाटर जो पानी की हम कैसे डिमांड साइड मैनेजमेंट पे फोकस करके काम करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जब हमने अटल भूजल योजना प्रारंभ की थी, उससे पहले तो शायद डिमांड साइड मैनेजमेंट पर कोई चर्चा भी देश में नहीं होती थी, हम सिर्फ सप्लाई की दृष्टिकोण से ही देखते थे। लेकिन अब समय आ गया है कि हमको प्रायोरिटी जो है वो डिमांड साइड मैनेजमेंट को देना पड़ेगा, और हमको उस पर काम करना ही होगा। हमको अपने पानी के उपभोग को घटाने पर पहली प्राथमिकता देते हुए काम करने की आवश्यकता है। हम किस तरह से एग्रीकल्चर में अपने पानी का अधिकतम उपयोग करें, पर ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप के प्रिंसिपल को किस तरह से रियलाइज करें ग्राउंड पे, हमको माइक्रो इरिगेशन को प्रमोट करने के लिए, और उसके साथ साथ में जो एग्रीकल्चर में इस जो नई टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं उनको नीचे डिसेमिनेशन करने के लिए अपने सिस्टर जो है मिनिस्ट्रीज एंड डिपार्टमेंट्स के साथ में अलाइन करके काम करना पड़ेगा। हमने पिछली बार जब भोपाल में हम बैठे थे, हमने चर्चा की थी कि हमको अब प्रेशराइज पाइप के थ्रू इरिगेशन सिस्टम्स को जो है वो इंटीग्रेट करने और उसको एलिवेट और करने के लिए हमको सबको काम करना पड़ेगा। और मैं चाहूंगा कि हम सब लोगों को, हम सब राज्यों के प्रतिनिधियों को भी अपने यहाँ पर कम से कम एक अगले 10 साल का 15 साल का रोड मैप हम बनाएं कि किस तरह से हम जो है वाटर यूज एफिकेसी को अचीव करेंगे। जिस तरह से एनर्जी में हाइड्रोकार्बन फ्यूल को कैसे हम कम करेंगे, इसका एक गोल देश ने डिसाइड किया, वैसे ही वाटर यूज एफिकेसी का एक गोल डिसाइड करने की आवश्यकता है कि हम अगले 10 साल में इस मुकाम तक पहुंचेंगे जो आप लोगों ने किया भी है, और उसको हासिल करने के लिए हम ईयर ऑन ईयर हमारा जो है क्या रोड मैप होगा, इस पर भी हम सबको गंभीरता से विचार करने, और जो कुछ टारगेट हमने तय किया हम उससे बेहतर अचीव करें। जैसा अब तक हमने इस जल शक्ति मंत्रालय बनने के बाद में हर एक विषय में किया है, इस विषय की अपेक्षा मैं आप सबसे करता हूं। हम वाटर यूज एफिकेसी के साथ साथ में रिसाइकल एंड रीयूज पे काम करें। हमने रिसाइकल पॉलिसी, रीयूज पॉलिसी बनाई। आज कितने अर्बनाइजेशन जिस गति से बढ़ रहा है, और इस बढ़ते हुए अर्बनाइजेशन और उसके साथ साथ में भी जो जब से हमने ड्रिंकिंग वाटर प्रोग्राम इनिशिएट किया है, तब से बड़े गांवों में आज 10,000 आबादी के जो गांव है, पंचायत है, उसमें जो पानी पहुंचता है, और अगर 55 लीटर पर कैपिटा के दर से भी अगर मैं कैलकुलेट करूं, बिकॉज मेजॉरिटी ऑफ स्टेट्स ने उसको 55 लीटर से बढ़ा दिया, लेकिन अगर मैं 55 लीटर से भी कैलकुलेट करूं तो 5.5 लाख लीटर पानी होता है, जिसका 80% रिटर्न वाटर की तरह, ग्रे वाटर की तरह बाहर निकलता है। 4 लाख लीटर पानी रोज, मल्टीप्लाइड बाय 365 डेज, वो कितनी बड़ी असर हो सकती है। उसको रिसाइकल, रीयूज करने के लिए हम स्वच्छ भारत मिशन में पैसा हमारे पास उपलब्ध है, नरेगा में हमारे पास पैसा उपलब्ध है। हम कैसे उसको अलाइन करके और आगे ले जाएं, इसको प्राथमिकता के साथ में इस पर काम करने की आवश्यकता है। और उसके अतिरिक्त भी अर्बन वाटर्स पे सूवेज वाटर को ट्रीट करके हम दोहरी सफलता प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। रिवर सिटी अलायंस एनएमसीजी ने बनाया है, पूरी दुनिया के साथ में जो काम हो रहा है उस पर हम आज निगाह बना करके उनके साथ जुड़ करके काम कर सकते हैं। लेकिन वील हैव टू इनिशिएट द पॉलिसीज एंड पुश द पॉलिसीज टू फॉर द बेटर रिजल्ट्स। उसका आउटकम निकले, उसके ऊपर काम करने की आवश्यकता है। हमने पिछली बार जब वहां चर्चा की थी, उन 22 इनिशिएटिव्स में से ये भी एक हमारा इनिशिएटिव था कि हम रिसाइकल एंड रीयूज को किस तरह से जो है प्रमोट करेंगे। और मुझे जैसा बताया गया कि उन सारे 22 विषयों को, जो एक्शनेबल पॉइंट्स हमने निकाले थे, उनको देवाशीष जी और इन सब ने बैठ करके 5 अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में, सेगमेंट्स में डिवाइड किया। और वो 5 सेक्टर्स हैं: वाटर गवर्नेंस, क्लाइमेट रेजिलियंस एंड रिवर हेल्थ इंक्लूडिंग वाटर क्वालिटी, वाटर यूज एफिकेसी, वाटर स्टोरेज और जन भागीदारी। मुझे लगता है कि इन 5 विषयों पर मैं बिना विषय देखे मैंने कुछ बातचीत की है, लेकिन इन 5 विषयों पर मैं ये चाहूंगा कि इन 5 विषयों पर को आगे ले जाने के लिए हम, और आज हम एकत्रित हुए 1 साल पहले, मैं जानता हूं आप सब लोगों पर कितना दबाव होता है, आप सब लोगों के पास में कितनी सारी जिम्मेदारियां होती है। अनुराग यहाँ बैठे हैं, रोज ही जल जीवन मिशन के काम को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए इनको नीचे से और ऊपर से दोनों जगह से धक्का लगता होगा। लेकिन जो है इन विषयों को हम अगले 1 साल बाद हम जब मिलेंगे तब तक के लिए हम स्थगित नहीं कर सकते। हमको इन विषयों पर बात करने के लिए जो है एक ऐसे छोटे छोटे ग्रुप्स, इन सब वर्टिकल वाइज एक जो है एक टीम जो है इसके ऊपर बना दें, और वो टीम के ऊपर जो है देवाशीष जी और ये सब लोग मिलकर के उन सबको स्टीयर करें, और हम अगले 1 साल तक जो है इन सब विषयों पर और ज्यादा फोकस करके सारे जो है इन सारे विषयों को किस तरह से धरातल पर सब लोग मिलकर के उतारें, सब लोग अपनी सफलताओं और विफलताओं से सीखते हुए उस पर काम करें। इस पर और अधिक ध्यान देने और गति बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता है। मित्रों, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से देश बदल भी रहा है और बढ़ भी रहा है, ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण समय में हम सबको सबसे महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर काम करने का सौभाग्यपूर्ण अवसर मिला। पुराने जमाने में भी कहते थे कि पानी का काम सबसे ज्यादा पुण्य देने वाला होता है, और हमारे जो है वेद से लेकर के, पुराण से लेकर के, उपनिषद से लेकर के और हमारे स्मृतियों तक सब जगह, हमारे आख्यान व्याख्यान सब जगह पर पानी की महत्ता, पानी पर काम करने के कारण से होने वाले पुण्य। क्योंकि भारत में हर एक ऐसे विषय, जिस विषय की जो है प्रधानता थी, उसकी प्रधानता को धर्म की डोरी से बांध करके जोड़ा गया। उसका पुण्य एक आउटकम है। ऐसा करके, ऐसा विधान हमारे ऋषियों मनीषियों ने किया था ताकि सामान्य व्यक्ति उसके साथ में जुड़ करके काम कर सके। ये जानते हुए भी कि शायद उन्होंने इस दृष्टिकोण से उसको धर्म की डोरी से बांधा होगा, लेकिन फिर भी इस पानी के विषय पर प्रधानता से हम काम करें, और हम करने का सौभाग्यपूर्ण अवसर हमको अपने जीवन में मिला है। और ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण समय में ये अवसर हमको मिला है जब देश बदल रहा है, तो देश के बदलाव के सारथी बनने का सौभाग्यपूर्ण अवसर हम सबको मिला है। हम सब मिलकर के इस जिम्मेदारी के गुरुत्व को, इस जिम्मेदारी के जो है कि प्राधान्य को समझते हुए हम सब लोग काम करें। और मैं मानता हूं कि यदि ये टीम तय कर ले कि हमें करना है, तो जिस तरह से ग्राउंड वाटर पे काम हुआ और उसमें सफलता मिली है, जिस तरह से गंगा पे काम करते हुए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में सफलता मिली है, जिस तरह से जल जीवन मिशन की हुई प्रोग्रेस को देख करके सारा विश्व चमत्कृत है, उस तरह से हम इन सारे विषयों पर काम करके आने वाले भारत की, विकसित भारत की एक नींव को खड़ा करने में अपना योगदान कर सकते हैं। मैं आप सबको बहुत सारी बधाई देते हुए कल का ऐसा दिन जिस दिन पूरा देश जो है एकता के सूत्र में निबद्ध हुआ था। ये भारत की विविध संस्कृति, अलग अलग बोली, भाषा, रंग, धर्म, मान्यताएं, सांस्कृतिक मान्यताएं, भोजन, परिधान, सब इतनी विविधताओं के होते हुए भी बहुत सारी ऐसी जो है वो एकता के सूत्र में बांधने वाली डोरियां देश में हैं जो भारत को एक बनाती है। मुझे लगता है कि कल राम के रूप में एक दूसरी डोरी, एक डोर को हमने सब ने उसकी ताकत को महसूस किया। ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण समय में हम सब संकल्पबद्ध होकर के एक साथ उठ खड़े हों और ये तय करें कि हम जल समृद्ध भारत बनाएंगे। भारत के विकास में किसी भी दृष्टिकोण से भारत के विकास में पानी की उपलब्धता एक सर जो है स्पीड ब्रेकर या रोड ब्रेकर नहीं बनेगी, इसको सुनिश्चित करेंगे। अगर हम अपनी भूमिका का ठीक से निर्वहन करेंगे, और हम सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि हमें इतनी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका में काम करने का अवसर मिला है, तो निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में जब देश का इतिहास लिखा जाएगा तब जो है इस विषय का उल्लेख तो होगा ही, इस विषय पर काम करने वाले लोगों का तो उल्लेख होगा ही, और साथ ही साथ देवाशीष जी, महाबलीपुरम में आपने बैठकर के इस पर चर्चा की थी, इसका भी उल्लेख अवश्य होगा। ऐसी शुभकामनाओं के साथ में आप सबसे अपेक्षा करते हुए भारत माता की।
Thank you so much, sir. It was such a motivation that it is inspiring all of us to take a conscious call on that shared commitment for which we all are here together. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, I would like to thank Honorable Minister for gracing this occasion. And with this, I would like to take this opportunity that with the kind permission of Honorable Minister, we would like to have our thematic session on water governance in his gracious presence. So, sir, I would like to request you if you could please take your seat in front of the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for the guests, please. Thank you so much, sir. And now we are taking all this opportunity to have this thematic session on water governance. Friends, water governance is at the heart of sustainable development and the well-being of our communities. It encapsulates policies, practices, and collaborations that ensure the holistic management, conservation, and equitable distribution of water resources. Today, we are gathering here to delve into the new nuances of water governance, to share insights, and to chart a course towards effective and inclusive water management. I would like to share with you that this thematic session underscores the importance of effective water governance in the face of evolving challenges such as climate change, ever-burgeoning population, and a rapid urbanization. The gracious presence of Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, itself explains the importance of this session. And as Honorable Minister has shared with us that all these sessions are going to strengthen the building blocks of the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of making India a developed country. So this session on water governance is going to witness an eminent galaxy over here on the stage, and as we can see, that stage is getting all decked up for that galaxy. And now I would like to invite the chair and co-chair of the water governance, and along with that, the other dignitaries over here on the dais. So to start with, please join me in welcoming on the stage, firstly, the chair of this thematic session 2, which is going to be on water governance, Shri Chaitanya Prasad, Additional Chief Secretary, WRD, Government of Bihar. Please put your hands together for him. I welcome you, sir, on the stage. And this session is going to be co-chaired by Shri Rajesh Sukumar Topu, Special Secretary, WRD, Government of Chhattisgarh. Please put your hands together for him. I request you, sir, to please come on the stage. I would also like to invite on the dais Shri D.S. Chaskar, Chief Engineer, NWA CWC Pune. Please put your hands together for him. Also join me in welcoming on the dais is Shri Bijay Bhagat, Superintending Engineer, WRD, Government of Jharkhand. I welcome you on the stage, sir. Also, please join me in welcoming over here in this galaxy on the dais Shri Chandar Gand, Secretary WRD and PWRDA. Please put your hands together for him. We welcome you, sir, on the stage. We would also like to welcome on the dais Shri Linga Raj Gaunda, Engineer in Chief, Planning and Design, WRD, Government of Odisha. Please put your hands together for him. With your round of claps, I would like to invite our next delegate, the next panelist over here on the stage, Dr. Vijay Pakhmode, Additional Director, GSDA, Government of Maharashtra. Please put your hands together for him. I would also like to invite on the stage Shri Alok Prem Nagar, JS Governance, Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Government of India. आपकी तालियों के साथ उनका स्वागत करेंगे, please. On the dais, we would also request to join Shri Deepak Srivastav, PCCF, Tamil Nadu. Please put your hands together for him. We welcome you, sir, over here on the stage. And with this, we can see that our dais is all decked up with this eminent galaxy, which is going to have this thematic session on water governance. And here, as we all know, that we are running as per the interest of time. So as this session is going to be chaired by Chaitanya Prasad, sir. So, sir, we are going to provide you with a timer and a bell. It is right in front of you. The timer says 10 minutes for each speaker, and the bell says that on 11th minute it should ring. So now, sir, it will be over to you. So I would like to request you to give your opening remark and then take on the session. Let's have a round of claps for the sir.
Honorable Minister Jal Shakti, Government of India, Secretary Jal Shakti, Mantralaya, Government of India, all the galaxy of dignitaries who I see here, representatives of states, international and national institutions. In ancient times, when man was at the fruit gathering stage, man noticed that when a fruit fell from the fruit tree, an almost identical plant grew up at that time. So that man started taking those seeds and planting them at other places. And that was the beginning of agriculture. Thereafter, man noticed that when there were rains, the fruits were abundant and fruits were larger. But when there were no rains, the fruits became smaller and lesser. So man decided that he needed to irrigate the plants which had to grow and give better fruits. And that was the beginning of irrigation. Around 500 BC, I am talking about Bihar, and especially this happened in many states, rice cultivation was going on, which required abundant water. Now, this water did not remain after the rainy season. So every farmer in south of Bihar, which had a slope towards the north and east, towards the Ganges, started bunding half of their land to store water during the rainy season and releasing it after the rainy season was over. But after some time, the village decided that it would be much more efficient if the entire village bundled their water at one side on the southern side, and they made a channels to irrigate every field. And this was done through Shramdan. So everybody was able to bund their water, water was stored, and it was given to all the fields of the farmers. But at that time, the technology was not so advanced. The bunds to the embankments could only be 3 to 4 feet. Now, this continued for a long time. Around 1850, the science of hydrology advanced, and it was decided and it was shown that if the design was appropriate, the construction was proper, you could make very big embankments and very big bunds, And that is when large reservoirs, large dams, they started coming in. So there, for around 100 years after that, the large reservoirs, large dams, large barrages, canal systems, they came into place. And the government entered because the people did not have that wherewithal, the design skill. So the government started making these and supplying to the public at a cost. And that is how we see all that irrigation system came into place. But again, around 1970, it was the 70s decade, it was decided, it was seen that we need the power to go back to the public. So that was the start of public participation in irrigation. And that is how we are going back to the public. And now there are new challenges, the challenges of water governance, challenges of sustainability, challenges of resource mapping the resources, challenges of equitable distribution of resources. And which is why this session is very important. And I have many dignitaries on the stage who are waiting for their presentations. Since the governance has been given to me, I will make that bell in 8 minutes and then again in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now your daunting task has to be started now, because now we are going to have the presentations. So our first presentation is on water governance initiatives, including steps taken by states. And this is from National Water Academy. So I request Shri D.S. Chaskar, Chief Engineer, NWA CWC Pune, to please give your presentation. Please have a round of applause for him.
Respected dignitaries, chair, co-chair, senior officers, delegates, good afternoon. I will be presenting on water governance initiatives, including steps taken by the states. Water governance basically refers to the legal, policy, institutional, and administrative framework, and also the systems and processes which govern the water sector. Initiatives in water sector or water governance, if you have a efficient, effective, and inclusive water governance, that is essential for achieving food, water, and energy security. Initiatives in water sector needs to be governed by certain basic principles, so that there is a coherence in approaches in dealing with the water issues by different level of governments. And these principles are given in National Water Policy. The first National Water Policy was adopted in 1987. It was reviewed in 2002 and 2012. In pursuance of the National Water Policy, 16 states have adopted their own policies. Next, please. Next. Next. Yeah. 16 states have adopted their own policies. The latest state to adopt the policy is Karnataka. It has also established a high-level authority headed by Deputy Chief Minister and a high-level committee headed by Chief Secretary for implementation of this policy. Next. In my presentation, I am going to touch upon certain important and recent initiatives taken by both central and state governments on some of these thematic areas given in this slide. Next. Water resources data is crucial for decision making and also for policy planning. One of the key elements emphasized in National Water Policy is creation of comprehensive central database. The National Water Informatics Center is entrusted with the responsibility of acting as a central depository of the water and allied resources data. It is collecting the data from central organizations using its WIMS platform. It is disseminating the data through its India Waris platform. And NWIC is also now developing a decision support system called WARIMS, which is based on a unified database of water and allied resources. State governments are also developing their own state water information systems like MP, UP, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh. For a unified database, it is important that the data collected by the state information systems is integrated with the central database. That is why, like NWIC, state WIC is being established in the state governments for development of online state water resources information systems and also to feed the data to the central system. Next. Up till now, 15 states have approved the establishment of SWIC. SWIC is being established with the support from National Hydrology Project to have a synergy between NWIC and the SWIC for integrating the systems and the data. 22 MOAs has been signed by NWIC with the states and UTs. The rest of the MOUs are under process. This is a big collaborative effort, and it is needed that every state and UT comes on board at the earliest. Next. Water charges is one of the most important, powerful, and multi-purpose tool for demand management. However, due to its sensitive nature, it has not yet been utilized to the extent, rather it is underutilized. Next. Many states have enacted laws for establishment of water regulatory authorities. Many are in the process. But it is seen that some of these authorities are not functioning fully. Some of them are not having proper legal support. And some of them are just advisory in nature. Maharashtra Water Resources Regulatory Authority, which is first and functional authority, has demonstrated that it is possible to take this sensitive issue forward if the authority is appropriately empowered. MWRRA is not only empowered for framing and revising the water charges, but also for sectoral allocation and also for clearance of new water resources projects in conformity with the integrated state water plan. In fact, Maharashtra is the only state, rather the first state, which has framed its basin-wise water plan and integrated them into a state water plan. It also acts as a state groundwater authority. It has been designated to act as a state groundwater authority. In fact, one of the recommendation of the Bhopal conference was that states should have a single authority for groundwater and surface water so that there is a holistic approach towards the water regulation. Next. In this session, we have two very interesting presentation on the subject. One from Punjab, where PWRDA has recently notified the groundwater regulation rules, and one from Jharkhand, which is going to give a presentation on water policy reforms, water pricing reforms. Next. Periodical groundwater assessment is crucial for shaping the policies for sustainable groundwater use. Next. Dynamic groundwater resources of the country are now being assessed annually through a collaborative effort of state governments and CGWB. Earlier, it used to be done once in 2, 3, or 4 years. We also need to know about the aquifer dynamics. Under NAKIM program, around 25 lakh square kilometer of area has been mapped. Region-wise aquifer maps and management plans are being prepared and shared with the states for sustainable groundwater management. Next. Next. Next, please. Excessive groundwater extraction is a concern in many parts of India, and this concern have led to increased regulatory efforts. In fact, in the recent times, even judiciary has also pushed for more stringent regulations. From time to time, Ministry of Jal Shakti has circulated model groundwater bill, which has been adopted by 21 states and UTs. CGWA, which is a central level authority on the subject, has also amended its guidelines in March 23. As of now, 19 states and UTs are being governed by CGWA, which also includes 5 states or 6 states which have implemented or enacted the groundwater law. This is basically because even though they have enacted the law, they have not established the groundwater authority, or they have not empowered the authority appropriately. In fact, in today's session, we are going to have one presentation from Maharashtra, where even though they have designated NWRRA as a groundwater authority, still they are getting governed by CGWA because that authority has not been empowered. Next. One of the important area where we need to focus on is enabling policies for the circular economy in the water sector. Next. NMCG has already come out with a national framework for safe reuse of treated wastewater. This framework will guide the state to formulate their policies. A draft policy template has also been developed. Niti Aayog has also come up with a strategy paper on the subject. Some of the states do have reuse policies, and some of them have a very ambitious target also. Gujarat has 100% reuse target by 2030, Haryana by 2033, and Karnataka 50% reuse target by 2030. Among the cities, Chennai is one of the remarkable example where large-scale tertiary treated wastewater is being supplied to the industries. Surat is earning an revenue of about 140 crore through supply of treated wastewater to the textile industry. Chandigarh has 100% STP capacity. Next, enhancing water use efficiency is one of the prime strategy for water use for demand management in every water use sector, and we need to create a conducive ecosystem for the same. Next, Ministry of Jal Shakti has established Ministry of Jal Shakti has established Bureau of Water Use Efficiency on the lines of Bureau of Energy Efficiency for promoting efficiency norms in all sectors. A draft action plan for this bureau for the next 2 years have been prepared based on the recommendations given by task force. And MOU has also been signed by the bureau with Indian Plumbing Association for awareness creation and for promoting water efficient gadgets, structures and processes. Next, water auditing and benchmarking of irrigation project is a proven and globally accepted technique for improving the performance of irrigation project. We need to embed these activities in our administrative procedures. Maharashtra is the only state having a dedicated institutional setup for undertaking these activities, and numerous projects have been audited. Many states have innovative schemes for incentivizing water saving, like Pani Bachao Pani Kamao scheme of Government of Punjab, Mera Pani Meri Vasat scheme by Virasat scheme by Government of Haryana, which is basically a scheme for crop diversification. UP has also come up with a scheme called UP Accelerator Pragati, program for agriculture transformation and increased incomes. Next, water storage creation at all sizes, small, medium, large, continues to be vital for supply augmentation and source sustainability. It is also required for mitigating the impact of climate change. India's first water body census, having a comprehensive database of 2.4 million water bodies, was published by Ministry of Jal Shakti recently. More than 70,000 Amrit Sarovars were rejuvenated based on the whole of government approach. Ministry of Jal Shakti has taken many steps for the implementation of the recommendations of the provisions of the Dam Safety Act, which provides for the safety of water storage infrastructure. Next, Jan Bhagidari is the key to the success of every initiative in water sector, and it is also important prerequisite for implementing water budget at local level. Activities under Atal Bhujal Yojana include preparation of water budget and water security plan at Gram Panchayat level by involving communities. Work on more than 10 lakh water conservation structures were undertaken with community participation under Cash the Rain 2023 campaign. At the state level, we have a remarkable example of Kerala, who is trying to institutionalize water budgeting at local level through its Nava Keralam Karma Padati scheme. Next, as emphasized by Secretary Ma'am in the inaugural session, capacity building needs to be upscaled in water sector. Ministry is focusing on capacity building as a part of its centrally sponsored schemes, and also through the 3 training institutions located at Pune, Raipur and Tejpur. Recently, for the first time, a training needs assessment workshop was conducted in June 2023. And based on the input received, training programs are being developed and conducted by the institutes. With the initiative from National Water Mission, Jal Shakti Kendras as knowledge information centers have been established in 661 district headquarters under Jal Shakti Abhiyan Cash the Rain 2023. Next. India also has a responsibility towards United Nations 2030 agenda for sustainable development. Water and sanitation is at the core of this agenda and also has a linkages with many other goals. Our water governance initiatives need to be aligned with these SDG goals. Next, I conclude by saying that through appropriate initiatives at all government levels, we need to create a conducive ecosystem for efficient, effective, and inclusive governance of the water sector in line with national water policy provisions and sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would like to invite Shri Deepak Srivastav, PCCF Tamil Nadu, for his presentation on integrated planning for wetland conservation and management. Please put your hands together for him.
A very good evening to all dignitaries of the dais and on the dais. So, this presentation is about, yes, please. Okay. So, this presentation is about wetlands. Many a times there is a confusion that what is the difference between water and wetlands. So, answer is very simple, that water creates water bodies and water also creates wetlands. Any land which is saturated with water, either brackish or fresh water, whether it is permanent or temporary, whether it is seasonal or perennial, or whether it is static or flowing. This is the Ramsar Convention of International Convention of Ramsar Sites, Convention on Ramsar, which is International Convention on Ramsar, gives this definition of wetlands as the standard definition. Now, next please. This wetlands, next slide please. Okay, sorry. Is it working? Yeah. Now, these are the extraordinary diverse ecosystem, which is called ubiquitous ecosystem, because we all know that the trees and the forest are the lungs of the earth. The wetlands are the kidneys of the earth. Why I'm telling that wetlands are the kidneys of the earth? Because lot of contaminants and lot of pollution which is trapped in the sediments of the wetland, soil, sediments, doesn't filter in, doesn't go into the groundwater. In a study which has happened, Chilka Lake, other lakes also, lot of sedimentation pollution has happened, like in form of cadmium, chromium, arsenic, which has lessened the, you can say, the groundwater pollution. Now in Tamil Nadu, we have given this study for 40 wetlands to Center for Environment Studies, Anna University. Now you see the wetlands, how diverse the ecosystem is. That right from the role of the water body to the climate change, the wetland does that function. Next, please. Now you see, this is an IPCC report of 2000, year 2000, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Prediction was made in 2000 that what is going to be a situation in 2025 and 2021. And we are just nearing 2025. And you see, any of the parameters, any of the projections which were not made that time is not happening here. It is quite evident that it is happening, and the situation will worsen when we move on to 2001, 2100, even 2050. So therefore, as has been widely recognized in this August forum, that each year will count towards the water security, towards the climate security, and towards the food security, which the wetlands takes care of. Next, please. Now, this was the declaration of Ramsar sites. Actually, Government of India, under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister of India, in 2022, we initiated the process of declaring 75 wetlands under the Bharat Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And in 2022, 26 wetlands were added to a list of 49 making it 75, and Tamil Nadu was the highest contributor of 13 out of that 26. And now we were in 2002 only one wetland as a Ramsar site out of 46. Now we are top with 14 Ramsar sites in entire country. So how that could happen? Our Honorable Prime Minister in Mann Ki Baat told that these wetlands have become Ramsar site not because of the efforts of the bureaucratic, you can say that bureaucracy or the leaders. Because of local communities, this has become Ramsar sites. And it is very true. Why it is very true? Out of 9 criteria, you see that first Ramsar site, I am taking example of Tamil Nadu, but this is applicable to entire country. In 2002, these wetlands are also there. These wetlands are also there. And similarly, 75 wetlands which are there today as a Ramsar site, all wetlands were there in 2002. But any one criteria out of 9 criteria, if it is fulfilled, that becomes a Ramsar site. Now here all the wetlands fulfilled 6 to 8 criteria. Now you tell me whether it is not the role of the local communities who have protected and preserved the biodiversity, who has preserved the water quality, who have preserved the, you can say, the extent of, you can say, the physical boundaries. So therefore, it is the local role of the local communities which has led to the declaration of Ramsar sites. And on 2nd of February, we may see more Ramsar sites coming to country. So we are growing in terms of, we are growing internationally. Definitely we are growing internationally, that we are adding. And these Ramsar sites are not only for ecological protection of the ecological character. It is for promoting ecotourism. It is for promoting responsible ecotourism. It is for promoting a lot of local employment. So therefore, here the convergence has to be there with the Ministry of Tourism also in a large scale to make these sites the international sites of tourism. Next, please. Now, this is the very important, this thing. ISRO carried out a report under the Ministry of Environment Forest as National Wetland Inventory and Assessment Report of 2011. In 2011 report, 7 lakh wetlands in entire country was mapped in a shapefile. And the entire country's geographical area comprising of wetland was only 4.62% of the total geographical area. In Tamil Nadu, 42,978 wetlands. Out of that, means comprising of 6.92% of geographical area. But still, Tamil Nadu is water stressed. It is 920 or 930 cubic million meter per person. So we are well below mark of 1700. So we are water stressed. Therefore, what we did, with the help of those shape files, we identified the wetlands. Where are those wetlands? We could now, out of 24,000 odd wetlands of 2.25 hectares and more, we could identify 7,600 wetlands physically. And the process is going on. Next, please. Now what has happened? Again, the question comes of Bhagidari. These wetlands cannot be protected unless there is a Bhagidari. There is a connect, the people are connected to the wetlands. Now what we did, we have registered the friends of wetlands throughout the district, and 4,857 friends of wetlands have been registered in various districts. And what they are doing, only one great duty they are doing. They are just preventing the entry of the solid waste disposal into the wetlands. And you will be surprised to know that in 2 days, Saturday, Sunday, all the school students who are wetland mitras, college students who are going to clean the wetland, are collecting 545 kg of plastic for 2 days. 545 kg of plastic per wetland in 2 days time. You see how much solid waste there is a probability of getting into this water bodies. So first step in the restoration is to prevent the impurification or plastic waste contamination in the wetlands, because that will lead to microplastics into the oceans. Then it will lead to microplastics in the clouds, which is evident from the recent studies. Next, please. So these are the various services which is carried out by the wetlands. I will go to the next slide because time is running out. Now we have valued our wetlands. We have done the study for 80 prioritized wetlands of Tamil Nadu. So, but I will still, even after showing this slide, figures are mind-boggling, but still I will say that it is undervalued, it is underappreciated, both. 4,000, please go to the next slide. 4,386 crore of the worth of ecosystem services is emanated from the 80 prioritized wetlands of Tamil Nadu. On an average, it comes 54 crore per wetland per annum. Out of this 4,386, please go next. Yeah, out of this, only 14,028 crore is from water, only water. And this value has been arrived based on the international default value, then converting into the contingent valuation method locally, and then willingness to pay sampling method. But it is there, but in this carbon value is not added. Wetlands have got very important role in carbon sequestration, which is missing. If we add that, it will go 3 times more. And one very important thing I would like to say, for this 80 prioritized wetlands, the potential value is 17,000 odd crore, 17,000 odd crore per annum. And the value, current value is only 4,300. So 13,000 crore value is loss of ecosystem because of contamination. So that's why I'm telling it is very underappreciated, undervalued. Next, please. This I have just added because land-based ecosystems, your inland wetlands are linked to coastal waters. So whatever contamination goes there, it again affects our entire ecosystem. So just it's a blue carbon ecosystem, which is a premium carbon in the voluntary carbon market now. If the inland ecosystems carbon will cost $5 per ton, this premium is going to cost $20 to $30 per ton in current, and in 2050, when the voluntary carbon market is going to be 100 billion industry, then it may cost $60 to $70 per ton. So this is the value of premium carbon. Next, please. So these are few of the things which we have done to rejuvenate our coastal waters. Because mangroves, you know, that these are the, you can say, storehouse of the premium blue carbon, and this is attached to the local communities. We have formed village mangrove councils so that with the mangroves, fisheries get improved, and the fisheries, the local livelihood get improved. So it's all linked to the livelihood. Next, please. This I will not, because it is all common to water bodies and wetlands, I will not dwell upon this slide more. Next, please. This also we can skip because I want to show pictures at the last, because this is I think ranked twice. It has already been, I have been alerted, cautioned. Next, please. Next, please. These are the things which are ecosystem health cards of wetlands, which we are doing with the help of Anna University here. So we are preparing ecosystem health cards as a baseline value so that we can know the interventions which are required to be taken as a means in the sectoral plan of the entire interdepartmental sectoral plan. Next, please. This will also I will skip. Next. Now you see glimpse of cleaning activities in wetlands. So everywhere we are involving school students, even then villagers, college students, NGOs, scientific communities, all. Next, please. You see how this is a regular work of entire Saturday, Sunday people will assemble, and they will do as a friends of wetlands. They will upload the pictures in the web portal of the Tamil Nadu Wetlands Mission. Mission, yes. I forgot to tell that Tamil Nadu is the only state which has launched Tamil Nadu Wetlands Mission by the present government. So we are means it's a great vision of our Honorable Chief Minister, and we would like to converge with the Government of India for taking it further. Next, please. So this is all you see. These are the Ramsar sites. This invasive species is being taken to improve the water holding capacity. Next, please. So this is all I wanted to say. Thank you so much. And I am so thankful to the Ministry of Jal Shakti for giving me such a wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would like to request the esteemed speakers over here to kindly respect the time boundaries that we have allocated over here. So now I would like to invite Mr. Bijay Bhagat, Superintending Engineer, WRD, Government of Jharkhand. He'll be going to give a presentation on water pricing reforms in Jharkhand. That's a case study. To please put your hands together for him.
All the dignitaries on the dais, all secretaries. My presentation is on water pricing reform in Jharkhand. I am presenting this presentation on behalf of Mr. Prashant Kumar, Secretary, WRD Jharkhand. This is the outline of my presentation. This is the background. Old water tariff reform adopted in Jharkhand. Impact of reforms. Jharkhand is a mineral-rich state, and there is immense scope of industrial development. River system in Jharkhand are mostly non-perennial, and groundwater aquifer are confined and limited in capacity. Proper water pricing plays important role in efficient use of surface water for industrial growth and revenue collection for the state. It can also help in reducing the exploitation of groundwater. A new water tariff has been implemented in the year 2023 for withdrawal from surface water sources, revising the earlier applicable rates. Notification issued in next. Yeah. Yeah. Next. This is the old water tariff. In 2001, after creation of Jharkhand state adopted the water pricing policies applicable in the state of Bihar. Then all the rates, all the for all the users and all the sources, the rate are flat, that is 4 rupees 50 paise per 1,000 gallon. In 2011, state government had revised the rate and classified the source and use of water. And industrial and commercial use per 1,000 gallons from river was 910 rupees, 9 rupees 10 paise, from dam 26 rupees 40 paise, and canal 65 rupees 50 paise. Like that, cold drink, beverage, mineral water is very high, that is 45 rupees 50 paise from river, 131.90 from dam, and 327 rupees 60 paise from canal. Municipality and municipal corporation and for drinking water and sanitation department, from river 7. This is flat rate for all sources. Then revised water tariff issued in 2011 is lead a lot of litigation with industrial consumer, thereby reducing compliance and revenue collections. Next. The- This water tariff issued in 2011 leads lot of litigation, like dispute with Tata Steel. Tata Steel, argument of Tata Steel was rate notification was issued without draft application and stakeholder consultations. Water tariff from downstream of river is not defined in the rate notification. Tata Steel urged that water tariff for component of water being used for municipal supply must be charged at municipal rate. And the rate jumps in rates is two steps, that is 450 rupees to 26 rupees 40 paise. Next. Tata Steel approach on the above ground, Tata Steel approached on Honorable High Court Jharkhand and challenged the notification. High Court Jharkhand directed the state not to take corrosive action and also directed Tata Steel to pay interim amount of rupees 1 crore per month against the monthly demand of rupees 12 crore approximately raised by the state government as per water tariff 2011. As on 21st March 23, the pending dues of Tata Steel is 1,082 crore plus interest charge at 10% per month. Like that dispute also raised by Adhunik Power. Adhunik Power also challenged the rate notification issued in 2011. Adhunik Power also approached in High Court Jharkhand and challenged the notification on the above ground. Honorable Jarod directed the state not to take corrosive action. Adhunik Power used to pay at the old rate. And as on 31st March 23, the pending dues with Adhunik Power is 370 crore plus interest. Next. Dispute with BIT Mesra. Actually, the rate issued in 2011, no road slab for academic institution drawing water for municipal use. They urge that industrial commercial consumer rate is very high and it is not very high for them and requested to charge at municipal rate, that is 7 rupees 60 paise per 1,000 gallon. DPS rate is also very high, that is 10% per month. Payment was struck by BIT Mesra in dispute. Next. Casual analysis of disputes by state government. Classification of sources is inadequate. Downstream of river is not defined. Classification of consumers inadequate. Academic institution not defined. Municipal use by industrial organization is also not defined. Charging of municipal use by industrial organization at industrial use rate appeared unfair. 10% DPS was highly corrosive. Water tariff notification 2011 was done without any stakeholder consultation and rate jump was very high. Next. Needs for reforms. To resolve disputes, improve compliance, promote industry-friendly ecosystem, enhance revenue collections. Reforms undertaken by the government, proper classification of sources, proper classification of consumers, fair pricing of municipal use case, fair DPS, incentive for advance payment, stakeholder consultation before next tariff notification. Next. This is the latest notification of Government of Jharkhand from 1st April 23. Next, classification of sources. The new classification distinctly categorized water sources. Natural sources like river, nala, and stream, reservoir and downstream of reservoir, constructed canal. Provides clarity that downstream of reservoir is also controlled water supply from dam and will be charged at the same rate as reservoir. Classification of consumers. Industrial, commercial organization. Drinking water and municipal use. It is classified in three groups: drinking water and municipal use of industrial organization, private institution, private educational institute. In 2011 notification, this is not, clarity is not there. Drinking water and municipal use of Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation and urban local bodies. Drinking water and municipal use of Drinking Water and Sanitation Department. Next, just and fair pricing. Rates of municipal use of water by industrial, commercial, institutional consumer reduce the rate 4.3 per kiloliter, just slightly higher than the municipality consumer. No enhancement in new water tariff notification 2023, same as 2011 water tariff with 7.5% annual increment. DPS reduced from 2% to 10%, and 5% incentive for the lump sum payment made in the first quarter of fiscal year. The water charge unit is simplified and kept as 100 as per 1000 liter instead of 1000 gallon. Extensive stakeholder consultation was made before issuing the new water tariff notification 2023. Impact of reforms. From 1st April 23, Tata Steel started complying with the new water tariff, paying around rupees 9 crore per month since then. From April 23, Adhonik Power started paying as per new tariff, and it is about 3.70 crore per month, and also paying 2 crore per month extra for past dues. Bokaro Steel Plant, Hindustan Copper Limited and Uranium Corporation Limited have come forward to resolve the dispute, and dialogue is going on. BT Mesra started making payment as per new tariff. Next. This is the impact of reforms. In 2019-20, our revenue collection was 61.4 crore. In 2020-21, 55.36. In 21-22, 70.34. 22-23, 76.81. After new water tariff implemented in April 23, till in the year 23-24, till December, it is 149.76 crore, and projected revenue will be about 200 crore in the year 2023. Next. Jharkhand water pricing reforms represent a progressive step towards sustainable and fair water management. By balancing the needs of diverse stakeholders and prioritizing clarity, fairness, and stakeholder engagement, the state sets a tone for industry-friendly ecosystem. These reforms not only address current challenges but also pave the way for future water resources management initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we are going to have the presentation on State Water Regulatory Authority from Punjab. And I would like to request Shri Chandar Gain, Secretary WRD and PWRDA, to please give the presentation. Please put your hands together for him.
Good evening. Now the topic is Punjab Water Regulation and Development Authority. Punjab has taken initiative to make this authority around in 2020. Slide please. And this authority is basically consists of a chairman and two members. And objective of this development authority is to manage and regulate the water for its judicious, equitable, and sustainable utilization. The main functions like directions under section 15 for regulation and conservation of water, we have adopted these direction under section 15. Next. So there are 15 directions. Basically, this authority is controlling commercial establishments and business establishment who uses the water in their factories and their other establishments. And certain things like drinking water and water to the urban local bodies, these are exempted. So I'm not going to read all these 15. The authority may issue directions regarding the development management. So this is so these are the directions which we issue, made for maybe for drilling or digging, maybe for recharging, including rainwater harvesting, made be for users drawing groundwater to register the extraction structure, or any other direction as may be considered necessary to achieve the objective of this act, provided that no direction shall be issued for extraction of water for drinking and domestic use. Next. Punjab Groundwater Extraction and Conservation Direction to 2023, effective from February 1, 2023. So you have started making charges for these extractions from this date, and grace in the volumetric charges for groundwater extraction to be paid by non-exempt users like commercial and business establishments, like I told you earlier, with effect from this date, 1st February 2023. Then we have given grace period to apply for permission based on the volume of the extraction also. Water meters to be installed by all the users, this is mandatory. Then we have made mandatory for piezometers and DWLR to be installed by the big users like big industrialists. Then there is water conservation schemes and water credits also, which we have started soon. Violation of the direction attracts the non-compliance charges. Next. So exemption also we have given for the groundwater extraction, as I told, for drinking and domestic use, and for use in the agriculture and allied industry, places of worship like mandir, gurdwara and masjid, etc., drinking water supply schemes of the government, establishment of the military and central paramilitary forces, urban local bodies, Panchayati Raj, institution, cantonment boards, improvement trust, urban development authorities. So units extracting up to 300 cubic meters of groundwater per month are also exempted. So 300 cubic meters is not considered to be a bigger amount of the water, like every household or every small unit can use this amount. Groundwater permissions, Punjab government gives this groundwater permission for 3 years. Period for submitting application for authority. This is we are now extending this timeline. If it is extracting 15,000, more than 15,000 cubic meters per month, then this is the date. Like next, 30th of June 2023, 1500 to 15,000, 30th November, and these are the deadlines for submitting applications to the authority, which is valid for 3 years. Next. So users can apply online for groundwater extraction, operating drilling rigs, operating water tanks. Next. 3 zones are there, like orange, as everybody knows. 3 zones, orange, yellow and green. Stage of groundwater, more than 200% it is orange, 100 but less than 200 it is 53 yellow, and more than 70, less than 90 is 37 blocks green. So these are the blocks, and these are the orange, yellow, and green. These are three. Punjab is divided into these three lines. Next chart will show. Next, this is Punjab. Then this is orange is mostly exploited, most exploited area. Then it is yellow, a little less, and green is a better one. So daily, day by day, we are going down in terms of water because the extraction of water is too much. Next. These are groundwater extracted per cubic meter monthly charges. So up to 300 zero, more than 300 to 1500 cubic meters is like these are the charges. So these are the charges per cubic meter per in rupees only. 4 rupees, 6 rupees, 10 and 14 like this. Next. We encourage this conservation also. User may submit water conservation scheme for approval of the authority, like rainwater conservation, or anybody can have a STP in his field, in his factory, like a distillery, or he can give that water to the farmers. So in that case, a rebate of 2.50 per cubic meter government gives. Still, the applications are not coming in a big number. So we are private water conservation schemes, like user apply for permission, and then authority gets the verification, authority grants the permission, then user also conserves the water. So these still we are in the early stages. Punjab is around 3 years back story in this water regulatory bodies, but we are getting ahead very fast. Sooner we will be pioneer, I can say. Next. These are the specific. Now we have given some specifications of the water meters also, and it is given on the website. So more than 300 to 15,000 cubic meter mechanical meter or digital flow meter with or without telemetry. More than 1500 cubic meters digital flow meter with telemetry. So these are we have specified the water meters. The industrialist will have to apply the get these water meters on their water connections. Next. So payment of groundwater extraction charges. Self-assessment by users, like all the industries get themselves self-assessed that this is the monthly reading of the water meter, and they report it to the authority by 20th of every month. Next. Now, as I told you that we are getting ahead in this direction, the authority is very much concerned now. We are going to implement through DICWRD at district level. Under the DM of every district, we have made these committees who will be inspecting the units periodically and checking whether they are applying whether they have applied, or whether they are giving water taxes or not. And then next. And then they will tell them to apply for it online. So limitations are also there. Limited response from the factories are there, because they feel that why we people only are being enforced for this authority act. Why not others? Because in this factory industry, only 3 to 4 people comes, I think. Industry feel that groundwater charges are very high. Then lack of trained personnel at the field staff. Like I told you that we are in the initial stage, 3 years story only. So these are the limitations. So we are going to make camps in the districts also to make aware the industry people in a good way, so that they can come forward and apply online. Next. So this is all. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir. And now we are going to have the presentation on use of remote sensing, GIS, and mathematical modeling in flood management and flood forecasting. It would be from the state of Bihar. So I would like to request Chaitanya, sir, to please address, along with his presentation, I feel, sir, you have that. Yeah, so let's have a round of applause for him.
Can you put on the presentation, please? Is it possible to make it full screen over there? I can see it more easily then. Thank you. So this is about the use of remote sensing, GIS, and mathematical modeling in flood management and flood forecasting. Next. Where do I point this? Next. Okay. This is the map of Bihar with the rivers of Bihar shown there. You will see that there is a massive network of rivers in North Bihar, of rivers with their tributaries, all coming from Nepal. Starting from the Ghagra, which is on the Bihar-UP border, the Gandak, Budhi Gandak, Bagmati, the Kosi, and lesser number of rivers in South Bihar, the Son and the Punpun. So you would realize the rivers of Bihar both are a bane and a boon for Bihar. A boon because they give life-giving water, and they contribute to irrigation through a massive network of canals, both on the Gandak and the Kosi rivers. And a bane because during floods, they can cause massive devastation, they cause havoc, and they cause tremendous loss of life and property. Next. This is an overview of flood situation in Bihar. Just to give you an idea, this is the area flooded in 2017. The blue portions are the areas that were flooded in 2017. That was not a very massive flood, but there you see it. This is the area that was flooded in 2020. This you would see is basically from the Gandak and the Bagmati rivers with the other rivers which are contributing to it. The portions down there in orange are the dry portions. This is the area flooded in 2008. Substantial flooding. The Kosi River had these massive floods in 2008. And most of these were due to breaches of embankments. This is 2021. Again, floods in many rivers, and Gandak, Bagmati, Kosi, floods everywhere. 2007, again a year of very large floods. This is the extent of flood in Bihar. And you would see that a large portion, almost 38 districts, out of 38 districts, 29 districts are flood prone. Not moving. 76% of the area of the state has faced floods during the last 15 years, that is 2007 to 2023. After the very steep floods, the steep slope in the Himalayas from which the rivers come, they come to the gentle slope in Bihar, resulting in deposition of silt, and that is one of the major causes of floods in the state. And being located in the lower part of the Ganga basin, a large volume of water laden with silt comes from up ahead in the Ganges and finally piles up here before emptying into the Bay of Bengal. Now, we have been introducing latest technology in water resource development, water resource management, and the key areas both structural and non-structural. Structural, we have to do embankment protection because embankment breaches are a major cause for floods. River training works have to be undertaken. Bank protection, when the rivers come very close to the embankments, we have to do bank protection. We have real-time data acquisition systems, RTDAS. We have a complete embankment asset management system where the entire embankments are fully mapped, all the details, the sections, the spurs, all the groins, and all other structures are fully mapped there. We conduct regular river morphological studies. We have flood forecasting and early warning systems, about which I'll tell you more later. And we also conduct inundation mapping of the rivers. Now, the difference between the conventional practices and the new approach towards flood management. Now, the identification of critical sites was earlier done by using the experience of local engineers and feedback from the local people. Now, after introduction of GIS and remote sensing, historical satellite images help in identification of critical reaches. Anti-erosion works were doing through measurement of current bank line and an inquiry from locals to decide how much was bank shift. Now, historical satellite images of the identified sites are being analyzed for assessment of the extent of erosion over time. During flood season, the scenario in terms of water level, rainfall, embankment, health report were sent across, transmitted through fax, telephone, mail, wireless. Now we have custom-built mobile applications, websites, which collect, collate, and transmit information. The alignment of embankments and canals was done through field surveys and study of cadastral maps. Now the latest high-resolution satellite images are being used to fix alignment, which comprise minimum need for land acquisition, avoid shifting and demolition of structures, and cutting of trees. Now the conventional practice, topographic surveys was conducted. Now we do satellite and airborne bulk acquisition of elevation data over a large area for greater accuracy and time-saving properties. The data of rainfall, water level, and discharge was collected manually and transmitted to headquarters through conventional means. Now we have real-time data acquisition systems. The rainfall everywhere now we get from automatic rain gauges. We have it in every block, every panchayat in the state now. River training and anti-erosion works, where we used empty cement bags, nylon crates, wire crates. Now we use the latest materials, durable, effective, efficient. Geobags, geotubes, geotextiles, rope gabions, sheet piles. Early warning systems, we earlier used fax, wireless, bulletin. 1 day water level forecast was done. Now we have mobile alerts, websites, SMS, email, social media, and we forecast for 3 to 5 days now in advance. Now, what are the activities undertaken? We procure satellite imageries. We take data from real-time data acquisition systems. We use our embankment asset management system. We have developed our own flood forecasting model, and through a mathematical model center, which was aided by the World Bank. We have a flood information website. We disseminate outreach and synergy with stakeholders. Institutional strengthening of flood management and training and capacity building are a part of it. I'll go through it very fast. Satellite data sources are inputs, GIS database, real-time data acquisition systems, real-time rainfall data for flood forecast modeling. We have 1,000 sources now for real-time rainfall data. We have installed sensors for levels discharge also at various critical points. We take rainfall forecast from IMD and from our own Bihar Mausam Seva Kendra. And we take inputs, huge amount of software, hardware, data centers have been done. Now, this is interesting where you will see satellite imagery is used for river training works. Now, on the left, you will see that red point, the yellow point with the red circle. That is the river Ganges, which breached in the year 2010, September 2010. The meandering part of it, you will see where it is attacking the embankment. Thereafter, trend study was done to understand how and why this happened. The way the river bank was shifting towards the embankment was studied, and it was planned in February 2011 to make a new pilot channel which cut off the meandering part of the river. This is the satellite imagery of the work actually being done. That thin blue line is the pilot channel seen from space. Then that is 30th September 2011. Then 24th September 2012, that thin red line becomes broader. And September 2023, the course of the river Gandak has shifted and the attack on the embankment is over. This is another place, the river Ganga near Salehpur, Tandaspur. This river, the river formed an acute loop and was attacking the embankment for the past many years. Again, we constructed a final channel. And this is the final course of the river, the final outcome, which has changed the course of the river Gandak in this area also. Now for spur positioning, we use 2D modeling, spurs or groins as many places it's called. The positioning of the proposed spurs, the protrusion length of the proposed spurs, the orientation of the spurs, the orientation, whether it's upstream or downstream or perpendicular, will make it either normal or repelling or attracting. The impact of the proposed spurs on existing spurs downstream and other properties of the river. These are all done through 2D modeling. This is the Kosi River that you see, the shoal in between also you see. Due to the shoal formation near 6 to 6.4 kilometers, the river was attacking the embankment. Now, spur positioning was done. There you see the newly constructed spur in an oval circle. The shoal gets eroded thereby and reducing the pressure on the embankment. Now you see here the anti-erosion works that we take up on an annual basis. Every year we have to take up. The bed bars are constructed, the embankments are strengthened, and we have to do so much more work to protect the embankments. I'll skip over the flow process for anti-erosion works, where basically we identify the critical sites every year. We do work on that. We take feedback from the people. We then assess how the work served its purpose or not, and in the next year we have to do it again. And this process gets repeated almost every year. But hopefully now, in many places we don't have to repeat, where we are able to do more permanent work. The flood forecast, this is the other part of it. That was flood management. We use input data where we use forecasted data as well as actual data. We use the data of levels and discharge. We use hydrological models, hydrodynamic models, and the results are processed. And what comes out is a 3-day to 5-day forecast, which is disseminated. We have a flood bulletin, a daily flood bulletin that comes out, which we disseminate to our people as well as to the public. This is the flood forecasting, the 72 hours real-time flood warning system. It gives you time to act. It gives the public time to act. It gives our engineers time to act. The real-time rain information, water level information, flood forecast model, the flood, the report generated, the website, mail, the SMS, and now we have also an app-based system where every person in that area gets a message if there is a danger of floods in the next 72 hours. We do 3-day and 5-day flood forecasting at 43 locations in the state for all the rivers, the Bagmati and Adwara river system, the Kosi river system, the Gandak river system, the Mahananda river system, and the Ganga system. So many places we do flood forecasting to give warning, danger levels, everything. This is the format, just for a short view. This is what we give out on a daily basis. Only for the Ganges I am showing. The similar is done for others, where the stations, the sites where they are forecasted is shown in the second column. The highest flood level is shown, the danger level is shown, the observed water level at 6 a.m. This report is at 12:30 on 31st of October 2023. And the forecast water levels on 31st, as on 31st, 1st and 2nd, they are all shown. So on every day, this will keep changing. And one can see how much it corresponded to the forecast. You will notice that the correspondence is very good. And for the first, even at Buxar, you will see 51.2, 51.2 and 51.2. But for the next, you will see it's 51.19, 51.17. So there, as the forecast days, the duration goes up, the errors creep in a bit. The 3-day weather forecast, the flood forecast would be better than the 5-day weather forecast. We are continuously trying to improve that, working on the system. And we have the Befikra system, the Bihar website and mobile application, which is designed to give real-time alerts and community engagement for effective flood and irrigation management. We have irrigation also in this. I would love to show it all to you some other day. And it aims at making Bihar WRD a pioneering state in water resource management by empowering our own officials to effectively plan water resources and promoting partnerships with citizens in realizing the department's vision. This is the system where you will notice these are water levels at various places. We have access to CWC sites. We have our own sites. And when you see them, you'll see those flickering ones. These are the places which are warning signals. That is above the warning level is yellow. And we have danger levels. So this will keep flickering. And when you click on one of those, you'll see the entire details of that place. That is the detail opening up. The early warning systems. Just a last slide where I want to show that we have institutional capacity building going on, data center upgradation. We are doing that. We are now making a physical modeling center at Birpur, which will be the second in the country. The first one is at CWPRS in Pune. Here again, we have the support of the World Bank, and we are doing it. Very soon, you will have it in place, and we will offer these facilities to other states also. We are constructing a water knowledge center at Patna. We have a data analysis and research center that we are going to build up, and irrigation potential enhancement support center that we want to build up. All these are part of a new integrated project we are submitting to the World Bank, where we hope to get the approvals and carry forward. We have an advanced command control center which will take care of all this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks, sir. And now we are going to have the presentation from Odisha, but before that, we are going to showcase a film on Pani Panchayat, and then we'll be calling up the speaker for the presentation. So may we please have the film on Pani Panchayat.
Water, the elixir of life. Harnessing its intrinsic potential, human societies have ensured their food security and nourishment. With the belief that systematic development and maintenance of irrigation infrastructure and efficient use of water by farmers are possible when farmers' organizations are empowered, Odisha enacted the Odisha Pani Panchayat Act 2002. From about 700 water users associations in 2002, To more than 39,000 Pani Panchayats now, water governance in the state is growing participatory. This has got the state accolades in many national forums. The Pani Panchayat movement in Orissa is a saga in sustainable water use. Pani Panchayats in Orissa at the primary level consist of all water users within a specified hydraulic boundary of a major, medium, minor, mega and lift irrigation project. All the landholders in a chak of the Pani Panchayat elect 3 members to the chak committee. One among them represents the chak in the Pani Panchayat. The members of the executive committee elect the president, secretary and treasurer. The distributory committee and project committee get formed at a higher level. Pani Panchayats prepare cropping program, build field channels and reconstruct the old and dilapidated ones, draw plan for the maintenance of irrigation system, manage the lift irrigation points, regulating the use of water through a Varabandi schedule, assist in collection of water rates, resolve disputes, maintain accounts, assisting in the conduct of elections and formation of forums, etc. They also avail grant in aid for desilting, weed removal, repair of linings and painting of shutters, closing of breaches, maintenance of inspection parts, etc. Nearly rupees 600 crore has also been allocated for this from the state funds in the last 3 years. The office bearers are imparting training in Water and Land Management Institute, Valmi, on a myriad of topics. Sinchita, a comprehensive training module, has been introduced for structured training. Exposure visits are also organized for cross-learning purposes. The state government has introduced eCab, a web and mobile app-based application for real-time monitoring of functioning of Pani Panchayats and infrastructure built by them. This has been facilitated at the national level. In order to induce behavioral change at ground level, Pani Panchayat Pakhya or fortnight is observed across 117 divisions and 30 districts every year to acknowledge the immense contribution being made by the Pani Panchayats. Message of the Honorable Chief Minister gets circulated bearing innovative IEC SBCC content. Debate, essay, painting, quiz, exhibition competitions get organized and the best Pani Panchayats and farmers get facilitated by the Honorable Chief Minister. Changing with the times and learning through a robust feedback mechanism, the initial act, operationalized in 2002, has been amended multiple times to make it more inclusive and to obliterate operational challenges by including even fishermen who are at the margins of water use, but that is at the core of their livelihood. The recent mega lift irrigation projects started by the Orissa government has been brought into the ambit of Pani Panchayat. The Orissa Integrated Project for Climate Resilient Agriculture uses the Pani Panchayat's mechanism to promote and implement climate smart agriculture by sourcing resilient seeds and using new technologies. In order to enhance women participation in the decision-making process of the Pani Panchayats, spouses of landholders are entitled to membership. Today, women make 1/3 of its executive committees. Orissa is a leader in strengthening water governance at the cutting edge and in offering the women a leadership role in every conceivable way. This is the story of Pani Panchayat that Orissa wants to share to the world. An ongoing process of enabling, empowering, democratizing the decision-making of the use of one of the most precious resources of Mother Nature, water.
So with this story of Pani Panchayat, let me please invite now Engineer-in-Chief Planning and Design WRD Government of Odisha, Shri Linga Raj Gowda. Please put your hands together for him.
Namaskar and very good afternoon to all. Honorable Secretary MOWR, respected secretaries from different states and union, officers from different states and central government, chair, co-chair of the session, dignitaries on the dais and of the dais. It is a privilege on our part, and on behalf of Government of Odisha DOWR, I extend our heartiest gratitude to be here to give this, to show this film and to talk something about our Pani Panchayat. Already everything has been covered. Just a few points, and then we may deliberate something if required. This is nothing but next slide, please. This is PIM model, Participatory Irrigation Management, which was introduced in the state during 1995 with the formation of water user associations. It was taken up on a pilot basis in 4 projects under Odisha Water Resources Consolidation Project. And we got a very good success in distribution of water through this water user association. So in 2000, it was extended to all the major, medium, minor and lift irrigation projects. And we named this WUA, Water User Association, as Pani Panchayat. Legal status was also given to PPs by enacting Odisha PP Act, Pani Panchayat Act 2002 and Odisha PP Rules 2003. It was about 700 WS in 1995, which is now more than 39,000 and looking after 50% of our command, that is around 23 lakh hectares. Next. The Odisha Pani Panchayat Act 2002 mandates for equitable distribution of water in the head reach, middle reach and tail reach, which is always a problem for, which is always a challenge for us, for the engineers and for the farmers to get equitable distribution, equitable water. This Pani Panchayat consists of all the water users of the specified hydraulic boundary of a project, and all the landholders in a chowk of the Pani Panchayat elect 3 members to the chowk committee. Each chowk committee represents 1 member to the executive committee of the Pani Panchayat. And the members of the executive committee elect the president, secretary and treasurer. All the president, secretary and treasurers of these Pani Panchayats in a distributory area constitute the general body of the distributory committee. It elects 9-member executive committee, which in turn elects its president, secretary and treasurer. That is the executive committee of the distributory committee. All the president, secretaries and treasurers of the distributory committee in turn in a project area constitute the general body of the project committee as a whole. It elects 9-member executive committee, which in turn elects its, again, president, secretary and treasurer. That is the executive committee for the executive committee of the project committee, otherwise called as the APAC committee. And at state level also, there is a committee which is constituted by the government, taking the presidents of these project committees, having maximum number not exceeding 10. This act also includes, in 2002, the fishermen under minority system who don't hold any land. Also, it extended to mega lift irrigation projects which are taken up in our state in a very large scale, giving irrigation to highlands which was not possible by flow irrigation. For women empowerment, 1/3 of the executive committee is constituted by women. Even spouses of landholders are also become member of the Pani Panchayat. Major functions already discussed in the video. I don't want to take time. They carry out the maintenance mostly of the minors, sub-minors and field channels, and also its operation and maintenance, and we provide grant in aid, and there is a government order how to provide grant in aid. In the first year we provide rupees 100 per hectare. Then onwards we pay the percentage of farmers who are paying the membership fee. That percentage we pay out of this 100 rupees, that percentage we pay as grant in aid. From 5th year onwards, we pay the percentage paid by the paid towards the water rate. If they pay 75% water rate, we also pay 75% grant in aid. The office bearers are trained in Walmi, Water and Land Management Institute of our state. Sinchita, a comprehensive training module has been introduced for structured training in a particular way. Most of the topics related to arts, rules, participatory irrigation management, modern practices, climate resilient agriculture, soil health management, IT application, dispute resolution, all these things are trained there. We also conduct exposure visits to farmers to get extra knowledge from other states and center as well. There are use of IT also. We have a e-card model and summon application for addressing address redressal forum. We address the problems, the complaints they are posing before us through these applications. And for sustainability also, we work towards promotion of improved crop productivity, this crop diversification, adaptation to climate change, use of less water, efficient use of water, good quality and resilient seeds. We have also some dissemination knowledge process with IEC, SBCC, and we conduct this now Pani Panchayat Paksha is going on in our state. It starts from January 16th and continues up to 30th of January, where the state level function is organized on 30th, and our Honorable Chief Minister graced that occasion. We conduct a banner. Yes, just 1 minute. This is a chariot and flagged off by our Honorable Minister, MPs, MLS, in the presence of high-level officers, collectors. We conduct panel discussions in TV channels. We conduct competitions such as debate, essay, painting in school, college level. We also select best Pani Panchayats based on their performance, best projects, best farmers, best officers, and also give awards to winners of these competitions, which is attended by graced by our Honorable Chief Minister at state level function. So this is the last slide. Highlights of the Pani Panchayat movement. Legislative measures we have done, acts, rules, bringing in inclusion and equity in water management, assigning water women leadership for women empowerment, and in Odisha, most of the women also take part in this agriculture. Introducing projects to promote climate resilient agriculture and sustainability, leveraging technology such as e-card and summon applications, and garnering laurels awards we have got at national level, which you have seen in the video. Thank you. We may discuss if time permits. Otherwise, thank you. Again, I extend our greatest gratitude to the organizers to speak something about our Pani Panchayat in our state. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we are going to have a presentation on groundwater regulation scenario in Maharashtra. For that, I would like to invite Additional Director, GSDA, Government of Maharashtra, Dr. Vijay Pakmode. Please put your hands together for him.
Good evening to Honorable Secretary Madam and dignitaries on the dais and the dignitaries of the dais. So, groundwater regulation in Maharashtra. Any state for having the sufficient groundwater storage should have the three favorable factors. The first is rainfall, second is topography, and third is geology. But in case of Maharashtra, all these factors are unfavorable because in Maharashtra there are 4 rainfall patterns, and there is no guarantee that this much rainfall will occur in that particular rainy season. So there is a first adverse factor. Second is the topography of Maharashtra is very undulating. So whatever the rainfall occurs, it flows down very fast, And though we have taken the many water conservation structures, they are not sufficient. Third is the most important factor is geology of the state, that out of total area of Maharashtra, 82% of the area, that is green color area, is covered by Deccan basalt, which is a hard rock, and the eastern side pink color area is covered by metamorphic rock, which is 10% area, and total 92% of the area is covered by hard rock. So, what are the water conservation measures we are taking? Even then, it is having limitations for the recharge of the groundwater. So, in the first picture, we can see that because of this, wherever there is water available, people know that, and they have started withdrawing the water, and there is a condition of overexploitation and the development of OCS blocks. Next. For this purpose, in Maharashtra, the management of groundwater and regulation of groundwater is very important. So, the background of groundwater regulation in Maharashtra is as follows. In 1993, actually, the Maharashtra is the pioneer state in bringing the Groundwater Act. So, in 1993, there was a Maharashtra Groundwater Regulation Act, called as 1993, which was for drinking water, and the rules for the same act was prepared in 1995. After that, there was a model bill of Government of India in 2005, and on the basis of model bill of Government of India, we have prepared the Maharashtra Groundwater Development and Management Act 2009. Next. Next slide. The Maharashtra Groundwater in the 1993 Act, this is basically there were the provisions for the public drinking water sources, like regarding the construction of wells, then declaration of water scarcity area, then declaration of overexploited watersheds, and for regulating the groundwater. Next, in the Maharashtra Groundwater Act 2009, so this act was prepared on the basis of Government of India's Model Bill 2005. And in this Model Bill, the difference is that here the agriculture water is also considered, which was not in the 1993 Act. And as per the GOI Model Bill, we have established a groundwater authority called as Maharashtra Water Resources Regulatory Authority, which is also a regulatory authority for the surface water. Thirdly, and the most important factor is the groundwater management is expected by the public participation. So all the provisions were made, and in this act again, slightly stringent provisions for the agriculture sector. That is the crop plan based on the groundwater use plan, and there may be total prohibition of on the water incentive crops in the notified areas. But what happened that for the implementation of this act, the rules are very important, but the draft rules which were prepared are still not finalized. Next. Next slide. Later on, Government of India issued another Model Bill 2016. The objective of this Model Bill is protection, conservation, regulation, and management of the Groundwater Act. And in the 2020, CGWA issued the guidelines as per the directions of the NGT. And these guidelines were to regulate and control the groundwater extraction in India. So at present in Maharashtra, like other 22 states, CGW is monitoring the groundwater, regulating the groundwater. And in this guideline, the important thing is that the agriculture activities, we were having some regulations in 2009, but in these guidelines, the agriculture activities are exempted from, means whatever the charges were, they were exempted from the charges. And basically, these guidelines are issued for controlling the groundwater for which is exploited for the commercial purpose, that is industrial, mining, and infrastructure projects. Next slide. So after this issuance of the guidelines, there are the developments that the CGWA conveyed. There are the conflict between the provisions of the 2009 Act and the guidelines of the CGWA on 23 points. So they suggested to amend the Act or to altogether to bring the new Act in force. And the Law and Judiciary Department of the Maharashtra government also suggested to draft a new Groundwater Act. So which is in concurrence with the guidelines of the CGWA. Next slide. Next. The present status is that we have drafted the Maharashtra Groundwater Regulation and Management Act 2023, and this was submitted in the March 23 to the Government of Maharashtra, Water Supply and Sanitation Department. Water Supply and Sanitation Department sent this to 12 other departments for their comments, and right now we have received the comments from the 8 departments, and the act is under consideration. Next slide. Base for preparing this draft is the Maharashtra Groundwater Development and Management Act 2009. The provisions which were not in contravention with the guidelines of CGW, we have kept that provisions also. Then another groundwater model bill, which was issued by the Government of India, 2016 model bill, and the Maharashtra Water State Policy 2019, then CGW's guidelines 2020. We have also considered the Uttar Pradesh Groundwater Act 2019, Punjab Groundwater Resources Authority Act 2020, Haryana Groundwater Resources Authority Act 2020. We have studied all this. Next slide. In Maharashtra Groundwater Regulation Act 2023, there are 8 chapters, 63 sections, 83. And this Groundwater Act includes all the provisions for the drinking, domestic, agriculture water, commercial, industrial infrastructure, mining, bulk water, and tank supply water, all the groundwater. Next slide. In this act, all the provisions for protecting the public drinking water sources are included. They are listed here. I'm not going to read this. Next slide. Next. Provisions for limiting the groundwater use or regulating the groundwater use, which is basically used for the agriculture purposes, are still included, but we are not going to charge anything for the agriculture purpose as the guidelines of CGWA. Then next slide. Provisions for restricting or limiting the use of groundwater for the commercial, industrial, and infrastructure, mining use, bulk, and tanker water supply are also included. Next slide. Provisions for sale regulations and rainwater harvesting of the groundwater recharge and recycle or reuse are included. And in this, we will be promoting the community participation. Secondly, farmers will be trained to use the effective water and do not waste water. And they will be how much water for desired quantity should be used for the crops. That will be training will be given to the farmers. We will encourage the recycling and reuse of the water, and we will prohibit the use of well disposal of polluting matter like wastewater. Next slide. The main implementation agency is Groundwater Survey and Development Agency. Sir, just 1 minute, sir. Groundwater Development Agency, which is a state groundwater department. Next slide. And for the implementation of Act, the structure, whole structure is given in this. The last is the State Groundwater Authority is also there. Next slide. Other provisions are also made, means offenses, penalties, appeals, all these provisions are kept there. Next slide. Advantages of this new act are there, that there are the additional provisions for protecting of the drinking water source, which is very important, and keeping that source sustainable also. Then provisions related to agriculture activities which are difficult to implement are dropped, and other important activities are also included. Next slide. Presently, CGWA is monitoring the groundwater in regulating the groundwater in the Maharashtra state, and they have published so many public notices. Next slide. So this is the status of the NOCs issued by the CGWB at present. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now it's the time to have the presentation on empowering panchayats for water governance, and it will be from Ministry of Panchayati Raj. So I would like to request JS Governance, Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Government of India, Shri Alok Prem Nagar, to please give the presentation. Please put your hands together for sir.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to everybody. And I don't have a great deal to say, so I think the time that others have lost you, sir, I will help you gaining that. We've had some outstanding presentations, and by and large, my talk is going to be reinforcing what Odisha told, what Maharashtra hinted, and what the essential fabric of the presentation is going to be that put panchayats in the forefront, and whatever mechanisms you may have of weaving together your strategies be done on that fabric. So, next slide. These are from the water body census report of the water resources, and the major challenges are known to everyone. So I found that panchayats were owners of 62% of the publicly owned water bodies. So that is substantial, and that's also a good sign, because part of my presentation is also going to be talking about some cases where the panchayats or the local bodies performed well because they had the ownership through and through. So involvement of panchayat does not come as an afterthought at the end. You integrate them into your whole business plan from the very beginning. So the part on the right side of the slide first, this is something that Ministry of Panchayati Raj began back in 2020. Of course, then we hit COVID and things got diluted. But just as you have ministers here at the central government level, at the state government level, so why don't we map water to an elected representative? Of course, there would be multiple such subjects mapped onto a single one, but then going forward, a panchayat does not remain identified with just the sarpanch. And here is this resource who is not only getting layered training on the various aspects related to water management over the course of his tenure or her tenure, but they are the contact point for all departments such as mine, such as water, such as drinking water, sanitation, and everybody. So, because panchayats, I don't need to reiterate the point that they are a tier of governance. They are elected representatives who are there for the purpose. And it became really apparent at the time of the COVID pandemic when the departments were all away, and the only body that were managing things on the ground inside the village were the rural local bodies. So they have, more often than not, they have given a good account of themselves. And what Odisha and Maharashtra seem to indicate is that they have tested it and found it good. Of course, Odisha talks about they are the only boundaries that were given to us by God, watersheds, my mini watersheds and micro watersheds and all. Of course, so that is something, if you can organize, it is outstanding. But other than that, there is always the panchayats to fall back onto. And we or you as engineers, as technical people who know how the inter-basin flow is happening, what is the status of groundwater in each of these positions, if we can give them the means, the wherewithal to measure these, to monitor these. You have a presentation tomorrow by the RUTAG group of the principal scientific advisor, who would be talking to you about something that they have made and they have tested. So that is the way forward, that we don't mention panchayats only as a slogan, but we train them, we empower them, we give them the means to carry out their jobs, and all of us go to them. So, sorry, yeah. There's. Can we go back? Can we go back to the another slide back? So, elected representatives as sector enablers. Go back further. Availability of technical. I saw that you also have a presentation on Jal Doots tomorrow. So I'm just mentioning these. There would be several other such people who would be peculiar to a certain state. Jal Doots are Gram Sahayaks who are being trained and who are being enlisted to look at the water resources. We are aware of the Nal Jal Mitra or from the DDWS. These people are not only being identified, but they're also being trained by the Skill Development Ministry. And so if we make these people also the people who we are going to engage in our discourse, then we reinforce something that somebody has already started rather than create new structures that may not persevere. The operation and maintenance by groups, no, go back to that, please. The operation and maintenance by, did I do this? Can you go back to the slide that I was on? One black further, yeah. The O&M by user groups. Of course, Panchayat will have, say, I come from the state of Himachal Pradesh, and typically you will find that a perennial source can address only 5 water holes, sometimes as small as 5 households, or maybe 10 or 15. So the Panchayat, who's probably 6 kilometers on foot or something, the headquarters, they couldn't be bothered. And if you had water user groups like Odisha has designed in their matrix, have these water user groups, and then there is a confederation of these, maybe centered at the panchayat level. There are so many things that are happening all over the place. And availability of data, we need to have baselines. If people need to manage, then they need to have data. We all know that. So how does the panchayat become the not just the repository, but who are also responsible for maintaining this? And so you get real ownership of the resource. And next slide. Now we could change. The Department of Water Resources had started the JSKs. I remember as part of the Jal Shakti Abhiyan, we used to go and monitor them. So we made a beginning, and it was still in infancy. But this is again something that needs to be solidly reinforced, that everybody needs to be talking about that. Likewise, the geo tags of all the water bodies were to be captured, not just the points, but also the extent. That was also work that was started. So these are outstanding things, and we need to disaggregate them up to the GP level. So these are some of the practices. I'm sure you've heard more over the course of the day, and you yourself would be experts or you practitioners in some of these good practices. So we'll go on to the next slide. This is something that we've done. I told you already that elected representative as sector enabler. Of course, we don't do anything. We just make suggestions, and we hope that it catches the state's fancy and they just take it from there. So that was a beginning. A lot of these trainings have been conducted, the layered trainings, and the information is available on the training management portal. Some of the panchayat development index is something that is being developed. So it would be a continuous kind of a metric that will tell you how a panchayat is performing in that area. The panchayat awards, for those of you who are unaware, the 17 sustainable development goals, Ministry of Panchayati Raj did an exercise and brought it down to 9 themes. So one of these themes is clean, green, and of course water-friendly village. And some of the indicators. So this could, become something that you use as a reference point, and it has taken inputs from all ministry in the preparation of the Panchayat Development Index. From what I said about Nal Jal Mitra, a lot of money has already, it is a part of the Gram Panchayat development plan. So that is what we do in Ministry of Panchayati Raj. We try and bring together a process where all the departments become party to the Gram Panchayat development planning exercise. And and we insert, points on the checklist. We insert mandatory items. There are nudges just to make people act in a certain kind of a way. So I would like if the people from the relevant ministries related to panchayat, whether it is irrigation or public health or water resources department or whatever it is called in that state, that these people should attend these meetings and make clear their agenda. So that is it. Thank you. I would, your second bell has not gone off, sir. So in Himachal Pradesh, there is a Bohal watershed. Of course, Shimla also has a water supply, but that was devised for a population of 16,000. There is a forest area. It's called Shimla Catchment Forest. And the per day yield from this forest, which is essentially oak forest, is of the order of 1 MLD. Likewise, Palampur has a forest that is also owned by the community. It's called Bohal Watershed. And the Dalhousie town you would all know about, that has a corresponding catchment forest called Ala Catchment. I'm telling you that it is something that is not alien to us. Some of these things find mentioned in the settlement reports of the 1800s. Water bodies. I don't have to quote Eleanor Ostrom or somebody. So governing commons is something that has been happening. We just need to give these people some space, and we need to really enable them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we have come to that segment of our session where we are opening this house for the discussion. So if you have any questions, you can raise your hand and we'll be passing on mic to you. So you can, yeah, ma'am, please, may we please have the mic? May we please have the mic? Yes, please, over here to Secretary, ma'am. Over here to the Secretary, ma'am. आपको तो मैम I cannot say please introduce yourself and then address your question.
Thank you for a very interesting session. I just took the mic for a clarification because the Maharashtra presentation talked about the fact that you cannot charge for agriculture now because of the new CGWA guidelines. The principle, and this is a clarification for all states, the CGWA guidelines cannot be relaxed, but states are at liberty to make them more stringent if you have your own groundwater regulation authority. So you cannot relax it, but you can make it more stringent.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, may we please have the mic at the back? We have 2 questions over there. Yeah. Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself, sir, and then to whom you would like to address.
Myself, Naveen Singhal, Superintendent Engineer, Irrigation Department, Uttarakhand. My question to the Bihar government, Bihar Secretary.
Okay.
Sir. You says that you are developing a modeling station at Bihar. You says that you are developing model study center at Bihar. It is second one after the Pune. But you may know that in Uttarakhand there is a model study center since 1954, and we do the model study of hydroelectric and major structure of all over the India and abroad also.
May we please have the one mic on the stage as well? One mic on the stage, please. The cordless. It's just an observation, sir. Yeah. Sir, if you would like to quickly give any reaction. Okay. So can we actually have the question rather than any submission or observation? Yes, sir.
Hello. Yeah, good evening. Yeah, my name is Priyeshar. I'm Chief Engineer from Irrigation Kerala Government. I have a question again to the sir who presented from Bihar. Thanks for letting us know that you are developing a flood forecasting system. Sir, I would like to understand 3 basic questions. One is how much is your lead time for your flood forecasting? Second, are you willing to bring these results to the public forum? And third, is your system being developed by internal systems, or you are hiring through a private, any consultant? Thank you.
You pass that mic to my mathematical modeling center director. He'll give the answer.
Thank you. I am Aarti Sinha. I am Director, Mathematical Modeling Center. So your question is regarding the publishing of the forecast model in the public domain. Yeah, it is in the public domain. We publish on our website, and even through a Befikr app, what he mentioned, our ACS, that we are recently having a mobile app. So that is through that also we are publishing the forecast for all the 43 mentioned stations. And regarding the consultancy, you asked that who developed this model. Yeah, we took the help of a consultancy. It was through World Bank project that we started this, but now we are doing on our own. But lead time, it's 3 to, it is 72 hours. And actually we are using this lead time. It is from the rainfall forecast, what we are getting from the IMD Nepal. It is 3 days and 5 days as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, can we have the mic over there?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Vinay. I represent a startup, Kritsnam Technologies from IIT Kanpur. My question is specific to PWRDA, sir. So you have mentioned that there are some challenges in adoption for the industrial users to come forward and register themselves in this. So just would like to see what kind of challenges are there and what are the steps do you see to ensure that, so unless the adoption of these regulations are at least 70 to 80%, we cannot consider it as, okay, the act or the regulation is very efficient. So what does it take for states to ensure that, so we capture the majority of the groundwater abstraction structures into the system and get a real-time data from their abstraction usage of the groundwater?
Basically, you are asking for the challenges.
Yes, sir.
Am I right?
Yeah, in adoption.
Because you are not much audible. So the businessmen actually are feeling like why we are being taxed. So we are motivating them by way of putting camps through the district administration machinery very soon. Next week, from next week only we are planning. So they will be explained that you are not losers. You will. The water is, water is life, and you should not waste water. If you use water, you will have to shed money. Ultimately, they will start giving us, and they are rather ordered to put meters for the water for using the water, how much cubic meter they use, and they will have to give money also. They are giving, but more and more, like from the data of Punjab Pollution Control Board, we have got the data. So we are sending our teams to those industries who are using water but not paying tax. Ultimately, they will be brought under the ambit of the taxpayers. Thank you.
So good evening. I'm Rekha, Research Scholar Faculty. My question is Maharashtra groundwater presentation. I just want to know technically what are the basic hydrological models which have used for groundwater assessment apart from conventional method, that is piezometric method. The hydrological models to assess the groundwater level.
We are not using any separate model. We are using the same model which is given by CGWB.
Central government, this one, they are using piezometric method.
That is an online portal, and all the states are doing the groundwater assessment in the same portal. We are also doing in the same portal.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we have one more question I can see. Yes, sir, please.
Ma'am, I'm Navin Anandan from Kaifa, Tamilnadu. We have renovated only lakes and water channels with the help of local stakeholders and Milky Mist. My question is, we have a continuous rainfall failure because of the monsoon failure. How to address this monsoon failure and how to restore it, sir? This is the first question it is. Because now currently we start working on Vaigai River project also. Even though we try to revive this Vaigai River project with the help of all the team, all the stakeholder support, tomorrow the monsoon is failure means the total river project will be in the trouble it is. So I need your guidance and support on what going to implement on monsoon failures. Sir, we have continuous monsoon failure. And
to whom your question is addressed to, sir?
Any of the expert can address it.
Any of the experts, sir. Any one of you, if you would like to. Yeah. Sir, could you please repeat your question?
There is a regular failure of rainfall. The southwest, northeast monsoons getting failed regularly. Because many of the places we are dependent upon the rainfall to save the water. So far, we have renovated 188 lakes, water channel. We saved as much water from Kaveri, all the places. Monsoon failure is very, very failure every year. How to address these issues?
Not able to get it, sir? I think it's not audible enough. Yeah. Ma'am, you want to say something? Okay. So ma'am wants to make some statement for that, ma'am. Maybe please have the mic to Archana, ma'am.
This is a question which only God can answer. But yes, you see, this is the main objective of the conference, that we have monsoon within a very short time. So the solution is storage. Store the water within the short time of monsoon. So otherwise we cannot control the monsoons, only God can. So storage is the only solution, and that is why, you know, all the states are working towards water storage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I can actually see that how much you people were very much keen interested into all the sessions that we had today. And once again, I would like to thank the dignitaries of this session. Thank you so much. Let's have a round of applause for the dignitaries, my dear friends. And with this, we have come to that segment of our part where I would say that after a few, I would say after maybe 45 minutes or so, because we are going to have some entertainment dose as well. So right from 7 o'clock, we have got some cultural program lined up in the open lawn near seashore. So I request all of you to please join us over there, because along with the cultural program, then it will be followed by the dinner. Right now, it's the tea break for all of you. And let me please remind you one more time that a digital collection of curated publication of center state agencies is there adjacent to the conference hall. So as you have your cup of tea, after that, please do visit it and then come for the entertainment evening, and we all will have dinner together. Thank you so much. I hope you all enjoyed today's sessions. Tomorrow again we are going to meet. Shilpa Bhavna signs off for today. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. Once again, namaskar and a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of National Water Mission, Ministry of Jal Shakti, this is Shilpa Bhavna, and I extend my heartiest welcome to all of you in All India Secretaries Conference on Water Vision at 2047, way ahead. So my dear delegates, may we please have a round of welcome claps for all of you present here, please. And since, my dear friends, as we are here in Mahabalipuram, the land which is so much rich culturally, so much rich traditionally, I actually bow towards all of you with the respect. Wanna come to All India Secretaries Conference on Water Vision 2047, way ahead. Friends, I really take all this honor, and I'm so much delighted to be on this stage right now, because I'm going to be your anchor for the day, and not just the anchor, but I would say that I am going to be the string between all the professional pearls present here today in this auditorium. And I would like to extend my heartiest greetings to all of you, especially respected Secretary, Government of India, additional chief secretaries, principal secretaries, special secretaries and secretaries, engineers from various state governments, officers from line ministries of Ministry of Jal Shakti, multilateral banks, and our partners. I would like to extend my heartiest welcome to all of you in this conference. Friends, as we know that we all have gathered here with a common vision, with a shared commitment to address the critical issues related to water, its management, sustainability, and water security. So, to have first thing first, let's invite our dignitaries on the dais to start this opening session of All India Secretaries Conference on Water Vision at 2047, way ahead. So my dear friends, please join me in welcoming on the dais Madam Debashri Mukherjee, Secretary, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation. Also, I would like to have your support while welcoming our other guest as well, Dr. Sandeep Saxena, Additional Chief Secretary, Water Resources Department, Tamil Nadu. Shri Rakesh Singh, Additional Chief Secretary, Water Resources Department, Karnataka. I request you, sir, to please come over here on the stage with us. Shri Chaitanya Prasad, Additional Chief Secretary, Water Resources Department, Bihar. Please put your hands together for him. Shri G. Ashok Kumar, Director General, National Mission for Clean Ganga. I request you, sir, to please be here on the stage with us. Shri Anurag Srivastav, Principal Secretary, Namami Gange and Rural Water Supply, Uttar Pradesh. Also, I would like to invite on the dais Shri Prabhat Kumar Mishra, Principal Secretary, Water Resources Investigation and Development Department, West Bengal. Please put your hands together for his welcome as well. I would also like to welcome Shri Chandra Bhushan Kumar, Additional Secretary and Mission Director, Jal Jeevan Mission. Please put your hands together for him. We also welcome Shri Kushwinder Vohra, Chairman, Central Water Commission. Please put your hands together for sir. Also, we invite on the dais Shri Sunil Kumar Ambast, Chairman, Central Groundwater Board. Please welcome him with your round of claps. And yes, we would also like to welcome on the dais Srimati Archana Varma, Additional Secretary and Mission Director, National Water Mission. Please put your hands together for her welcome as well. Friends, as we are talking about this really sensitive topic, and you all are, I would say, the brain behind what will be its future. So I would like to say that we are aware that there are 5 thematic sessions encompassing key issues and challenges of Indian water resources sector lined up for deliberation. And here I would really like to mention that as we embark on this journey, this is really important to have the partnership between state and central governments by fostering cooperation, coordination, and shared responsibility that is integral to achieving the goal. So I would like to invite for the keynote address. Let's see what the keynote speaker has for us. Let's welcome Shri Sandeep Saxena, Additional Chief Secretary, Water Resources, Government of Tamil Nadu. I request you, sir, to please present your keynote address. Let's have a round of welcome claps for sir.
A very good morning to all of you. Welcome, Vanakkam. I really feel so privileged to welcome this august gathering here, the dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, who are the who and who of the water sector. It's a real privilege to host this very important conference here in Mahabalipuram. I'm sure all of you would be happy with the setting around, the weather we are having now in Chennai and Mahabalipuram, and also the facilities here, which have been, we tried to do our best because the number of delegates were more and the accommodation available here in this particular venue was less. So some of you may have been accommodated nearby, but I would be assuring you that the facility you will be getting there would be in no way inferior to what is available here. First of all, I would like to thank Madam Debashri Mukherjee, the Secretary, Jal Shakti, Ministry, Government of India, for giving this opportunity for all of us to meet here. About 1.5 months ago, when I was calling on her in her chamber, I was remembering the first water vision 2047 conference, which was held last year in the first week of January, which was a ministerial level conference. And I can tell you those 2 days were most informative days for me in my personal own experience. And I was sharing the same thing with Madam Mukherjee. And I was saying that, okay, that was the beginning. And it was told that every year we'll be having the conference. So are we going to have the conference in 2024? She was at that time not very sure whether it will be possible to invite so many honorable ministers of water resources, those who are dealing with the water sector. So she told that, yes, I'll think over, but can it be a conference of the secretaries and all the other important stakeholders who can meet together? And I told that this would be the best thing to do because an agenda has been set. An agenda has been set for the country by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Modi ji. An agenda has been set for the water sector also by our respected and Honorable Jal Shakti Minister, Shri Shekhawat ji. Now it is our duty to carry forward whatever action points have been set apart. What happens if you are not periodically reviewing in what path, what we have decided we are going or not, if we are not doing the course correction during the journey, if we are not learning from the good experiences of the other states, other stakeholders, then reaching to the aim would become more and more difficult. And that's the reason why this conference was conceived by Madam Debashri Mukherjee ji, and I am really thankful to her to give the opportunity to Tamil Nadu to host this conference. Tamil Nadu is a water-stressed state. We are a lower riparian state, and that is why we always are at the receiving end of the water, both ways. Whenever there is more water in the upper reaches, we get floods. When there is less water in the upper reaches, we get less water. So both ways we are at the receiving end. And that's why our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri M.K. Stalinji, has set an agenda that we have to make Tamil Nadu water, not only water sufficient, but also water surplus by various interventions. And our Honorable Minister, Shri Durai Muruganji, is giving us the guidance to go ahead and also make the maximum optimal utilization of the water resources. I will not be going into the details, but I would like to say that the 5 thematic sessions which have been set apart during this conference, that is to begin with the climate resilience and the river health. Now, this is what is the most important aspect of the entire water resource management. It will not be too much if I say that for last nearly 45 days, we in Tamil Nadu are fighting with the the effect of climate change. First, on 4th, 5th, 6th, we had the cyclonic rains, which inundated the entire city. Almost 67 TMC of water was poured into the Chennai and surroundings within 1 day's time, 24 hours time. There is no capacity to drain off that water. And that's why for many days, the city, many parts of the city remain underwater. Then the unprecedented rain, what we saw in the southern districts of Thoothukudi, Tirunelveli, you will be surprised. The entire year's rainfall, average rainfall, fell in 1 day's time, 24 hours time. You can imagine the fury of nature. And that too, when we have fantastic system of prediction, we could not predict that the rainfall would be of that intensity. What is this? This is nothing but the telltale sign of the climate change. The historical data, what we are seeing, the return period, what we are knowing about, is all on the book. You cannot be sitting comfortably that, okay, this year we had 1 in 100 year return period rain, next year it may not come. It will come. It will come more often. Sea level rise is a reality, and that we are facing here. Even not for Tamil Nadu alone. You see in Delhi, now your number of days of cold period is shrinking and it is shifting. So we have to be aware about, and the sector which is going to be worst affected is the water resource sector. I'm very happy that that is the first and foremost theme which has been taken in this particular seminar to be discussed. We already have set points. What we have done in last 1 year, we can share with. The water governance, that is what is one of the most important aspect of the entire water sector management, for the simple reason that if you are not having proper governance of water, availability of water for various sectors, various sections of society, various stakeholder would not be there. So this is very important part, because what the resources we are having, we have to try to harness it to the maximum potential advantage level, and also we should try to do the best equitable distribution of the water resources, water use efficiency. That is what I'll give the example of Tamil Nadu, because I am representing Tamil Nadu. The water use efficiency as the time passed by comes down because of various reasons. I need not say that. We always think about irrigation potential created, but we never think about the gap which is there between the potential and what is the available irrigation sort of potential irrigation actual. So efficiency is very, very important. Storage and management, I am really happy that we are giving importance to this. We built many big dams, lot of siltation has taken place, the capacity has gone down to a very big extent, and with the climate change, now we have to revise whatever were the benchmark we fixed for each of the reservoir. Now we have to think about the next level, that is so many other water bodies, including what we call in Tamil Nadu tanks, because they are the one which give the irrigation at localized level. And the RRR scheme of Government of India under Prime Minister's Krishi Sinchai Yojana is what I would be requesting the Government of India to continue it beyond 2026, because that's a very good scheme. Of course, tomorrow we'll be discussing about that. And last but not the least is the Jan Bhagidari, public participation. Not only public participation, but the ownership of the use rights should be given to the public. Then only we can go ahead. I would like to say that we are not only blessed and happy that we have a very rich heritage of water conservation from the centuries. You are sitting in a state where the world's oldest living water resource structure, Kallanai, Grand Anicut, is there, which is built in second century AD by the great Cholas. You are sitting at a place where Veeranam tank, which is about 120 kilometers from here towards the south, was the tank which was created by Cholas, and inter-basin transfer from Kaveri Basin to Vellar Basin. They dug the channel, as the story goes, that they were waiting for, the Chola army was waiting for attack from Pallava army. They moved up to the border. They saw that nobody is coming. What to do? Keep the soldiers engaged. So they cut across the ridge line and made the interbasin transfer. That is the channel they made it, and they made a tank here. Today, that tank is providing water to Chennai, Greater Chennai Corporation area. So that was the vision of our forefathers. We have a fantastic legacy. Tamil Nadu is a land which was having once upon a time 450,000 number of tanks. And we were never short in water, but today we are short in water. Why I'm giving this example is similar thing will be in your district, your states, your region. Please give that importance to the water. And if all of us jointly work together, then only the vision 2047 to make India self-sufficient in water, or we should have abundance of water. The vision of Honorable Prime Minister, the vision of Honorable Jal Shakti Minister, the vision of Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu for the state of Tamil Nadu will come true. All of us have to work together. I am really very happy to once again welcome all of you here. It's a time, my younger friends who have recently joined, who were not in the first conference, they may learn a lot from here. They may get the orientation. This is a time to have a networking with all the very important stakeholders. Is a time when you can learn about so many things, because once you go back to your routine work, you always think about day-to-day activities. Here you will be getting a vision. You can set the targets for yourself. And last but not the least, this partnership what we'll be having among the states, among the organization institutions. ADB is here, AIIB is here, World Bank is here. This type of understanding of each other, this networking cannot be done anywhere. So please enjoy the hospitality and the good weather of Mahabalipuram. Please go in the morning and evening to the beach. Take as much vitamin D, as much fresh water, fresh air you can breathe here, because when you go back in the cities, you may not be getting this low air quality index anywhere. Once again, I welcome all of you. Thank you very much and a very good morning.
Thank you so much, sir. I can actually say that our keynote speaker has given the key for the opening of this particular conference, and we are really thankful to you, sir, for that. And now, my dear friends, it's the time to hear the wisdom words of the lady who has been actually watering the seed of this conference. So, my dear friends, please put your hands together for Secretary, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Madam Devashri. Please put your hands together for her.
Good morning, colleagues and friends. Vanakkam. Sandeep sir has made my work much easier. And I'd just like to welcome you to this beautiful location. The seed of doing this conference actually came from an idea that a conversation that we had, and he's already talked about it. When we did the Water Ministers Conference in Bhopal last year, I think we did not realize the kind of participation we would get. And here I must give credit to a lady who's sitting behind me, Archana. Her convening power is remarkable. So, so we got a lot of participation, and it was a very, very productive 2 days. I mean, when we thought that we were afraid that it might become politicized, but the kind of positive inputs that we got from all the honorable ministers who attended the conference was such a heartening kind of thing. And then we managed to put together a clear agenda that we thought would guide our actions going forward. So today's conference is taking that agenda forward to try and see how we can improve water management in the country, how we can improve our water security. I have a few slides, and just to help me, stay on point. So so just to recapitulate what happened at that conference. Next, please. So the Prime Minister set us an agenda which is about, developed India by 2047. And water is a key element of developed India. It can be either a growth accelerator or a growth retardant, depending on how you manage your water. So therefore, managing water effectively is key. We organized this conference, and the key objective was to strengthen water security of the country. And we had largely, this conference was about sharing experiences and the work done by states. So we had multiple states talking about what they had done in terms of improving water management. We learned, and I think states learned from each other. A lot of things actually moving the water agenda forward works better if a state says, we have tried this and this is what has worked, rather than Government of India, preaching to the states. And therefore, since we as Government of India are a sum total of what happens in the states, we really succeed or fail by what happens, how effectively things happen in the states. So therefore, the criticality of the state ownership, the criticality of the state taking forward the agenda is what informed the Water Ministers Conference in Bhopal and is what inspires this conference here. We also tried during that conference to break silos around water. Frequently water, there are certain things that are handled by agriculture, there are certain things that are handled by Ministry of Environment and Forests. So our attempt was to bring in all the partner ministries who are working on the water sector. And today also, we are trying to do the same thing. We're trying to break silos around water. 22 recommendations at the end of the water conference were agreed for action. And we have, in this conference, grouped those 22 recommendations into 5 thematic areas. Next, please. So these are some of the visuals from the Water Ministers' Conference. The Honorable Prime Minister addressed us virtually. He set the tone for the conference. And thereafter, we had multiple presentations and lesson learning and lesson sharing. Next, please. I will just quickly run through the recommendations just to remind ourselves of what the recommendations were that we agreed at the end of the conference. During the governance session, we have the director of the National Water Academy who will try and sum up the important things that have happened with regard to these recommendations, both at the level of Government of India as well as at the level of the states. It's not a conclusive kind of list, but we have tried to put something together in terms of what we have done in this intervening year. We agreed on the criticality of climate change adaptation and mitigation, and Mr. Saxena has already spoken about that. Importance of demand as well as supply management. People's participation, again, as the Prime Minister says, water needs to be everybody's business. How do we bring water management as a central theme into people's lives? Use of IoT and other technologies, building of piped irrigation networks, promotion of micro irrigation. Next. We also spoke about a single water regulatory body, and multiple states at this point have, some states have groundwater regulators, some states have integrated water regulators, but this is very much work in progress, and hopefully in this meeting we will look at how this agenda can be taken forward. Rationalized water tariffs, difficult area, but this is something that we as bureaucrats and technical people need to also take forward. Recycle, reuse of wastewater, drinking water source sustainability. The last year's Jal Shakti Abhiyan, the key theme was how do we ensure that the source that we base our drinking water on is sustainable, so that the investments that we are making under the Jal Jeevan mission are not, are fit for purpose over time. Springshed management in hilly regions, applications of remote sensing, and you will see multiple presentations here that will take this forward. Promote water budgeting at various levels, enhancement of water storage. And there we are not just talking about dams, reservoirs, we are looking at local storage. We are also looking at groundwater, which is our largest storage. So how do you manage your storage better to ensure that the vagaries of climate change can be addressed? Effective sediment management. Highest priority to drinking water. The water policy gives highest priority to drinking water, but how do we do our water management, water governance better to ensure that that moves from policy to practice? Again, big question. Encouragement of interbasin transfers. Can we do flood mitigation and drought management by moving water from surplus areas to deficit areas? There will be a couple of presentations on this. Adopting appropriate cropping patterns. Again, difficult, but many states are taking steps to do these things. Next, please. Monitoring river health and maintaining e-flow. That's, again, another key area. We have not, the e-flow regime has just been implemented in the Ganga stretch of the Uttarakhand. How do we take this further? Questions for all of us as water practitioners. Proper O&M of irrigation infrastructure. Regular safety inspections of dams. I think with the Dam Safety Act, we have taken big steps in that direction, but there is much that remains to be done. The Jal Shakti Abhiyan and the conservation programs. Expedite floodplain zoning. We are lagging in this. And given the, again, what we've just seen in multiple cities in the country, what we are seeing in what we saw in Himachal Pradesh, what we saw in Uttarakhand, we need to significantly strengthen our capacities to improve floodplain zoning and floodplain regulation. Flood forecasting and early warning, I think we have done better, but there is much still to be done. Next, please. So again, as I said, we've grouped these together and created 5 thematic sessions. So climate resilience and river health, water use efficiency and reuse of wastewater, and water storage and management. These are key areas of action. Water governance and people's participation in Jan Bhagidari are really the two, they're foundational issues that underpin our action on all these 3 other sectors. So water governance, so what you will see in these presentations that will follow will also, there are lots of areas of overlap. We've not been able to say, okay, this belongs to theme 1, this belongs to theme 2, this belongs to theme 3. That hasn't happened. So there are areas of overlap because that is what water does. It overflows. It's, water cannot be sort of confined to one area alone. It is the most multidisciplinary, most multisectoral kind of area of work that I've ever experienced. Next, please. So last time when we had the State Ministers Conference, we had confined it only to the honorable ministers and bureaucrats. This time we've opened it out further. So this time we have participations from representatives of state governments who will share challenges, successes, best practices. We have central partner ministries. They were both these categories were there last time. But this time also we have opened out to some civil society organizations and academic institutions because we think that there will be grassroots perspectives that come from civil society organizations. And academic partners are supporting our evidence-based policy making, which is something that we need to take forward on a larger scale. One of the things that we constantly try to emphasize is if there is something that's working, or if there's something that is not working, document, document, document. Bilateral and multilateral partners, thank you for your presence, and I hope these sessions will be enriching. And we also have a session with the private sector. We have a CEO session at the conclusion where we look at how, we try and bring in private sector experience also to see what their experience is with government, how we can leverage our capacities to improve water governance. Next, please. So this actually is my concluding slide. And this is what I think, I hope there will be more, but this is the least that we expect of this conference. One is that we will do a stock taking on our agreed recommendations where we need to expedite some of them. We agree to accelerate action on areas that are lagging. We also, this is a peer learning platform. What happens in this room is important. The presentations that people will make are important. But what happens at tea breaks, lunch breaks, what happens over dinner, those things are probably even more important. So I hope that you will be able to talk to each other, make friends, create areas, again, learn from each other, but also this is a forum for collaboration and partnerships. So last time I had said during the Water Ministers Conference is that, we have institutional mechanisms that are supposed to resolve water disputes. But where are our mechanisms that foster collaboration and partnerships? So I see this forum as one such mechanism. This is a safe space. And we hope that there will be collaborations and partnerships forged here, which will help us improve overall water governance and reduce contestation and conflict. continuous dialogue on strengthening water security. And also, we have the chairman Central Water Commission here, we have the chairman Central Groundwater Board here, we have the heads of all the water institutions here. Can we sort of look at what are our capacity needs and how we can strengthen? So my request to all the states, everybody who's here today, is make Government of India work for you. Tell us what your needs are. Tell us what are the gaps. Tell us we are not doing this well. Because again, we exist so that the states can manage their water resources better. Beyond that, we have no raison d'etre. So I think we understand this, but I'd like to emphasize it. Just outside this room, we have set up a publications corner where we have put together all publications that can be of use, that we have deemed to be of use to states and partner agencies. You can please visit that corner, see what you find interesting there. What we intend to do is, hereafter, this only contains publications from Government of India and its agencies. Not just Water Resource Ministry, but also Environment, etc. Our Joint Secretary Anand Mohanji has put in a lot of work putting this together. But we will also now add to this publications from states. So give us suggestions that we can add to this publication. This will be available to you as a resource. I will stop here and I will wish all of us a very productive 2 days learning from each other and enjoying the venue and the beautiful seaside town of Mahabalipuram. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And as ma'am has already mentioned about this digital collection of curated publications that we have got from center state agencies, so that's a must visit for all of you. So during your tea breaks and lunch breaks, aap beech mein jaake, you can just go and visit that. So with this, I would like to thank the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you so much for this opening session. And now as we are starting the thematic session, so here is a kind request to you. Please take your seats at the front of the stage so that we can start with the thematic session. My dear friends, let's have a round of applause for the dignitaries. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a time for the first thematic session, and it is on climate resilience and river health. Let me please share with you that each of the elements of this theme is intricately linked to other and forming a delicate balance that sustains life on planet. I would like to share that climate change, with its far-reaching effects, directly impacts our rivers and water bodies, affecting their health and the quality of water they provide. So today we have come together with a shared concern and a shared commitment to delve deeper on pressing issues of climate change, safeguarding the health of our rivers, and ensuring the quality of our water resources. Here, I would really like to share with you all that the precious outcome of All India Secretaries Conference will lead to preparation of the action plan and vision document of India at 2047. And it will become an important building block of Honorable Prime Minister's vision of making India a developed nation by 2047. So my dear friends, let's have this thematic session first. And in this first thematic session, I would like to invite on the dais, firstly, the person who is going to chair this session. Please join me in welcoming Principal Secretary Namami Gange and Rural Water Supply Uttar Pradesh, Shri Anurag Srivastav. Please put your hands together for sir. We welcome you, sir. Let me share with you that this session is going to be co-chaired by Secretary Public Health Engineering Sikkim, Shri B. Prasad. Please put your hands together for him. We welcome you, sir. Also, we are having on the stage Director General, National Mission for Clean Ganga, Shri G. Ashok Kumar. Most welcome, sir. In this first session, I would also like to invite on the dais Advisor to Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Shri Ram Vadere. Please put your hands together for him. We also welcome Professor Vinod Tare from C. Ganga. Please put your hands together for sir. We welcome you, sir, on the stage. We would also like to welcome on the dais Shri Manoj Gupta, Chief Engineer, Jal Shakti Department, Jammu and Kashmir. Please put your hands together for the welcome. Also, we would like to invite Shri Naveen Singhal, Superintending Engineer, Irrigation Department, Uttarakhand. Please welcome him with your round of claps on the stage. Also, we would like to invite Shri P. Dorji, Chief Engineer, Central Water Commission. We invite you, sir, on the dais. I hope he'll be joining soon. And Shri Shubho Biswas from Desh Pandey Foundation. I request you, sir, to please join us on the dais. Let's have a round of applause for his welcome as well. And now, friends, this is the time for our first thematic session. And as I already shared with you that this is on climate resilience and river health. So let me please hand over the mic to the chairing person now. So Anurag, sir, it's over to you now. Please put your hands.
Time we get back the respect for water, and water would be very, very important because it is going to be one of the critical elements in the growth of our journey to the $5 trillion economy. And the last point is that water resources now actually takes a lot of importance in the world stage. COP28 in Dubai. Also, we had a lot of discussion on water. Now, I start off with one very important initiative in Namami Gange, and a part of it, the real-time monitoring system called PRAYAG. This is the PRAYAG. It's platform for real-time monitoring of water resource management. Actually, that's not the acronym. It is actually platform for real-time analysis of Yamuna and Ganga and their tributaries. I'll start off fast with a couple of slides on Namami Gange, just to tell people on what is happening in. It's not moving? Okay. Okay, this is the Ganga Basin. It is about 2,500 kilometers, and the maximum Ganga flows through in Andhra state, 1,000 kilometers, and maximum work is also being done. About 50,000 crore works are being done in Ganga. It's about 11 states and 139 districts, and 43% of the India population is in the Ganga Basin. Okay, I think this go down. Okay, this is an integrated river rejuvenation mission with holistic approach for pollution abatement, improving ecology, and people connect. And it is one of the acknowledged programs in the world, recognized one of the top 10 programs of the world by UNEP. And these are the 5 pillars on which it works: the Nirmal Ganga, the unpolluted river; the Aviral Ganga, which is the continuous flow river; the Gyan Ganga is about the research and policy knowledge documents which we create with that; the Jan Ganga is the river people connect; and the capstone is the Earth Ganga, which I'll take 2 minutes to tell you. And these are the governance, this is the governance structure of the mission. There's a National Ganga Council headed by the Honorable Prime Minister. Then there's an Empower Task Force headed by the Honorable Minister, Governing Council, State Ganga Committee, and District Ganga Committee. I'll push through very fast in 2 minutes. Okay, these are some of the achievements we have got. Most important is considered a mission impossible. We have now clean most part of the main stem. 90% of the main stem is clean, except for 2 stretches. This is the 2022 figure. You see no stretches in priority category 1 to 4. We have very small stretches in category 5. This is a big change from what you see earlier in 2014. Bihar had 1 category 2 structure, Uttarakhand 5, Uttar Pradesh had 3, and Kanpur was very dirty at that place. Now Kanpur is clean, STPs are functional there, and dolphins are black in Kanpur. This is the latest in 2023. If you look at it, all over the Ganga stretch, we have DO at acceptable level, more than 5, many places 6, 7 milligrams per liter. And we have only, as I mentioned, 2 stretches, which is now barely in the 3.2 to 4.5 range. 3 is the cutoff range, so we are just at the cutoff point. And improvement in biodiversity, lot of dolphins have come back, as I mentioned. We have ranched a lot of fishes, Indian native fishes have been ranched, and these are some of the accolades we received, as I mentioned, UN award, and this we have invited for the UN Water Conference, and this is for the Bengal best documentary we got. And the last one is the launch of River City Alliance at COP28, and National Mission for Clean Ganga was recognized as a climate smart utility by IWA last month, on 13 December 23. Now, this is the Karta Ganga I mentioned. It has 6 verticals. The zero budget natural farming, monetization of sludge and wastewater, very much important to all of you, because we have a lot of technology available. We have a lot of paper available on the use of treated water. And Tamilnadu is one best example where a lot of good work is being done, but we have also documented many of them. Then we have livelihood opportunities, a lot of activities on that. Cultural and heritage tourism, public participation, institution capacity building. I'm going through it fast because this is not on Namami Gange. The session is not on Namami Gange. We have also prepared district Ganga plans. How to make district river plans also been prepared, and I hope they have been circulated to all of you, the handbook on that. And this is the topic for discussion. It is Prayag, platform for real-time analysis of Yamuna, Ganga, and the tributaries. Now, why is it important? We have built a lot of STBs in the last maybe 20 years from Jain and Yaram onwards, but many places we find the outcome is not very good, because if you put the dirty water into a river, it's like the corruption, like the fish drinking water in a river. Nobody can track it out to where which STP is putting the dirty water in that. So many of the STPs which we have constructed are functional on paper, but not actually functioning, and that's why the river will continue to be polluted. We started this as an initiative to see that all the STPs in the Ganga Basin are monitored real time. And this was inaugurated by the Honorable Minister on 20th April 2023. It's almost a year, and we have got fantastic results with that. This is the, as I mentioned, in this platform we have it's real-time monitoring for planning, oversight of projects, and river water quality. Online dashboards are there. I'll come to each of them in the slides to follow. We also do a trend analysis of the functioning of STPs. I don't have to keep the STPs monitored every day, every time by someone. I can ask for a trend analysis. Last 5 days, how much was the water flow? How much was the quality of water output? What is the quantity of water output? So was given to a neighboring industry units, and they were running it at the cost of the STPs. This is because we started checking up the power bills of the STPs. They were very nicely converting that power to the neighbor industry and showing me as the power bill that we are running it. So we are catching it because we are getting the output every time. Okay, these are the 11 dashboards in that bigger dashboard. One is the STP construction monitoring. I'll come to that in detail later. There's a Ganga Tarang, which is an online portal. There's a project monitoring tool, a manual water quality tool is there. They feed the data very regularly. The real-time water quality. And then there is GPI OCMS from the grocery polluting industries. The industries are one of the major sources of pollution. We get about 3,000 odd industries monitored, and the real-time data comes to us. Then Delhi Yamuna portal is another very interesting. This not all these portals are made by Namami Gange. We have actually partnered with various institutions. This is prepared by IIT Delhi. This is a utility mapping of all utilities related to water in Delhi. Sewage network, drains network, laying pipeline, then what are the catchment area, where are the issues related to water are there, all are come under the utility portal of the Ganga Yamuna portal. Floodplains, where the flooding happens, where will be the maximum flood level coming up, when which level, how much is be the drowning. All these are available in this Delhi Yamuna portal. And then GDPMS is a dashboard for monitoring the meeting of the district Ganga committees. I'll come to it one by one very fast. This is the first part, is the construction site monitoring. Almost 3 locations are already there, but we have tendered for 50 more locations. In another 1 month time, 50 construction sites of Namami Gange or 50 running STPs would be live feed available within the portal. So we can check up any time where the STPs are functioning. This is a visual impact, and monitoring also, it makes a lot of difference, because we can see whether the work is happening there or not. It is it basically gives constant vigilance, swift response. And another important aspect of this is actually on health and safety issues. We do a lot of workshops. Every month we do a workshop and see whether it is actually implemented or not, whether the railings are put properly or not. And this is the Ganga Tarang. This monitors 233 STPs, 75 real time and 158 manual. And it monitors out of the 308 STPs in the Ganga basin. So we are now slowly pushing up. 308 STPs would be on portal by end of this month. In the last line, you can see 16 STPs are being added every day. It requires a lot of software upgradation, but we are doing it. We hope to see that 308 STPs on the Ganga basin, again, not built by NMCG alone, under JNRM, under state government funding, under foreign aided funding, or even Amrit, all come under this. So we are looking at ensuring that the river water is clean, and all the STPs working on be monitored. So I'll tell you what are the, and also it says if it is functioning, it also gives alert mechanism. SMS goes to the concerned officers if the parameters are beyond a certain range. 1 or 2, if there's not 1 or 2 readings, if it is continuously coming for 5 days, 10 days, 6 days, then SMS alert goes to the concerned authorities, scaling up each time when it's seriousness. And now this is what a typical dashboard of it. Look at the Jwalapur STP. You can see the input value is there, BOD, COD, flow, 635 million cubic meter per hour. And nitrogen, total carbon content, TSS, phosphorus, nitrogen, all are available, and the output value. And see, it's functioning. STPs are functioning. Output BOD is 5.3329, COD is 18.79, flow is 379. Because this will not match, because it's not input and output, because there's a process going on. This is the classic case, and we can make a trend analysis from that. We can put graphs also. I'm going fast. And this is the second monitoring, is a project monitoring tool. All information of the projects come here. And we can select various aspects of it, funding wise, etc., etc. Financial progress of the program. This is a very, I'm coming fast. And so that's why I know you can't, they should have a warning bell. Okay, this is the manual water quality monitoring. This is comes from states. They monitor and send the information every day. So daily we get this information. This is added onto that portal. 96% are there. Dissolved oxygen, BOD, and fecal coliform comes into us. And this is the real-time monitoring. Again, almost 17 parameters are monitored, and it comes to us. This is the GIS plotting of all the STPs. You can see the STPs, the location of the 76 water quality monitoring centers in the map on the Ganga basin. Okay. This is the GPS of the grossly polluting industries. Nearly 3,000 industries information come to us. And see, these are the locations where the industries are located, all captured and shown there. See, 955 GPS in Ganga, out of 1,231 in Ganga basin, and 540 out of 1963 GPS in Yamuna basin comes to us. This is the Delhi Yamuna portal I mentioned. Lot of thematic layers are there. developed by Delhi IIT, and we are using it. And we want to develop it for all the cities in the Ganga Basin. This is the district performance committee. We have started something called as a district Ganga committees. Now it is meeting on a fixed day, fixed time. It's called DGC forum meeting, monthly mandated, monitored, minuted meeting. This meeting happens on a fixed day on every month. And from zero, you can see about 2,800 meetings have happened. And this is uploaded into our portal. We have got 2,493 meetings monitored. This is a very major, and this is a Ganga Knowledge Center where all the knowledge portals are added. A lot of information is there in that. You can have a look at that. This is the Geo portal where we plot all the pollution centers are there. The last one, sewage gap analysis. How much sewage generated? How much is the treated capacity? What's the gap required to be covered? That's covered here. And Bhuvan portal, we actually put it on the Bhuvan portal also, some of them. And with this, actually, the people are encouraged to inform us through that Bhuvan portal. And this is the award we got last year for using this platform. It's one of the very prestigious award. And the last one here. Okay, last slide. So these are some of the initiatives which we had sent to the state governments for their information. One is we have published a national policy framework for safe use of treated water. It was sent to you in the last Bhopal meeting, and we had also mailed it to 5 copies to all the chief secretaries. A lot of best practices are mentioned in that. And then we also prepared a compendium on constructed wetlands and sent to state governments. Now we have sent an e-copy of the river islands. There are a lot of islands in the river. Nobody has any idea what's it. Who is having jurisdiction? Because islands form and come. Somebody start cultivations. They have build video offices built in the islands, some of the islands, and no ownership of those islands. So we have now prepared a compendium of the thing, and then we have formed the River City Alliance, as I mentioned. A lot of training programs are available on sewage management, and the NIA platform built for the River City Alliance. I request all of you to please send your municipal engineers and etc. for training. A lot of online training programs are available. We give certificates also to the people who are training there. So there's a Prayag I mentioned. Of course, the Cash the Rain campaign, and this is for river regeneration, not just the cash, for this thing. And the Jal Shakti Kendras, which we started. These are some of the things which I hope that you will push through when you go back, because we require one information center for water in the district. So that's the Jal Shakti Kendras. And I think, thanks a lot. Thank you. I thought I kept my time.
Thank you so much, sir. And now for the next presentation on condition assessment and management plan of 6 major river basins, I would like to invite Professor Vinod Tare from C Ganga. Please put your hands together for him.
Namaskar and very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank Madam Secretary for including this particular topic as part of the Secretaries Conference and giving me this opportunity to present. This is a kind of proposal which we are probably going to start next month. This is a wonderful example of collaboration between various states, central government, and academic institutions. We are going to take up this activity of condition assessment and river basin management plan, which is going to be prepared by the 12 institutes of national importance, based on the experience that we had for preparing Ganga River Basin Management Plan with the support of IIT Consortium. And I think taking on from that experience, we will probably be involving many things that we did for the Ganga River Basin Management Plan, on the basis of which the Namami Gange program, many of the activities of the Namami Gange program derived from the Ganga River Basin Management Plan. How does it work? Can somebody advance the slides? Yeah, please, next, please. Go back to the previous one. Previous one. Okay. So we all talk about river basin management plan. We talk about the cycle of preparing, but the most three important steps invariably we forget. When it comes to the subject of water, it is a limited resource and to be shared by many. And that can only be achieved by negotiation. How do we get to meaningful negotiation unless until we make sure that everybody has the right kind of information and the understanding on that? Okay, so these are the most three important first steps: understanding, communication, and negotiation. But invariably we ignore many of these things and start from design and implementation, and that is where we need to look at it. Next, please. Okay, so we are starting this activity based on our understanding of the Ganga Basin for the six major rivers: Narmada, Mahanadi, Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri, and Periyar, for which we have prepared the framework. Next, please. Okay. So when we talk about Ganga, Ganga is not just the biophysical entity that we consider, but it is the spirit of rivers, and it is in that light we consider all rivers as Ganga. So there was invariably a question why only Ganga is given so much importance, but it is not so. I think all rivers are given equal importance. Next, please. Okay. So what is the framework? The framework is we need 5 strong pillars. And when we want to talk about rejuvenating or conserving rivers, what is our objective? The objective is river performs several functions and processes. It is our responsibility to make sure that we do not interfere in those processes and functions. And that is what is meant by the Samardh Ganga, or the rivers to be capable of doing their functions and processes. Next, please. And for that, the most 5 important things, 5 pillars are what is written, and you must have seen in the presentation of Namami Gange that these 5 pillars are effectively used. From the river point of view, the river has to flow, the river has to have good quality. So Nirmal Ganga and Avaral Ganga is common to all rivers. How do we achieve that without creating a knowledge? And that is where Jnana Ganga is very important. This all cannot be done unless until we have public participation, and that is what we talk about Jana Ganga. So these are the 4 important pillars. But all these 4 important pillars has to be centered around the development. And that is what we call it as spirit of the river, or the economics of the river. And that is what we call it as Earth Ganga. What is this Earth Ganga is all about? Next, please. So Earth Ganga is basically, we have to resolve or minimize the gap between conservation and development. And these should not be seen as 2 fighting lions, but they should be seen as the 2 sides of the same coin. And this was the concept that was given by Honorable Prime Minister in the first meeting of the Ganga Council. And we have further elaborated it, developed it. And now much of the framework that we talked about has been implemented as part of the Namami Gange program. The key thing is, and that has been talked earlier also, that we need to use modern tools, techniques, but not without the traditional wisdom and the ancient knowledge or those practices. Next, please. Okay. So there are several focus areas which influence the river systems, and are dependent on the river system. So when we talk about basin planning, we need to look at all these aspects together, centered around development, around the rivers, around water. Next, please. So there are three different kinds of aspects. One is what are the principal components of a river basin management plan, and that we have effectively used for Ganga basin and will be using it for other. The second component, which is the enabling component, is the data, information, technology, and instruments like economics and financing. All this will be included in developing the river basin management plan for the 6 rivers that we are talking about. Next, please. Okay. So there are number of topics, as has been there. It is an interdisciplinary topic. So several of these aspects will be included in the preparation of the plans. Next, please. When we look at making a plan, it has to be natural boundaries. Okay. And that is where, for preparing the plan, we consider the natural boundaries. And when we start this work, first important thing is to know about how many rivers really we have in the country, how many water bodies that we have. To implement this, next please. Okay. So we are looking at, for studies, the natural boundaries, and for administration purposes, for implementation purpose, we have to disseminate this information through administrative boundary. Next, please. Okay. So for implementation, we take the administrative boundaries, and for study purposes, we take the natural boundary. Next, please. Okay. And data and information is very important. So we are looking at digital water, all kinds of information related to water, and some of that you can already see available for the Ganga River Basin. Next, please. Okay. So these are the different kinds of data. We have created a different platform, and some of this is already available for the Ganga Basin. Next, please. Okay. And ultimately, we are looking at developing a Ganga knowledge center. Ganga knowledge means river knowledge for all centers, which should be there on our fingertips. And that is the idea that we are talking. Next, please. Okay. And ultimately, it is the challenge, because we have to negotiate or bring in all stakeholders together in developing these kind of activities. Next, please. Okay. So we have river basins and atlases prepared for that. Some of these we have prepared, for example, state of Uttar Pradesh, state of Uttarakhand, state of Bihar. We have prepared the complete river basin atlases. You will be surprised to know there are something like 3,200 rivers in Uttar Pradesh alone. Okay, and with a network of about 62,000 kilometers. So similarly, we have for Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Bihar, and hopefully we will have almost now on all India basis for all states and all river basins, this kind of atlases, and then start preparing work on that. Next, please. So we have, I think this is an old presentation that has gone into, the revised presentation has not been included anyway. Next, please. Okay. So this is a good framework wherein all states, academic institutions will work together. We have created a framework, and I hope we will get due support when we start preparing these exercises for the various river basins in the country. Next, please. Okay. So these are the river basins. I will not go into it, and I think in the interest of the time, I'll stop here. If there are any questions, we can of course take it up. And the presentation will be available to you in details. This is a, yes? Okay, so these are the basins that we are taking up. Next, please. Narmada Basin, Mahanadi Basin, different states. Next, Godavari. Then we are taking up Kaveri, Krishna, and Periyar, which is, next, please. So these are the different basins and the institutions which will be involved in it. And hopefully we will interact with all the states through the chief secretaries to the concerned principal secretaries of water resources and concerned departments. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And Now it's the time to hear the wisdom words about the interlinking of river projects in India, the status and the way forward from none other than the advisor to Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Shri Ram Videre. Please put your hands together for him. Sir, I welcome you.
Very good morning to all. Please start the slides, please. Well, the health of the river is very important, and we have been seeing the Professor Tare and Ashok ji mentioned a lot about the rivers and its health. So, interlinking of rivers, this is one of the ambitious projects of Government of India. In fact, in 1980s itself, the Government of India has formulated a plan. This doesn't move. Next slide, please. So this is in 1980s where Government of India has planned for National Water Development Program, and the nodal agency was National Water Development Authority, NWDA. And the plan was to, we all know there are floods in some parts of the country and drought in some parts of the country. To mitigate the floods and drought, both of them, the plan was to take the water from the surplus basins to the deficit basins. It could be within the state. Within the state, if you take water from one basin to the other, it's called intra-basin water link, water project. If it is within the, in between basins, across the states, it's called interstate river water transfer. And we had about 30 links that were planned at that time, 16 and 14 Himalayan and Peninsular. And all the list is there, and it's there on the website as well. So I don't want to read out all those links. Next. These are priority link projects, and the priority is not decided by Government of India. It's actually decided by the consensus that is built between the states. If one or more of the states actually build consensus and they're ready to take up this project, then that comes into this priority link project section. And NWDA, as well as Government of Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, would take it as a priority link and take it forward as as it progresses. So we see 5 links here: Ken Betwa, Godavari Kaveri, modified PKC with ERCP, Mahanadi Godavari, and Manas Sankosh Tista Ganga. So these are the least, in the sense, I would not say least resistant, but we had gone through a lot of resistance and consensus building, and finally we arrived at this where we are. Next. So this is Ken Betwa. I would say this is water taking from river Ken to river Betwa. Both are tributaries of Yamuna, and again of Ganga at the higher level. So this is the first interlinking of river project that was, MOU was signed. Next slide. In the August presence of Honorable Prime Minister in the year 2021, both Chief Ministers signed the MOU. And that this is the good day for the program, interlinking of rivers program, because the first ILR program that has been that has come to the stage of implementation from the DPR stage and technical feasibility reports and all, it actually materialized. And you can see some small numbers there, how much water we are contemplating to take and all. All those numbers are there in the website. Next. So this is Godavari, this Inchampalli to Kaveri. This is another ambitious project which we wanted to take it forward. And this is taking water from Godavari Basin, obviously, to Kaveri Basin, en route Krishna and Penna Basins. So this would start from Inchampalli and Godavari, take it to Grand Anicut in Tamil Nadu. In fact, Saxena ji corrected me this morning that, they have requested for the destination point to be upstream of Grand Anicut, and we would correct that. So basically, this envisages taking unutilized waters from Chhattisgarh state, because as far as the states are concerned, there is surplus water in Godavari. As far as Central Water Commission is concerned, per 75% dependability, all the water is already used by the respective states. So we are trying to in the first phase, we are trying to use the unutilized waters of Chhattisgarh. And when Chhattisgarh comes up with their respective water utilization in the future, then as phase 2, we would get some water from Himalayan component to the south, and in that way we would mitigate the issue. Next. This is the diagram, the map from Godavari to Krishna. It starts from Inchampalli to Nagarjuna Sagar. Next. And from Nagarjuna Sagar to Somashila and Penna, next. And from Somashila to Grand Anicut, obviously the destination point would be a little bit far further upstream of Grand Anicut. So this is, next please. So this is what the earlier we have planned for 7,000 MCM, but as mentioned, the CWC, which is the with which we have to go as far as the water balance studies are concerned. So they have told us that we don't have that much of water available in Godavari. So the first phase we are taking about 4,000 MCM water. When we say we are taking it from Godavari to Kaveri, it doesn't mean all the 4,000 MCM is being taken. En route, we will try to use the water in Godavari basin first, and then Krishna basin and Penna basin, and finally to Kaveri basin. So basically, when we say interlinking of rivers and taking from one source to the other, that doesn't mean, as I said, all the water is being taken to the destination point. When you take water to the respective basins in between, you use the water in the basins of the intermediary basins, then it is as good as transferring from one basin to the other. Next please. And this is Parvati College in Chambal, which was envisaged again, as I said, we had national perspective plan of 30 links, and this was one of those links envisaged in late 80s, 90s. And Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan could not come to a consensus on this issue. So later on, Madhya Pradesh started building the components that we wanted to build as part of this plan. So they started building a couple of components. So in that way, this project was not feasible after that point of time. Next. Then meanwhile, the Eastern Rajasthan Canal project was planned by government of Rajasthan. They wanted to use about 3,500 MCM of water. And this they planned as a intrastate basin transfer project. So they would transfer water from Parbati, Kalisindh to Luni, Banas basins via Chambal, crossing Chambal River, all those tributaries of Chambal, of course. So this was an intrastate link planned by the state. So what we have requested both the states is that, as Ma'am Devashriji already actually pointed out this morning, you give us, the work. I mean, you actually make us to do the work. So basically, if both the states agree, there is nothing like that we would jump upon and try to help the states and keep this going. So basically, next slide, please. Next. So this is where Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India has made both the states to sit across the table, and we advise that let both the integration happen between PKC and ERCP. And here comes the modified PKC ERCP link, what we call. Next. And this is, next please. And this is the schematic diagram, and all these details are on the website. Next. Sorry, can you go back a little? Yeah. So here, the MOU for this project, for the preparation of the DPR, is agreed by both the states. The good news is that after a lot of deliberations with the states and Honorable Minister's intervention, now both the states agreed, and it's a matter of few days we are going to sign the MOU between both the states, wherein the DPR, for the DPR preparation. But actually, the good thing was that the DPR for the individual components and like ERCP and few projects in Madhya Pradesh are already done. So the DPR phase for this project would be very, very less, like maybe 2-3 months, because we are already done. It's only the process of compiling and converging. So very soon, this project also would see the light of the, at the end of the tunnel. So basically, this would be hopefully the second ILR project that would be coming to the implementation stage. It actually has come, because it's only states have agreed. So it's only a matter of, some paperwork. Next, please. And this is Mahanadi, Godavari. And this is where the lots of deliberations have happened, and the pre-feasibility report, feasibility report, technical feasibility report, everything was worked out. Orissa had certain observations which we are trying to work with Orissa. And especially the land acquisition R&R, you all know, the theme of this whole session is, how to ensure, the climate resilience and, the river safety of the, the integrity of the river bed and all these things, especially the land acquisition and R&R of the displaced people, how to ensure that they are also safe. So this is something where Orissa has requested that, a lot of a good R&R package needs to be given, because lots of submergence would happen in that state. So as I speak, we are working on it, and we hope that, it would come to the DPR is already under the process. So basically, very soon after the agreement between consensus between Orissa and Andhra Pradesh and Government of India, we would take it forward. Next, please. And the benefits of this program, are listed there. So I don't want to read in the paucity of time. Next. So this is Manas Sankosh Tista Ganga. This is the, I would say, mother link, one of the mother links, basically, because this would give water to the lot of Himalayan components and also peninsular components. So once this happens, the phase 2 of all the things that we promised to the states can happen. And a lot of water is there in Nepal and Bhutan. We need to work with the countries, those countries. Working with the states itself, all of you, is so difficult. So working with international, at the countries level is too difficult, you understand. But Ministry of External Affairs and our ministry, led by Devshri ji and our, dynamic minister, we are trying to resolve the issues with Bhutan. And once this happens, next please. So in fact, we have gone with option 2 because Manas is in the eco-sensitive zone. So we realized that we can't build any storage there. So we'll start with Sankosh and then take it forward. So hopefully, touch wood, this would materialize, then most of the water rows would be solved. Next. So I'll take, next please, next. I'll just take 1 more minute, sir. Next. Next slide, please. These are all intrastate links again listed out. We can see on the website or in the PPT. As I said, intrastate links are something within your own state. You would transfer water from one basin to the other. DPRs would be prepared by NWDA. They would come to your, because CWC will give the water balance studies. So CWC and NWDA would help the states in the preparation of the DPRs. Next. Those are all the status of the links, and these are all some successful stories of some interbasin water transfer that has happened so far. In fact, Saxena ji mentioned one thing from Kaveri to Vallayar, Gundar. So that's probably not there here. We'll add up, anything like that, you can let us know. These are some successful stories of interbasin water transfer. Could be within the state or between the states. Next. Last couple of slides. Next, please. So this is the main, see, now this is the crux of the whole thing. Basically, what are all the, the issues with the states and also international. The first thing is, no state wants to accept that we have surplus water. And even if it is there, they would say that we need to use it for our future projects. So this is very difficult to convince a state that, please spare some water. And of course, deficit states, they just want it. They want more also. So building consensus among states is so difficult, and you all need to really, really look at the big picture and try to cooperate with us. And international issues, as I mentioned, so, very difficult, but we are trying. Next. And this is where one of the other important is the capital cost involved, of course, financial component. That is where, with the leadership of Honorable Minister and our Secretary Ma'am and many officers of NWDA and all, we could clinch 90% for Ken Betwa from the center and 10% by the states. So if that tradition happens, touch wood again with the consent of the higher policy makers in the country, then that is what we could expect. Otherwise, it is 60-40. And this is one of the important aspects to make this project success. Next. And as I said, I just don't want to repeat. It's a funding pattern and the consensus between the states and the leadership that you would display beyond your state, then that would make every state flourish. And especially on substitution basis, if we can use. For example, Mahanadi to Godavari, it goes to Dhavaleshwaram. That doesn't mean, the water from Dhavaleshwaram can be used, in the upstream of Dhavaleshwaram and Godavari. So on substitution basis, we would use it to the other states. So on substitution basis, you can think if you can spare some water to the next state where you can get water on substitution basis from some other point. When you give something, you will also get something. Next. I think I am done with it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I thank the dignitaries for this session. Thanks a lot. Let's have a round of applause for the dignitaries for this session. Thank you. And now, my dear friends, it's the time for a quick tea break. We will see you in another 20 minutes right over here for our next session. Let me please share with you that we have divided the tea area in the two parts. So one is on the first floor. The hall is by the name of Marina 2. So all the secretaries are requested to kindly proceed towards Marina 2. And adjacent to this hall, we have got an open area lawn, and it is like well equipped to accommodate all of us together. The rest of the esteemed officers are requested to kindly proceed towards the open lawn. Thank you so much. See you after this tea break. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Check, check. So once again, good afternoon to everyone. I hope we all are energized with this very good cup of tea, and some of you must have had coffee. So I hope you all have enjoyed your break. And now it's the time to continue with our first session. So friends, I request you kindly settle down. We are continuing with us our first session. Delegates who are still outside the auditorium, I request you please come in, be seated. I hope my voice is loud and audible enough outside. So I request you please come in, be seated. We are continuing with our first thematic session that we have left in between during the break. So after this high tea, now we are here with our continuation of thematic session first. So friends, once again, please join me in welcoming on the dais one more time the dignitaries of our first session. So I would like to request the chair of the session, Principal Secretary Namami Gange and Rural Water Supply Uttar Pradesh, Shri Anurag Srivastav sir, to please join us on the dais. Please welcome him with your round of claps. Also, I invite the co-chair of the session, Secretary Public Health Engineering Sikkim, Shri B. Prasad. Please put your hands together for sir. I invite Shri G. Ashok Kumar, Director General, National Mission for Clean Ganga, to please join us on the dais. Also, I would like to request Shri Sriram Vedere, Advisor to Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, to please join us over here on the dais. Professor Vinod Tare from C. Ganga is also requested to join us on the dais because now we are continuing our first thematic session. Also, I request Shri Manoj Gupta, Chief Engineer, Jal Shakti Department, Jammu and Kashmir, to please join us on the dais. I would also like to invite again Shri Naveen Singhal, Superintending Engineer, Irrigation Department, Uttarakhand, to please join us on the dais. And also I request Shri Shubhu Biswas from Deshpande Foundation to please join us on the dais. Shri G. Ashok Kumar, I request you, sir, DG Namami Gange, to please join us over here on the dais. We are continuing with our first thematic session, sir. It was a break. And now, as we are here with the continuation of the first thematic session, so our first presentation is going to be on floodplain zoning to enhance the ecology of the river and to regulate the land uses in the floodplains to minimize the damages due to flood. And it will be done by Uttarakhand. So I request you all kindly settle down before I invite the dignitary for the presentation. Please settle down, all of you. So I would like to invite Shri Naveen Singhal, Superintending Engineer, Uttarakhand Irrigation Department, for his presentation. Please welcome him with your round of claps, my dear friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Distinguished guests, respected chair, esteemed colleagues, I welcome all of you. Here we present the floodplain zoning. We discuss a paramount important subject, floodplain zoning. Now we go over to the ideas and see how floodplain zoning is important and crucial. Please go ahead. Next. The importance of floodplain zoning, the basic concept, floodplain of a river is essentially its domain, and any intrusion into or developmental activity therein must recognize the river's right of way. Hence, prevention of any encroachment into river right of way by demarcating zones of areas likely to be affected by the flood of different return period. Prevention of losses of life and property due to flood. River will flow in regime, hence no excessive erosion or deposition in the river. Rivers may meander or change its course due to heavy encroachment on either bank. So it can be prevented by regulation and encroachment, and change in river geometry can be prevented. As floodplain remains unaffected due to human developmental activities, preservations and growth of the flora and fauna in the floodplains also. It's also help in minimizing the pollution in the river. Availability of clear minimum waterway to avoid flood in upstream side due to drainage congestion also help. Please, next. Now, we move over to the ideas behind the floodplain zoning. Please, who is controlling? The importance of the floodplain zoning is the floodplain of a river. बार-बार repeat हो रहा है ये. Yeah. Now come to the Uttarakhand Floodplain Zoning Act 2012. It is based on the Ministry of Jal Shakti's guideline issued by the Ministry of Jal Shakti, and NDMA guidelines suggest the classification of floodplain zones. It's also a order passed by the Honorable NGT Court, passed on the dated 15 December 2015 and October 2015 about the floodplain zone. Uttarakhand Floodplain Zone Act 2000 was enacted on January 28, 2013. As per the provision of the Floodplain Zoning Act 2012, floodplain zoning is being carried out in different rivers. Please, next. These are the NDMA guidelines and various priority zone classified by the NDMA. There are basically three types of priority zone: prohibited zone, priority 1, restricted zone, priority 2, and above warning zone, priority 3. Please, next slide. And these are we adopted in the Uttarakhand. There are prohibited zone and restricted zone and frequent flood zone. In prohibited zone, we allow only construction activities regarding flood management, mining, plantation, agriculture, bathing arts, riverfront development, irrigation, drinking water sports only. And in restricted areas, construction activities regarding park, sports, field, fisheries, agriculture, etc., temporary construction, and also to allow reconstruction of the already existing structures. Next, please. These are the, as per NDMA guideline, schematic diagram. You can visualize it. The blue line in basically normal water course, and green is above 100-year flood. Rest is 25 to 100-year flood. Next, please. Here is the approach and methodology we adopted in doing the floodplain zoning. Firstly, how we acquire the data. We acquire the data from the CWC in the gauge sites, and topographical, we do the survey in the field, and geotechnical data collection, that flood frequency analysis we did for getting the desired return period floods. where we did not have the gauge sites, we use the rainfall runoff analysis and water set catchment delineation also. Hydrological and hydraulic flood flow of 4 different return periods using Hackras model. We utilize in this Hackras model to get the various desired return period flood lines. Preparing flood zone map and report preparation, marking of flood line on Sajra sheets. Now come to the next. Please go next. These are the our officers did the ground truth verification. We got the HFL line from the Hackras model, and after getting the corrected levels, we modify the Hackras model and get the final and applicable HFL lines of various return periods. Go ahead. These are the flood frequency analysis. All of you may know. These are the. Yes. Next, please. Next, please. These are the. Next, please. Next, please. Hydraulic characteristics like water surface elevation have great importance to the study the behavior of floodplain zone in response to flow hydrograph. A hydrodynamic model is tool to describe or represent the motion of water. Before the advent of widely available computer system में मुझे लगता है कि ये जो हमने पीपीटी भेजी ये चेंज कर दी है, पुरानी है. You change the PPT. Yeah. Please go ahead. Because these are the basically technical things, and finally we send the PPT. That's not there. Please go ahead. Data needed for the model development. There are basically 3 types of data: spatial data, time series data, and geospatial data. And these data we utilize in the Hackras model to get the HFL lines. Next, please next. Again, this is the repetition field preparation. This next, please. Preparation of map report and coordinate list. After we get the various return period HFL line, we prepare the maps and check it in the field, and initially temporarily mark on the field and issues the initial notification, and after meeting with the stakeholders, we receive the objections and accommodate in the final notification. Please next. These are the Ganga River 100-year flood lines. Red line is the boundary of district, and yellow one is the 100-year line, and these are the black dots are the 50-meter interval pillars we installed at the site. Next, please. Next one. These are the Alaknanda River. Red one is the district boundary. Yellow one is the 100-year flood line. And similarly, black dot is the pillars we installed at the site. Please next. Up to this till date, we did in 614 kilometer all the work, initial and final notification already done. In Bhagirathi, Gangotri to Devprayag, there is 133.35 kilometer line. From Devprayag to Rishikesh, from Rishikesh to Chandipul, from Chandipul to Haridwar, to Kalsia village in Laksar district, Blangna river, Alaknanda river, Badrinath to Devprayag, Kedarnath to Rudraprayag. Total in 614 kilometer we already notified the floodplain zone. Next, please. Study work completed in these 325 kilometer, and initial notification work of initial is going on. Next, please. These are the reaches where we are doing the study work. Field survey data collection already completed, and hydraulic modeling work in progress in 850 kilometer of various reaches of Uttarakhand. Next, please. These are the channels at 50-meter interval, latitude, longitude, and elevation. We mark on the field and we maintain the register. Next, please. These are the sample pillars installed at the site, and in pink color there is a 125-year and 100-year and 50-year line. Yellow one is the river. How we do the work in field. These are the regulatory measures to control the inherent risk in the flood, and besides that, unstructural measures, we also did developing early warning system in the NHP project, which is 100% funded by the World Bank. And initially, in the first phase, 53 locations we identified with the help of Central Water Commission, where early warning system are developing and information will get. 139, yeah, 139 are in advanced phase. We are also doing in the work, and it will great help in early warning system and flood controlling. And in Uttarakhand, there are also structural measures like Tiri Dam that also help in flood mitigation in the lower reaches. Similarly, larger dams are required to store the water. That's help in mitigating the floods as well as water supply requirement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now for the challenges and way ahead in flood management, we have got this presentation, and it will be presented by Shri Manoj Gupta, Chief Engineer, Jal Shakti Vibhag, Jammu. Please put your hands together for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be covering the topic on challenges and way ahead in flood management in Jammu and Kashmir. This is the picture showing the photograph before and after the 2014 floods in Srinagar, where whole of the Srinagar city was flooded. Next. We have two regions in Jammu and Kashmir. One is Jammu and another is Kashmir. Both are marked by different topography and slopes. Whereas Kashmir is a bowl shape surrounded by mountains with slopes greater than 14 degree. Whereas it's a bowl shape. The valley floor is having very lean slope, which is the major cause for concern, cause for the inundation during floods, because the discharge doesn't pass quickly. Whereas in Jammu, this is located at the foothills of the Pir Panchal mountains, having slope, steep slope, and whatever the discharge comes through floods, that is drained off quickly. Next. The three major basins in J&K are Jhelum, with a catchment area of 12,759, and Chenab, 25,750, and Tavi, 2,718. So the various colors showing the basins, like Jhelum Basin and Chenab Basin, is shown in the pictures. Next. So this color showing the topography of Jhelum Basin, because mostly the floods are concentrated, these are centered to Kashmir only because of its topography. So I'll be covering the Jhelum Basin and Kashmir Valley as far as floods are concerned. So these various colors are showing the topography of the Jhelum Basin of different altitudes, and the main area of the valley floor is 3,000 square kilometer, out of which 1,000 square kilometer is prone to inundation because of its okay. The valley floor is 1,000 square kilometer, which is prone to inundation out of the 3,000 square kilometer of the valley area because of its very lean slope, as already spoken, because it's less than 2 degree, bowl shape topography. Next. This is the morphological phases of the creation of the valley. The whole of the valley used to be a lake millions of years back, which slowly the area of the lake started reducing and valley was created. As you can see the last picture showing the Jhelum and the valley area. And the evidence for this is the geological Lacustrine deposits shown on the right hand bottom. Next. This is the area reclaimed from past, starting from 9th century, where the blockade at Kadhiar was removed, and the huge area was reclaimed, which is now known as Sopur. Next. For past flood mitigation measures, they started long back, starting from 15th century, where number of spillway channels and some nalas were constructed to drain out the flood water during floods. As you can see, 15th century, 18th century, 19th century, 20th century, number of spill channels were constructed, or some nalas were constructed to drain out the water. Next. So land reclaimed during 15s and 60s by a disconnection of floodplains, construction of embankments, flood spillway channels and embankments, which led to the upliftment of the socio and economic activities of the area. Next. This is the picture showing the land reclaimed at various locations. The land between the green line, as you can see, the whole number of places the land was reclaimed. Next. The challenges in flood management. Next. In Kashmir, number of times flood has occurred since 1893, as many as 26 times. But the major floods occurred during 1900 to 1959 and the latest in 2014, when the whole of the area was inundated, Kashmir Valley area, when Jhelum and its tributaries overflowed, caused huge devastation, loss of property, life and infrastructure was damaged. This is due to the combination of extreme weather events and the land which was reclaimed from time to time for social economic activity. Next. As you can see, the 2014 flood was was the outcome of the climate change, which already a number of speakers have spoken about. That, as you can see, the various locations, percentage of rainfall, that was around 1200% of the normal rainfall. These are 4 or 5 locations have been shown where the rainfall at that time that was 1200% above the normal rainfall, which caused the major flood and inundation of the area. Next. You can see the satellite image showing the river Jhelum prior to 2014 flood, and right side you can see the inundated area shown in blue. Next. These are the Google Earth image prior to the flooding and after flooding. Next. This is the gauge. Various gauges have been installed at various locations, and the graph showing the gauge with time during 2014 flood. Next. This is the schematic diagram showing the how the floodplain zones are certain areas acting as detention basins during floods. Next. These are some pictures of 2014 flood. As you can see, whole of the area is inundated. Next. 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 So total damage occurred. Villages 287 were affected. Population 22 lakhs. As many as 85 human lives were lost, and 1.5 lakh structures were damaged. Crop affected area was 2.8 lakh hectare. Next. So these are the extreme weather events which are occurring around Indus Basin in the recent past. In 2022, floods in Kashmir, Rajasthan, Punjab, and one-third of Pakistan inundated with flash flood near Holy Amarnath Cave. 2023, floods in J&K, Himachal, Haryana. 2024, dry spell in Kashmir. Now it is occurring, there's no snowfall. In River Uj, Jammu, there's a repeated heavy discharge. As you can see, right bottom corner, you can see from 85 to 2014, the flood level, danger level occurred only 6 times. But during the last 8 years, it has occurred 4 times. So there is a change in the frequency of the floods because of the frequency of rainfall is reducing, heavy rainfall occurring in a short duration, resulting in damages, oblique floods. This is all due to climate change. Next. Then what is the way ahead in flood management? Next. These are two way ahead which we are doing. One is structural, another is non-structural. Structural is construction of various embankments, dams, channel, desilting, diversion of flood, CAT, work, afforestation. Non-structural is flood forecasting, floodplain zoning. Next. Next. After 2014 flood, under PMDP, in 2015, in phase 1, the number of works were executed where the safe discharge carrying capacity was increased from 31,800 cusics to 41,000 cusics at Sangam. This project has been completed and no significant damage recorded in low magnitude floods after the construction of this spillway channel and this work. In phase 2, the project is under execution where the discharge capacity will be further increased to mitigate a flood of 60,000 cusics at Sangam. Next. These are the resectioning, some photographs showing the resection of spillway channel in Shrifabad region under phase 1. Next. This is the spillway channel. Next. 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 This is the work was constructed under PMDP by construction of gates and the Hawksar wetland where the water was being conserved during the normal period and the gates are opened during the flood time to pass the discharge. The work is completed. Next. Next. Some protection works executed. Next. These are the long-term mitigation measures proposed. The studies are being carried out to construct a supplementary channel from Dogripura, 80-kilometer channel, which will bypass the whole of the Srinagar city and protect it from the flooding. For this, hydrological studies are in final stages. Next. Then 9 locations have been identified for construction of flood storage dams. This is also being examined. Next. Then sediment deposit locations are also being identified. Next. These are the areas which have been identified as flood basins. We have an act also in place. This area flood plain zones will be notified shortly under that act. Next. This is the early warning system for this is the flow diagram showing how the early warning system works. Next. 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 We have installed as well as 13 automatic water level recorders at various locations which transmit the real-time data for issuance of the early warning. Next. This is the system, how the information is being disseminated because we have developed a app also, Kashmir Flood Watch, which shows the real-time data of the gauges and the early warnings also. Next. 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 Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now on monitoring of water bodies app, we have with us Mr. Shubhu Biswas, Deshpande Foundation Works. So please welcome him over here.
Well, thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here among all of you. Thank you, Devashi Madam. It's such a pleasure to be here and get a chance to address all of you. This is going to be an interactive session, so pay attention, and when I ask you to pull out your phones, you're going to do something very fun. So we'll try something new here. All right, with that, let's get started. Let's get the first slide, please. So no matter what kind of project we are doing, whether it's source security or sustainability of the source, water security, whether it's repairing dams or command area development, irrigation potential, anything that we are doing, it ultimately boils down to something very, very important, which is at the smallest unit, what is happening in that reservoir out there. Right? So no matter what kind of reservoir there's a water body, what is going on in that reservoir, what is the boundary of that reservoir, how much water is there right now. If we can understand that story, aggregating that and coming up with higher order decisions becomes relatively easy. So what I'm going to be focusing on is a method and a technology that includes a lot of data science, machine learning, artificial intelligence, all of the latest technologies, computer vision. But at the end of the day, it empowers an individual to take that decision of what's happening in terms of the story of water in their own backyard, in their neighborhood. So let's get started. So it's called the Water Assets Remote Management Tool. And let's go with the first slide, please. The next slide. All right. So we have estimated about 2.4 million reservoirs or surface area, surface water bodies. And unfortunately, if you look at a conventional map, less than 50% of them are visible. So as Devashi Madam often points out, how do you solve a problem or address it if it's invisible? So the first thing we do is make the invisible visible. And that's what our map does. So the first thing is identify every single source of water on the surface of the planet. This is a planetary scale activity we have run. Just for India alone, we have identified 24 million water bodies, a little higher than the census that of water bodies that has found. And what we have done is we have put them on the map. And these include water bodies that are extremely seasonal. So they could be having water for 2 months, 3 months, 1 month. Even those have been recorded. So that's the first step that we have done. And then what we have done is we have gone to the next stage. So, all right. Okay, so now that we have identified every single water body on the surface of India, now how do they all work together? So let's go to the next slide, please. All right, so if you think about a system consists of components and the connections between components. So if you think about the water bodies as the components, the interconnectedness of the components are the streams. So we have identified every stream and rivulet and pathway through which water flows from these water bodies. And as you can see, and this is what our forefathers knew very well, and now we are revealing through technology, is this beautiful network of interconnected water bodies, one cascading to the next, to the next, to this hierarchical chain. None of this is working in isolation. And so what we do is we reveal this story and put it in front of you so that you can take the right action. That's the next thing we do. So this is creating the systems network. Let's go on to the next slide, please. All right. Now, this is the most unique aspect of our technology. So what we have developed is the method of creating a colored Doppler or a 3D underwater topography map of every single reservoir on the surface of the Earth. So now you can actually look at these reservoirs. You can see the topography of the reservoirs underwater, and you can actually see where sedimentation and silt is forming. Why is that important? Because as you see a river or a reservoir silting up, the holding capacity reduces. And we can actually tell you exactly how the silting is happening, and we can actually provide this information to you in an interactive way so that you can actually take corrective action. So not only do we do that, but we also give you the time series of that reservoir. So you can actually see how the water level in that reservoir is changing from day to day, from week to week. In fact, the data is so current. If you have a time, find me and I'll show you the demo where we have data for some of these reservoirs even as recently as yesterday. Last night when I reached here, I was running this application and we were seeing data from January 22nd, which is pretty stunning. So this is not data from a few years ago or a few months ago. The data is as fresh in some cases as yesterday. So this is actionable insights on the reservoir water levels. Let's go on to the next slide, please. All right. And so the graph that we present is within this application. This is, by the way, a web-based application. You do not need to install anything. You just pull out your phone, you pull up this website, and it's up and running on your phone. As long as you have internet connectivity and a web browser on your phone, this application runs. You can actually interact with this graph, and you can actually click on this graph and see the actual state of that reservoir at a particular point in time. So it's no different from walking up to that reservoir. We are all sitting here in Mahabalipuram. But if you wanted to go and see a reservoir anywhere in India, we could take you through this app. You can click on the graph and you can actually see, it's just like you visited the reservoir in person, and you can actually see the reservoir almost in near real time. Let's go on. Next slide, please. So the challenges with water resources management is, I'll just take a couple of more minutes, is how do you monitor this 2.4 million water bodies, and can you afford to put sensors in all of them? And obviously that's a humongous task, and we have estimated it would take you about 1,28,000 crores just to put IoT sensors and instrumentation. What if we could do this, using technology and remote sensing? And so that was the challenge we took on. And let's go on to the next slide, please. And the answer now is we'd like to offer that now we can, with the help of our technology, we have given each of these water bodies a digital identity. Just like you and I have Aadhaar cards, every reservoir now is identified and has a digital identity. And every reservoir is tracked so that we know the past, almost the present, and we can project out into the future. And hopefully along the way, we can offer a huge cost saving. And what you're seeing there is a reservoir, and it's underwater topography, and you can see the sandbars forming where the two streams are coming together, exactly the way you would normally expect. The sandbar forming right there. Let's go on. Next slide, please. So this is another tool we have, which is called the Visual Watershed Planning Tool. You can use that for designing the watershed at any level, at this village level, at the taluka level, at the block level, and beyond. Let's go on to the next slide, please. And so what this allows us to do, I won't read through this whole slide, but there are enormous benefits that come if you have this kind of technology in your hand. I will have this deck available for all of you to look through and read through. Let's go on to the next slide. Next slide, okay. And these are the items from the list of 22 that came out from last year that we think that we are directly addressing, although we do believe that we are addressing the other ones as well. But these are the ones that we think we have primarily addressed already with the help of this technology. Let's go on to the next slide, please. And so while we know the story at the individual reservoir level, what happens if we start aggregating it? So we can collect that information at the village level, at the taluka level, and at the district level, and some very interesting things start emerging. For example, right here is a study we have done for Latur, and we have been talking to the leadership of Maharashtra, and we are trying to understand if this data can predict an oncoming drought condition, and if so, can this be an early warning system? Not only can we identify the scarcity of water, but we can actually identify the reservoirs which have actually run dry, which indicates the level of distress. And those are the villages which we can directly address with interventions. So we feel that this could be pretty powerful in addressing those kinds of conditions. Let's move on to the last couple of slides I have. Let's move on. We have benchmarked our technology against standard data, and we are finding strong correlation between IoT sensors and instrumentation with remote sensing. And then let's finish with the final slide, please. Let's go on. One more slide. Okay, this is where we can all pull out your phones. You can scan these QR codes if you have interest, and you can actually go and see what's going on with each of these reservoirs. So if any of you want to pull out your phones and scan any of these codes, you can see what's going on in that reservoir right now. So that's an activity for you to consider, but that just gives you an idea of the level of engagement that we are able to support with this kind of technology. So imagine these kinds of QR codes being there for every one of our reservoirs, and people, citizen participation, Jal Shakti Kendras, water use associations, everybody being able to interact with water bodies like this and having a discussion. Just like you send pictures to each other on WhatsApp, you can send these QR codes to each other and get into a discussion. That's the kind of interactive we are talking about. Let's go to the last slide, please. And so all of this is happening at Green Good Labs. We specialize in creating geospatial insights using decision support tools, and we work on existential matters like water, climate, agriculture, soil, and energy. So if you have interest, I can hand you out my contact information. I'd love to carry out the discussions with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, sir. And now it's the time for open house discussion. So if you have any of the questions, so you may kindly raise your hand, and a mic will also reach to you, and you can ask your question and just introduce yourself and tell us that to whom your question is addressed to. Yeah, maybe please have the mic over here. Maybe please have the mic over here for the lady. Ma'am, can you please raise hand so that they would know? Yeah. So kindly introduce yourself and just let us know to whom your question is addressed to. Yeah.
Hello. Am I audible? Hi, my name is Padmaja. I'm a reporter with Times of India, Chennai. My question is to the engineer who came from the Uttarakhand government about floodplain zoning.
Yeah, you may go ahead with your question, please.
Hi, sir. So, my question is with respect to floodplain zoning, Tamilnadu is yet to start its mulling floodplain zoning, but I was just wondering what kind of challenges you're facing along the way, and as well regarding there might also already be buildings with revenue records or other legal disputes when it comes to floodplain zoning. So, how did you tackle all that?
Can you please repeat the question?
I just wanted to hear from you that how did you tackle legal disputes when it came to floodplain zoning?
How do you crack the legal things when it comes from the floodplain zones?
Idea from the
So you can use the mic. So you can use the mic so that you will be audible to everyone.
We get the idea from NDMA guidelines. They classify in three zones: priority 1, priority 2, and priority 3. But in the plain area, where mainly problem is the inundation. But in hilly areas, there are with inundation there is a velocity also in the flood. That's why we safely categorize in different priority, zone 1 and zone 2.
Yeah, I hope you answered. Thank you. So anyone else? Yeah, maybe please have the mic here. Yeah. So please introduce yourself and your question then.
Myself, Dr. Hira Lal. I am Special Secretary Irrigation, Government of Uttar Pradesh. मेरा बहुत सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन है, YIT के प्रोफेसर साहब को मैं चाय में पूछ रहा था. The topic is climate. So how much percentage of our Indian population is knowing about climate change, and its devastating effect. I was discussing with you in the tea break, sir. कितने % लोग हमारे देश के क्लाइमेट को जानते हैं, क्लाइमेट चेंज को जानते हैं, और इससे जो भयावह स्थिति हमारे सामने खड़ी है, दिख नहीं रही है लोगों को, उनकी क्या संख्या में काफी दिनों ढूंढ रहा, मिल नहीं रहा मुझे। मैंने अपने सोशल मीडिया कई जगह से कोशिश कर रहा हूं, मैं डिस्कशन भी कर रहा हूं कई लेवल पे।
So, sir, who would like to take?
आई थिंक अब क्लाइमेट चेंज का नाम तो सभी ने सुना है, जलवायु परिवर्तन सभी लोग जानते हैं। सवाल ये है कि हम लोकल लेवल पे क्या कर सकते हैं, उसके बारे में हमें अवेयरनेस करना है। दैट इज व्हाट इज द, और एक्शंस भी हमको उसी लेवल पे डिफाइन करना है।
सर मैंने इस पर करीब काफी दिनों से मैं क्लाइमेटिक चेंज पे कंसंट्रेट होकर काम कर रहा हूं। आज के डेट में जो मैं ये कहूँ 90% लोग इस हाल में जितने लोग बैठे हैं, क्या अगर आप पूछिए कई लोगों से, मुझे कहिए मैं पूछूं तो नहीं, क्लाइमेट क्या है, क्लाइमेटिक चेंज नहीं जानते, मैं भी नहीं जानता था। तो जब तक हम क्लाइमेट नहीं जानेंगे, क्लाइमेटिक चेंज नहीं जानेंगे, इसका डिवास्टेटिंग इफेक्ट नहीं जानेंगे, तब तक बात नहीं बनेगी। मेरा आशय ये था, more than 90% people is not knowing even globally.
Dr. Hiralal, there is absolutely no doubt regarding whatever you are saying.
Yes,
there is
sir.
a great need to have awareness about climate change and climate.
Yes,
all these
yes.
things related
That
to
is the
climate
point,
change.
sir.
That's a very valid point. But at the same time, the issue, let's be very clear, what Dr. Tare was saying, that let's not, the climate is something which needs to be taken care, but not everything should be blamed on climate only. There are several things we need to do. There are several things we are doing, and we should just augment our efforts into that thing. Awareness is one of these things, but the mitigation, adaptation, and damage control, all these things need to be done at the same time. Some things, yes, we are doing, and some things we need to do. But awareness is definitely a very important factor, and Dr. Tare also agrees with me. We all agree with this thing, and that's why we are sitting over here.
Yeah, I think sir also wants to add something to your answer. And in the meanwhile, I would like to tell the audience that please restrict yourself to the questions rather than submission. So that would what I will request, sir.
तो एक चीज क्लाइमेट चेंज का जो है कि one of the biggest challenges is the phenomena is playing out over vast areas over long periods of time. If we can crunch space and if we can crunch time and present the data in a manner that is understandable, very easy and intuitive, that's what those graphs that we were showing was all about. जब लोग देखते हैं कि this water body next to my house actually is getting progressively smaller and smaller, holding lesser and lesser water, and actually see this story playing out over the last 10 years, then it becomes a profound personal message. And that's when the action happens. That's when the invisible becomes visible. So climate change, लोगों को एक doubt है, perception है, but when they actually have data in hand and they can actually point to a picture and say, look, this is what's going on in my neighborhood, then it becomes very real. And that's what we are trying to do here.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself and your question.
Good morning, everybody. I am Narayan Reddy, Engineering Chief from Andhra Pradesh. No, I don't have any question. I want to answer Hiralal's question. Not that everybody knows the climate change. Everybody in India feels it and knows it. Because in my childhood also, I heard many people, or my father, because I happen to come from a rural, remote area, which is pure agriculture based. He used to comment the climate change at the time itself. He says that in rural areas, we go cropping pattern as per the Karti, and we analyze the rainfalls and climate change also by the time of 15-day cycle of Kartis. Even in my olden days, I heard it from my old parents, grandparents and all, there is climate change. Why it is happening that they were reasoning it. Everybody on the universe, I think they are feeling it, they know it. May not be, they know, they don't have the scientific analysis and scientific name for it, but everybody feels it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we are just going to have this last question from sir. Yeah, we are having mic with you.
Yeah, I'm Sanjay Belsari, Secretary Waters Department, Maharashtra. So very interesting presentation by different presenters. So I have a question to Jammu and Kashmir presentation, where you said that you have got the floodplain act in place. So I would like to know whether it was earlier to 2014 or you enacted after 2014 after the flood in Jammu Kashmir.
It was enacted before 2014. It was in 2010.
So no implementation was.
Yeah, because the committee, the board was not in place. The quorum was not there over a period of time. So the process is on for notification.
So now it will be notified.
Yes, process is on.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Very
And-
good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
yeah, please,
Rekha.
ma'am.
I'm Rekha, faculty of an engineering college and research scholar who's working in urban flooding. My question to Shubho sir. So you have shown in your slides regarding the sedimentation of the reservoirs. Actually, in our Tamil Nadu, most of the sedimentations was not taken out. So what are the basic techniques which is adapting, and if we are taking up these sediments, what is the next solution where we have to put it down like that, because it is entirely reducing the dead storage, and in due course it will affect the live storage also. So this is my question, sir.
Right. So I think there are organizations even inside this room who are specialists in desilting reservoirs. The information gap they had was in identifying reservoirs that are getting progressively sick and sicker. When I say that, I'm talking about reservoirs that are getting silted over and losing their holding capacity. So what we are trying to do is empower them with information so that they understand the red, the yellow, and the green ones, the red ones being the sickest, right? And then they are empowered with the information. They know exactly the silting patterns, how many cubic meters of silt this reservoir is having, how much of loss of holding capacity, and then they can direct their attention. But they're really targeting on the silt utilization. So they're taking that silt, giving it to the farmers are in fact paying for it. And it's a win-win for both of the organizations who are interested in desilting as well as the farmers who benefit from the rich silt, right? So they are trying to reduce the unit cost of desilting by subsidizing some of that cost by having farmers pay for the silt that comes out of it. So that's one way.
Because the continuation with that question, actually bathymetric survey we can make use it, but it's little bit costly when compared to SWAT model if we can, soil water assessment tool. So I have identified some quantity how much is silted recently, but given suggestion to the PWD, but what the next level of desilting and all, I'm just looking into that, sir. Just thank you. Thank you.
Let's talk about it a little more. I'd love to get your perspective on it.
Sure,
Thank you.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know that you all are very eager to participate in this open discussion, sir. But sir, as per the interest of time, we have to culminate this session. But I would really like to tell you that this has been a commendable time screening done by the chair for this session, because we are dot on time culminating this session. And with this, sir, thank you so much, Anurag, sir. And the esteemed dignitaries on the dais, I would like to request you all, please have a round of applause for all of them. It's a time to culminate this session. And with this, we are going to have a lunch break. And on the other side of the lunch break, we shall be joined by the Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti and Honorable Minister from Tamil Nadu as well. So I would like to request you, please be here back again, dot on 2:55, because dot at 3, we'll be starting with our ministerial session. Thank you so much. Lunch has been organized the same way as the tea break had been. So first floor, I request the secretaries to proceed on, and for the open lawn area, I request rest of the esteemed officers to please proceed. Thank you so much. See you on the other side of the lunch break. Dais who are going to be the esteemed panelists of this thematic session. So with your round of applause, invite on the chair of this session, Shri Manish Singh PS, Madhya Pradesh WRD. Please put your hands together for him. I invite you, sir, on the dais. Now, please join me in welcoming on the dais the co-chair of this session, Dr. T.G. Vinay, MD, Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board. Please put your hands together for him. I also take this pleasure to invite on the dais Shri Rishi Ram Prasth Manohar, Chairman, Bangalore Water Supply and Sewerage Board. Please put your hands together for him. I invite you on the dais, sir. I also invite on the dais Shri Krishna Murthy B. Kulkarni, Secretary WR. Please put your hands together for him. Welcome on the dais, sir. Also, I would like to invite Shri Chen, Chief Engineer INWRB, Haryana and Administrator. Please put your hands together for him. Also, I welcome on the dais Shri Pular Tarini, Senior Irrigation Specialist. Please put your hands together for the gentleman. And on the dais, I also take this privilege to invite Shri Sanyam Agrawal, Special Secretary, Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Punjab. Please welcome him with your round of claps. Welcome, sir. So as we have the dignitaries over here now, so let me once again share with you that this thematic session is on water use efficiency. As we all know that water is a finite resource, and as we grapple with its issue and challenges, the efficient utilization of water becomes paramount. That's really essential. So in this session, we are all set to deliberate on strategies and practices that will enhance our collective efforts in optimizing water use and enhance its productivity. Efficient water use is not just about minimizing waste, it's about finding a delicate balance that meets the needs of today without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It involves a holistic social, economic, environmental considerations. And of course, as we were discussing yesterday also, that this task requires a lot of comprehensive efforts and collaborative efforts of the state and central. So that is why we have got this session in which we have got the collaboration of both. And to initiate with, let me please request the chair of this session to give the opening remarks, and then we'll be starting with the presentations. So I would like to request Shri Manish Singh PS, Madhya Pradesh WRD, to kindly give the opening remarks, sir, and then we will move on with the presentations. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Let me confess that I am a stopgap chair. I was to make a presentation in this group, but 2 minutes back I was told to chair it. So pardon me if I'm bad at my opening remarks. Nevertheless, I'll give it a try. The importance of water is and water use efficiency is not lost to any of us. We know the ancient civilizations grew around water bodies, lakes, rivers, and from there till if we can trace it, the sustainable development goals, which are the guideposts for a lot many things in the world today. The 6.4 goal speaks about water use efficiency and increasing it globally. And the importance of water for in terms of poverty alleviation, in terms of livelihood, is very well known, especially in a country like India, which has an agriculture dominant economy, and especially for my state, which has an agriculture economic base. The National Water Mission also has a goal of improving the water use efficiency, and I dare say this, that the works that are going around and on which my esteemed colleagues and the co-presenters will talk about have the potential to actually solve lot of problems, including lot of interstate water disputes. I'm actually saying this with uh, the work that has happened in Madhya Pradesh and across India. And when I make the presentation, I'll try to, in my presentation, I'll try to give the details about it. I look forward to a healthy interaction in this session. And I'll request my coach, do you want to make some initial remarks or should we move ahead? Yeah, okay, thank you. So with these words, I'll invite Mr. Manohar from Bangalore Water Supply and Sewage Board, Karnataka. He'll be talking about use of water recycled and reused.
Good evening. May I ask someone to play this video? Good evening, friends. It's very warm welcome, warm morning also in Chennai. So, good. Can you play that? Please hold on. So, myself, Dr. Ram Prasad Manohar, I am the chairman of Bangalore Water Supply Board. We are here to present a project which is well known across. Can you hold on? Please. Yeah, there is some communication gap. It's okay. So let me speak for a few words. Then you have the presentation. In Bangalore, which is situated in elevated platform of 300 meters from the sea level, we were taking water from Kaveri, about 90 kilometer length. About 1450 MLD water is being pumped from Kaveri to Bangalore Water Supply. It is generating about 1300 MLD of sewage, and it is again treated in various STPs. And now that STP water was going as a treated water again back into the Kaveri. But later that Mine Irrigation Department and BWSSB in collaboration, we formulated a project which is again being used in the canals and pipelines to fill the tanks of the drought affected districts of Kolar, Chikballapur and Anekal. So that project is being very, very successful, and it is being given various recognition across the country. Therefore, I am here to present a project on this particular initiative taken in collaboration with the Mine Irrigation Department and APAC Water Supply Board. So we have prepared a small video. So it is very illustrative video. I think there is not much to say about further. So here we are presenting that video for you. Thank you. Please play the video.
Rolling with time of human release, where George whispered despair. Witness a glorious transformation, the key in sea life, where kings follow magical transformation. Rolling with time of human release, where George whispered despair. Witness a glorious transformation, the key in sea life, where kings follow magical transformation. In the heart of Karnataka, where water scarcity has been a relentless adversity, a visionary project has emerged to breathe life into the top-staying regions of Kolar, Chikmagalur, and Andhra. We were innovative logic aiming to bridge the gap between water scarcity and agricultural needs. Today, we embark on a journey that seeks to transform the fate of these parched lands. The heartbeat of this initiative lies in the 140 days of Kolar, 65 days of Chikmagalur, and 69 days of Andhra, each eagerly awaiting their fill of revitalizing used treated water. In 1964, a special organization was formed by the government to make sure Bengaluru has clean water and takes care of used water. Let's discover the theory of this vital team. Bengaluru water supply and sewerage board ensures supply of clean water and used water management. They work hard to make sure everything stays in balance, aiming not for profit, but for the well-being of the people. The board isn't just for the city, it's a huge living body taking care across a huge area that is 800 square kilometers in total. Within Bengaluru's intimate urban framework lies sewerage systems spanning 11,392 kilometers. At the core of used water management, 33 sewage treatment plants diligently purify our wastewater. And then, the ASCI in Chennai, Bengaluru shines as a notable contributor. This facility symbolizes Bengaluru's commitment to sustainable used water management, standing as a beacon of environmental responsibility. A noteworthy 548 milliliters per day of carefully treated used water finds purpose replenishing the lakes and tanks of Kolar, Chikmagalur district, and Anandapur Taluk. Beneath the surface, totally designed underground sewage system seamlessly connects to the KMC Valley sewage treatment plant, ensuring efficiency. Since its establishment in 1972, the KMC Valley Sewage Treatment Plant has achieved remarkable milestones in used water treatment. Over the years, it has successfully treated a total of 280 million liters per day of used water in 3 phases until the year 2006. In 2006, plant reached treating 280 MMD to 48 MMD used water. In 2018, the plant reached a noteworthy milestone by treating 60 MMD plus 90 MMD of used water, showcasing its dedication to effective water management. Fast forward to 2021, the plant achieved even greater heights by treating an impressive 150 MMD of used water, marking
a significant increase in its capacity of 548 MLD. These achievements reflect the plant's commitment to sustainable used water treatment practices, contributing to the well-being of Central and South Bangalore. The KNC Valley STP stands as a symbol of progressive and environmental stewardship, ensuring a cleaner and healthier future for the community. At the KNC Valley Sewage Treatment Plant, used water undergoes a careful treatment process. The treated used water is then directed to minor irrigation pumping stations and from there pumped to Narsapura. This treated used water serves multiple purposes, from supporting livestock to rejuvenating lakes and recharging groundwater facilities. The KNC Valley Sewage Treatment Plant stands as a paragon, meeting and exceeding the stringent standards set by the regulatory bodies. Compliant with the National Green Tribunal and Karnataka State Pollution Control Board standards, the plant not only fulfills the prescribed criteria but goes beyond, ensuring the highest levels of used water treatment. In a remarkable feat of sustainability, the KNC Valley Sewage Treatment Plant not only champions used water treatment but also harnesses the power of innovation. Serving as a dynamic power generating unit, the plant proudly produces 2 megawatts of power, sufficient to meet the energy needs of around half of the entire KNC Valley STP. A substantial 500 million liters per day of meticulously treated used water is being systematically transported from the KNC and HN Valley sewage treatment plants to the scarce area of Kolar, Chikmagalur district and Anekal Taluk. Here, it serves as a catalyst for positive change, rejuvenating 274 lakes and contributing to the ecological well-being of the region. BWSSB have tertiary treatment plants at Lalbagh, Kabban Park, V Valley, Yelahanka and Jakkur. The treated used water from these plants is source of revenue generation to BWSSB. These treated used water are being supplied to Bangalore International Airport, Bharat Electronics Limited, Indian Air Force, Railway Factory Yelahanka, ITC, Karnataka Power Corporation Limited, KIADB Industrial Area, Devanahalli, Kaban Park, Lalbagh Park, Legislative Assembly of Karnataka, Raj Bhavan, Bangalore Golf Club, Metro Construction and Tunneling Works. Sale of treated used water other than supply to minor irrigation is being generating revenue in the tune of rupees 55 lakhs per month. Adding to its significance, a noteworthy 850 mld of total treated used water is being reused for groundwater rejuvenating filling lakes, landscape, industrial use, non-domestic use. This is the largest reuse of treated used water in India. Imagine a place where treated used water isn't just a solution for cities, it's a lifeline for villages. In dry period, it safeguards commercial fisheries, welcomes migratory birds, and breathes life into rural economies. This isn't just water management, it's a circular economy model in action. From a staggering 1,500 feet to a mere 300-400 feet, the improvement in groundwater facilities, thanks to the innovative KC Valley, is a game changer for farmers. In the past, despite drilling deep borewells, water scarcity plagued agriculture. Now, with the KC Valley breakthrough, farmers can access groundwater at significantly shallower depths. The KC Valley project is like a guardian for farmers in the changing climate. It is not just about used water. It is making sure farmers have stable jobs and the people don't have to leave their villages. This project is a guarantee that our food stays secure in the city and that folks in villages get the right nutrition. Wetlands are safe and the homes of fish and other water creatures are shielded. Even when it is dry, there's always enough water for everyone. Enter the heart of agriculture where the KC Valley project is the unsung hero. With a reliable water supply, farmers work magic, yielding plentiful crop for food security and economic stability. Water availability empowers diversification, letting farmers grow crops aligned with market needs and soil suitability, boosting incomes and overall productivity. The KNC Valley project stands as a pillar of success among all the initiatives of BWSSB. The KNC Valley project within this regulatory framework becomes more than a water initiative. It is a symbol of respect for every drop. The collaboration between the minor irrigation and BWSSB underscores a commitment to sustainable practices and responsible resource utilization. The KNC Valley project isn't just a hero, but a national model.
Thank you. Stop it. This is an illustration of the collaboration between various departments of government, especially the wastewater which is being disposed as a wastewater after the treatment is again waste of economy. So as all of us are aware about this fact, it is one of the illustrative use of water which is being treated and being used for groundwater recharge and which is again boosting the rural economy. Thanks for the opportunity. Any questions we'll address after the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Manohar. Now I'll request TG Vinay, MD, Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board, to make his presentation or make his address. I'll request you to confine yourself to 10 minutes, please.
A very good morning to all, respected madam, respected senior officers from Government of India and various other states, all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. A very good morning to all. I warmly welcome you to this city of Mahabalipuram, and on behalf of Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board, I am Dr. Vinay, MD, who is presenting on reuse and of treated water. So as we all know, Chennai is one of the fastest growing metro cities with a population of around 85 lakhs. So we have a population of around 87 lakhs. And basically for our water source, we depend on open reservoirs and we don't have any perennial water source. So the basic facts about Chennai metropolitan supply, we have the population of around 87 lakhs and a 426 square kilometer, which is in contiguous with the Chennai corporation limits. The source of water supply, as I was mentioning, we have majorly 6 reservoirs and 2 desalination plants and 5 treatment plants for the sewage treatment, and also around a network of 5,000 kilometers. So as I was mentioning, we are started with various problems with respect to water supply. Majorly, we don't have any perennial water source. Our source, as we all know, Chennai is dependent majorly on northeast monsoon, and the southwest monsoon contributes only 40% of the water supply. So, and also the northeast monsoon is characterized by very few rainy days during which heavy rainfall occurs, wherein we have to store that water. So we are facing the problem of no perennial water source, primarily dependent on unreliable monsoons and also plummeting ground level. So and apart from that, this is the most fastest growing city, completely the Detroit of Asia. So as a result, the requirement is continuously increasing. So if you see from this slide, it is evident that the water supply to Chennai city, the project started way back in 1915 by the erstwhile British government. They, the lines they laid, the treatment plant which they established called the Keelpok Water Treatment Plant is still in use. So we have a distribution network which was existent since almost pre-independence days. Later date in it was earlier part of the Chennai Corporation. Later date it was established as an independent body in 1978. And then various efforts have been taken to ensure a dedicated water source to the city of Chennai. We are bringing from Krishna water from Viranam by laying a pipeline of 228 kilometers. And later date in 2010, the first desal plant was established in Chennai. Then later on, other desalination plants are being taken up for ensuring a sustained water resource to Chennai city. So our status of water use is like 4% we are using the treated water, which is supplied to industries as well as for urban forestry. 11% of our source is from desalination plants and 83% is from the surface reservoirs. See, coming to the wastewater treatment, which is the agenda of this presentation, as we all know, the sewage treated in urban areas is regarded as a resource. Till this treatment was taken up in a big way, most of the treated water post-secondary treatment was let into the canals and rivers. So we have a comprehensive, again, sewerage network started way back in 1961. We have 5 treatment plants, which is treating the capacity of around 1040 MLD treating capacity. And every day we are treating around 700 MLD of sewage. So these are the various treatment plants which has been established in Chennai city. See, we started embarking on establishing reverse osmosis, TTRO, tertiary treatment reverse osmosis plants, and tertiary treatment urban ultrafiltration plants. So this is the first initiative which was taken up with respect to reuse of treated water. So what was the objective? The objective was to reduce the supply of treated water to industries, so that we can conserve that water and ensure equitable water supply to the citizens, as well as there is an increasing demand from the industries. In and around Chennai, there is massive industrialization happening, a lot of demand for water supply. So to save the treated water, the drinking water being supplied to the industries, we embarked on supplying or treating sewage and providing that treated water to the industries. So these are the two major TTRO plants established in Chennai city. Both are of 45 MLD capacity, one in Kodangur and one in Coimbatore, wherein the existing sewage treatment plants were supplemented with the TTRO, that is tertiary treatment reverse osmosis plants, with the 45 MLD capacity to supply TTRO water to the industries. So these are both are of 45 MLD capacity with an expandable capacity of 60 MLD. Presently, 45 MLD of RO water, reused water, is supplied to in Kodangur. It's a hub of the petrochemicals. So Chennai Petrochemicals, Madras refineries, we are supplying treated water. From Coimbatore, this is another location, we have laid 60-kilometer pipeline to the SIPCOTs, that is the industrial estates of Sri Perumbudur, in and around Sri Perumbudur area. And we are supplying RO water to major industries of in and around Chennai city. So as we mentioned, this is the Detroit of Asia. The Hyundai was the largest plant which was established. So we started supplying treated water to the industries and all the other major industries like Saint-Gobain and many major industries. We are supplying almost 565 industries. We are supplying treated water. See, if you see the economics of this TTRO plants, the capital cost of construction for the TTRO plant is around 400 crores. One project was constructed with World Bank funding and Amrut, and another with Amrut and the government of Tamilnadu support. Both plants started way back in 2019. Each has a O&M cap. We are supplying at a cost of 65 rupees to these plants per KL. And SIPCOT is supplying to a cost of 80 rupees. The total revenue generated, see how sewage water is serving as a resource or as a source of revenue to the board, is evident from the total revenue generated till date. From one plant, we are generating 246 crores till date, and the another plant, 114 crores by virtue of treating sewage water. See, there's another initiative post 2017, Chennai suffered a serious drought, during which our respected Tirupugal sir is also there here. So a committee was formed to explore decentralized treatment plants and also to rejuvenate the lakes, recharge the lakes by treating the sewage water, and to ensure a circular economy. So we supply water, it reaches the households, sewage is taken out, treated, then treated sewage water is let into the lakes. From the lake, again, the water is drawn and treated water is supplied to for drinking water purpose. So this is the circular economy of water, which we embarked by establishing tertiary treatment ultrafiltration plants. This slide gives the complete picture of the circular economy, wherein wastewater from the domestic source reaches the secondary treatment plant. From the treatment plant, it reaches the tertiary treatment plant. The ultrafiltration that is supplied to the lakes, that is let into the lakes. From the lake, we draw the water, treat it, and then again supply for drinking water purpose. This plan, this complete the proposal was vetted by IIT, and we started this plant. This project, if you see, it's one in a model plant in Nesapakam, wherein tertiary treatment ultrafiltration plant was established. Post ultrafiltration, it is the treated water is let into the Porur Lake. From the Porur Lake, we are through the pontoon arrangements, without setting up any civil structure, through the pontoon arrangements, we are drawing water, and then the treatment plant is just abutting that lake, And from that, we are supplying to the water distribution network, and water is supplied for drinking water purposes. Similarly, after that successful model, almost several projects on the same lines have been taken up, wherein we are supplying treated water, letting the treated water to one Porur lake. Similarly, another plant is being set up where near Perungudi, it is let into the Perungudi lake, and the water is again taken for drinking water purpose. See, this is the, this captures the details how this circular economy of water is taken up. After treatment, when the water is let into the lake, from the lake, which had a capacity, actually that lake had a capacity of 70 CFT, which was a water source. So now we are recharging the lake by treating the sewage water, and that serves as both source of drinking water and ensuring sustainable water supply to city, as well as augmenting the groundwater since water is always available in the lake, it is augmenting the groundwater recharge. We have also set up a fish pond to state that the treated water is very healthy enough for breeding fishes. Further, we are also have a plan to set up much more such TTUF and TTRO plants, which will help us in ensuring equitable water supply and also ensuring that most of the sewage treated is reused. This is our proposal for the water secure Chennai, whereas we are setting up a lot of desalination plants, TTRO and TTUF plants, and at the same time concentrating on demand management, using lakes and quarries as a source of river and for source of water for ensuring water source security for Chennai city. Thank you. Just a 2-minute video is there, which will completely capture this journey. Thank you all.
The enduring legacy of water management in Chennai city dates back to the year 1869, when the Madras Water Works and Sewage Board was established to manage the water supply and sewage systems of the erstwhile Madras city. The board, ever since its inception, had laid the foundation for methodically designed water supply and sewerage management systems in the city, which have experienced extensive advancements and enhancements, persistently evolving alongside the city's expansion. Subsequently, the Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board, CMWSSB, was established in the year 1978, which ever since its formation has competently performed with brilliance, expanding and improving the city's water supply and sanitation infrastructure, accomplishing mighty deeds and crossing impossible hurdles over the course of 150 years. CMWSSB, in addition to dealing with the Chennai city's water distribution skillfully, also manages the city's sewerage efficiently by consistently upgrading the sewer systems and commissioning state-of-the-art sewage treatment plants at premeditated locations. The sewage treatment plants commissioned by us at Coimbatore, Nesapakam, Perungudi, Kodungayur and Sholinganallur, with a total capacity of 1082.80 MLD, taken most of Chennai's sewage, treat it under various processes in primary and secondary levels, and produce treated water that is supplied to industries. The supply of secondary treated sewage to industries was initiated by us as early as 1989. Chennai pioneered in adopting the process of recycling and reuse of water with our competent team, employing the most advanced and efficient tertiary treatment technology. We had commissioned the nation's first large-scale tertiary treatment reverse osmosis plant in Kodungayur, which has been supplying water to the industries at Manali and Minjur, followed by another TTRO plant in Coimbatore, which caters to the water needs of industrial hubs located at Yirungattukottai, Sri Perumbudur and Varagadam, through Chennai city's longest pipeline network, which extends to a length of 56 kilometers. With the treated water being supplied to these industries, the fresh water, which was earlier supplied to the industrial hubs, is now diverted to the city, thereby maintaining a balanced water supply to Chennai. We have also commissioned the most modern tertiary treatment ultrafiltration plants, TTUFs, and modular STPs at strategic locations of the city. The Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board has been steadfast in its efforts, competently working towards the exemplary goal of transforming Chennai as a self-sustained city in water resource supply management and a top performer in the process of recycle and reuse of water in the nation.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Vinay. I'll just rearrange the presentations. I'll come in at the last. So I'll ask Mr. Dr. P. Someshwar Rao, Director Technical from Karnataka, to make his presentation on water use efficiency on Narayanpur project in Karnataka. Dr. Someshwar Rao.
Good morning, everybody. We had nice presentations on the urban water supply, and as you all know, the demands on the urban water supply are increasing, and those additional water will come only from the savings from the agriculture sector, which is the largest user. So I will share some of the initiatives which Karnataka we have taken with ERM support from Government of India. Presentation, please. So along with water use efficiency, we are also focusing on water productivity. I will share it for the next. So India is the largest, having the largest irrigated area. According to the latest Niti Aayog figures, it's about 73 million hectares. And the water that is supplied through canals and the reservoirs, only about 37% is being used by the crops. Almost 50% is lost in the conveyance, in the canals and all. And another 20% in wrong timing when the crop is not needed and those kind of things because of some of the infrastructure deficiencies. So this is the location of the Narayanpur project in northern Karnataka. We have 5 large branch canals along this. Thank you. So when we were looking at the ERM thing to improve the canal conveyance efficiencies, we also had the thing to look at the water productivity itself as to how much water is actually being used by the crops kind of thing. So we had partnership with IHE Netherlands, and we have done some evapotranspiration calculations and crop cover for about 3 years, 2017, 2018, and 2019. So if you look at the whole water cycle in the irrigation command areas, irrigation efficiency is one thing, but that is only a small part of it, water will be withdrawn and supply from the rivers, but also the water productivity is the key for food production, and ultimately the irrigation is for food production. Although now many reservoirs are doing multi-use of supplies. So under the ERM project, there was the goal set by the National Water Mission for enhancing 20% water use efficiency. So we had the opportunity to get support from NLBC from the ERM program under AIBP. So it's about a large area of 450,000 hectares with about 3,500 kilometers. So when we did the crop map and the biomass estimation using the remote sensing, these are how the figures are for different crops. So in the head reaches of the canal, it is the paddy, and the other parts is all cotton and ground pulses kind of a thing, red gram mainly. So if we look at the crops, this is for the 3 years, 2017, 19, and 19, what we assess. So in the main canal from 0 to 70 kilometers is large of paddy, but whereas others is all cotton and kind of a thing. So these are the evapotranspiration assessment done using the remote sensing images. So some of the areas have got almost like 500 to 550 millimeter evapotranspiration. So these are the figures for the 3 years, actual evapotranspiration. So when the biomass is estimated to see actually how much water is used, that's where the conclusion also, various other studies have said that 37% of the water supplied is only used by the crops. This is how we have the figures, and some of the portions we identified, some of the branch canals and some of the distributaries which really are having good water productivity and also less water productivity areas. So the average yields, normally the agriculture department measures the average yields per hectare, the production per hectare, but I think it's high time now we have to do per TMC of water supplied, because we cannot manufacture water, as Minister also yesterday was mentioning. So these are the figures where the potential is there to improve. So if you look at the paddy, cotton and red gram, almost we are at only 40% or 50% of the water productivity. So there is a huge challenge to have the coordination with agriculture department and other departments, even on the farm. So we have some initiative on that. So when we started with the ERM, because infrastructure is large for this 4.5 lakh hectares command area, when we started the ERM project, almost like 60% of the area was only being supplied. A lot of tail end issues were there. And about 1,80,000 hectares is not supplied using both because of waterlogging as well as because of the tail end issues. Even if you look at the productivity issues, it's very low compared to the world average or the best case scenario of Murray-Darling Basin. So when we have done the water deficit, relative water deficit assessment using the remote sensing things, we identified some of the areas where the water is actually deficit in supply compared to the need of the crop. So as far as the infrastructure upgradation is concerned, several gates are replaced, about 4,000 plus gates. Automation is taken up. Then cross-regulators is one thing which was strengthened. That was one important part of the canal water management, which is missing now in many states and in India. So we have regenerated the cross-regulators and also constructed some new cross-regulators. And that's where actually you can have the good control of water in the flow to reduce the conveyance losses. And we have solar-powered gates now where you can remotely automate, remotely operate. Then we have set up flow meters, about 33 on the canals, to check the water balance at different sections and different branch canals. And we have the flow laboratory field on the field, which is a mobile one and which keeps calibrating and checking and also supporting the engineers in the field. And this is how one of the examples of the output. The system is now operational for the last 2 years, about 2 seasons. So the yellow line is this is at one distributory outlet in Indi Branch Canal. The yellow line is the supply at the upstream of the canal where it is varying, whereas the blue line down is the supply which is constantly being maintained. So this is how the autonomous control of the operation of the whole canal system is being beneficial. So we have a farmer's dashboard for the farmers to have interface on the mobile as well as on the kiosks in different with different water user associations and in different panchayats. We have set up a central monitoring unit to train the engineers, and the engineers are also monitoring remotely. The demand is collected from the by the AWEs and executive engineers from the farmers, and hopefully in future it will be farmer mobile interface directly. So one of the immediate benefits we saw is in the Shapur Branch Canal, where the water has reached the tail end. Several areas have reached in the, which never had, last almost like for 3 decades, there was no water supply in the tail end reaches of this canal. And this is how you can generate the reports out of the system for each branch canal. So almost like out of 161 distributaries in the tail end, about 124 are now fully being serviced. And many of them have got water after 1.5 decade or 2 decades kind of thing. So farmers are very happy there. So this is how using both the combination of remote sensing technology as well as strengthening the infrastructure and building the autonomous operation of the canals, we are able to manage water properly and deliver the water to the tail end areas. Our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, when he was earlier the Water Minister, this project was launched. And Honorable Prime Minister has inaugurated this project and dedicated to the nation in January. Honorable Water Resource Minister visited the project. Our Deputy Chief Minister visiting the project. And apart from this, we also identified on-farm water management. Although you improve the conveyance and you use the technology, there is also something where on-farm water management, there is about 20% of the losses. So we are trying to do something on the land and water management with several departments like CADA, then Agriculture Department, Water User Cooperative Societies, setting up simple measurement instruments and providing interface with the farmers' mobiles to get the data and the rotation plans. And we have a system using the FAO aquacrop model and a startup system with IIT Kanpur. So we have set up the system where automatically the irrigation schedules are calculated and sent to both the engineers as well as for the water user cooperative societies. And we are using it in the local language, giving the importance of those things. So several benefits are there. So water deficit areas are now reduced. Cropping intensity has increased. The crop water productivity, still there is a lot gap. So we have to work with the agriculture department to improve that. So it has been proved that using remote sensing technology and advances in the remote sensing, we can monitor and improve the water management in the canal systems. Thank you. And I acknowledge the support of Poulat Karimi, who is also here in supporting us in the remote sensing outlet.
Thank you.
Can you play the film, please?
The state of Karnataka is one of the fastest growing economies in India and is heavily dependent on agriculture. Agriculture consumes an estimated 85% of the state's available freshwater resources. With projected increases in population growth, coupled with increased water requirements for the agriculture, urban and industrial sectors, the largest and most economically significant river basins in the state, the Krishna and Kaveri, face a water supply demand deficit. Due to these factors, an urgent need has been identified for coordinated action across Karnataka to better manage their freshwater resources. In this context, Karnataka's KBJNL Water District decided to embark on a bold journey to modernize and rehabilitate their manually operated NLBC network. The scope of works for the project covers the modernization of 3,000 kilometers of canals across 450,000 hectares of the Narayanpur Left Bank Canal network. To modernize this area, more than 4,250 automated gates installed. These all-in-one gates provide the ability to accurately control and measure the flow of water from Narayanpur Reservoir to farms located along the network. Comprising of 15 radio towers that transfer real-time data to the primary control center. Additionally, 60 microclimate weather stations and soil moisture probes will be strategically installed throughout the network to provide farmers with insightful data to assist them in making informed decisions on when to irrigate their crops and how much water to apply. One of the most significant benefits that has already been achieved is the improved service to farmers when automatic flow control mode is activated in the gates. In this mode, the gate automatically adjusts its opening to maintain a constant flow rate irrespective of the water level fluctuations in the canal. Following the uptake of modern practices from dam to crop, the project aims to bridge the gap of current serviceability limitations by recovering approximately 180,000 hectares of unserviced and waterlogged areas. The ability for farmers to efficiently apply water to crops promotes improved land productivity through an increase in yields and the opportunity to diversify into higher value crops. These on-farm benefits will support farmers in achieving the goal of doubling their income. The continued transformation of Karnataka's gravity-fed open canal supply networks will enable irrigation districts to better manage their precious water resources, enhance agricultural production, and promote the future prosperity of the region.
Thank you again.
All these elements are now included in the new water policy in the state, and recently the Administrative Reforms Committee has recommended us to do again the remote sensing assessment to see the effect of the whole ERM project, and we will be doing it soon. Thank you.
Sir,
team from.
I would like to make one announcement, sir. Sorry. So it's a kind request to all the speakers that if you have the presentations, so kindly avoid the film. We can go for the presentations then. So because we have to go as per the interest of the time and we want to cover all the sessions. Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt in between, sir.
A very good morning to all. I'm Nitish Jain. I'm working as Chief Engineer with the Haryana Irrigation Department. My presentation is on reuse of treated wastewater and micro irrigation in the state, of course, Haryana. Next. The slide shows the water distribution across the 22 districts of Haryana. Next. First of all, we will have to look at the scenario why the need has arisen that we have to go for reuse of treated wastewater and micro irrigation system. There are three pictures in of the last 2 decades: the year 2000, year 2010, year 2020. We can clearly see that from north to west, there was not even a single district where depletion of groundwater was there, and all was in good condition. The coloring has been done in 7 different colors, and the red one shows that water table depletion is more than 30 meter, and pink is 20 to 30 meter, then so on. So we can clearly see that in 2000, the scenario was that across north to west, there was not even a single district which was where there was groundwater depletion. Similarly, across north, if we move towards Delhi, towards south, there was not even a single district also where there was groundwater depletion. In 2000, only you can see there is some red patch, which is district Rewari, which was groundwater depleted. Similarly, please back. Similarly, in the year 2010, the over-exploitation started, and north to west, the districts have over-exploited the groundwater. Similarly, in the southwest also. Now, in 2020, the situation has further worsened, and the districts from north to west have almost all the districts are groundwater depleted. More than 30 meter fall is there, and southwest where only Rewari was there, Mahendragarh and other districts also, there is considerable groundwater depletion. One reason was this, that we have gone to use treated wastewater because the stress on groundwater was there, and moreover, only 2 systems of water supplies are there in Haryana. One is Bhagra system and the other one is Yamuna system. And over the period of years, both of the freshwater systems have also stressed. So need of the hour is that we should as early as shift to reuse of treated wastewater and micro irrigation system. Now in Haryana, not even this, that we are using only treated wastewater. The state is very keen that from anywhere, if the water goes waste, we should use each and every drop of the water, whether it is overflowing ponds, the water which is overflowing, that should be used through micro irrigation for irrigation purposes, whether the water going waste through channels, natural rivers, there we should construct check dams. Rather, we have done it. And now I come to the this treated wastewater scenario. Next. Yes. As on today, about 196 STPs are there in Haryana, constructed by different departments: public health, Haryana Shahri Vikas Pradhikaran, urban local bodies, Gurgaon Metropolitan Development Authorities, etc. The total treatment capacity as on today is 1839.81 MCM, and the wastewater being treated is about 61% as on day. And these authorities are only using 170.30, of course, 15% of this treated wastewater. Now the challenge is that total water availability is, next slide please. Now the total water availability in case of Haryana is 20,936 million cubic meter, which includes surface water as well as groundwater and treated wastewater. Total water demand as on day is 34,963 MCM, including all sectors, whether it is industry or horticulture, irrigation, all. State water gap is about 14,027 million cubic meter. The purpose of this treated wastewater is to bridge the gap between the demand and supply. So fresh water supply is restricted, groundwater is already depleting. So in fact, we don't have any choice but to utilize this unused sources of water. Now, with the support of central government as well as willingness of state government, our Honorable CM has approved a scheme to use treated wastewater from 170 STPs, having a cumulative capacity of 1925 MLD. The target cultural command area with this capacity is 2.5 lakh acre. The whole project has been divided into 3 parts: phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. In phase 1, 35 STPs was taken. Out of these 35 STPs, 27 were found feasible, and on 21, work is already going on. In the second phase, we will take 57 STPs, and the capacity of these STPs is about 528 MLD, and the CCA covered will be 67,500. The expected date of starting these works will be 1st July 2024, and the completion will be by 30th June 2026. Similarly, in the third phase, we will take the balance 78 STPs with cumulative capacity 1,118 MLD, and the CCA will be covered 1,43,000 acre with estimated cost of 2,000 crore. And the whole project is likely to be completed by March 2027. Now, further, there is a wise saying that saral hai to safal hai. We have tried to keep the design as simple as possible. As we can say from the layout, basically from the figure you can see there is a tank. The water is collected from whether it is sewage treatment plant. The clean water, treated water is collected in this tank, and from this tank it is pumped into the nearby fields. Hydrants are provided, and from hydrants distribution lines are given into the farms of the farmers. The main challenge in case of TWW, I meant to say treated wastewater, was public perception about the quality of these treated wastewater. Initially, the persons were hesitant to take this treated wastewater for use in their fields, but on again and again pursuing them, they agreed. Initially, they were even hesitant to deploy this micro irrigation part in their fields, but with the time, over a period of 7-8 years, the scenario has changed, and I can share with you कि बिकाडा के हमारे कलीग हैं, they have told me कि जैसे ही वो पोर्टल खोलते हैं, MI की इतनी एप्लीकेशंस आ जाती है, पोर्टल क्रैश हो जाता है. What they have started, that they have opened the portal for a specific project only, so that application could be for that project only. Next is our concept. Our concept is diversion of water from surface water and subsurface sources through infiltration galleries, where the water is below the surface. We can divert it through infiltration galleries or for overflowing ponds by providing tanks or check dams. Moreover, the storage tanks are constructed on the available land provided by the people, and where the government land is there, we use government land also. One more thing, what we have learned over the years, we have constructed 14 projects initially for micro irrigation. There was an energized dedicated line for electricity as well as solar panels. But we learned that it will be better, because we are also energy stress state. It will be better to implement a project independently with solar only. So in further 143 micro irrigation schemes, we are doing only with solar, independent of electricity lines. Till date, we have already implemented 143 micro irrigation schemes independent of this TWW, treated wastewater schemes, which are different. And besides implementing these schemes, we are providing solutions also. We have managed some outlet management system software, through which we are providing solutions to the farmers. Next. This is a schematic photograph. You can see the pond is shown, the panels are there, pumping station is there. This is micro irrigation scheme. Next. This is again the pictures of micro irrigation developed by us. Next. And this is IoT based smart irrigation. We have just deployed outlet management system on about 40 acres. We deploy one outlet management system, and 10 hydrants are covered under the one OMS, and 4 acre per hydrant we have taken. As per the requirement, the water is given to the plants, and basically farmers were already using this treated wastewater also and other water also, but based upon the evapotranspiration based water accounting, we have recently called some expression of interest also, and we are providing them, we're trying to provide them the solutions also. For example, satellite-based rapid test for soil nutrients, so that optimal nutrient requirement may be met. Similarly, soil moisture estimation is there. Next, please. And similarly, crop health analysis also, which is possible through satellite this satellite system, and weather forecast for 15 days. We are giving weather forecast also for 15 days, and further image-based diagnosis for pest and disease also. Ma'am,
Please conclude.
This is all from my side. Thank you, ma'am.
Can I have the presentation from Madhya Pradesh, please? Going forward and ready. Thank you. So this is Madhya Pradesh, and I'll just add that we have an area of around 3 lakh hectares, and which is around 9% of the total area of the country. So the water use efficiency journey of Madhya Pradesh started with the reduction of gap between irrigation potential created and irrigation potential utilized. We started rehabilitating old irrigation assets. World Bank was our partner then. This was 2009-10. The maintenance budgets of the states were absolutely zero. We convinced the finance department to start supporting that, and we proved it. When we started closing that gap, the finance also turned around. Now, in the we not only did that for initial years, but we sustained it. And now we are in a situation where we are doing no canal irrigation networks. We are only doing pressurized irrigation networks in the state. So I talked of the reduction of gap. This is the journey, and you can see that it has been sustained. This again is a different depiction of the same thing, and 85% is the irrigation potential utilization, which has been sustained in the state for the last 10-12 years. So in the current phase of improving water use efficiency, we are in line with the National Water Mission. Initial projects were remodeling, that is something like lining the canals, lining the lower order systems also, then moving to hybrid system where we had the main canals, but the distribution network was pressurized irrigation networks. But now we have canals as an exception, and pressurized irrigation networks are a rule. We have under implementation a number of projects totaling up to 24 lakh hectares of irrigation, which is almost 50% of our current irrigation potential created. And we have multiple minor projects also coming up with pressurized irrigation network. The advantage of centralized pumping is energy efficient. It is micro irrigation ready. The farmers can just plug in their field, the drip or the sprinkler systems, and start using the water. And in future, we also the systems will be fertigation ready, that you can put your fertilizer in the fields through these channels. The Madhya Pradesh is an agriculture dominant economy, so there's a lot of demand for these water impounding structures, dams, stop dams, barrages, and we fortunately have a number of rivers because we are at the heart of the country, and a lot of rivers emanate from the state and move into the neighboring states. We realized that canal irrigation required land acquisition, which would be around 6% of the CCA, which is now gone down to 0.5% 1% or even less in larger projects. This has saved us cost time overruns, and it saves land from being put to non-agricultural use as well. This is a typical pressurized irrigation network. So we have done this performance evaluation for Mohanpura right bank canal system. And if you can see that the green color is the irrigated agriculture land. You see the increase in that, and the red is the vegetation, which is other than the irrigated agriculture. And it is from the same satellite which the Google Earth uses. So, and the irrigation that has gone up in the Mohanpura canal system is depicted in the bar graph. I'll draw your attention to the last column. If you see that we have now per unit volume of water, irrigation area per unit of volume delivered has now stabilized at around 530. And I'll show you a comparison with canal irrigation systems. So these Mahi and Painch projects are not very old projects, new projects. They are very good canal irrigation networks, one of the highest performing in the state. But you see the last column, they are at 228, 217 hectares per MCM. And if you see Mohanpura right bank canal, it is at 530, which is more than double. That's how a canal system looks like, the top corner, and this is how our pressurized irrigation networks come out. This is a picture from the Mohanpura irrigation system. So again, what we are trying to say in this slide is that by converting or by making pressurized irrigation network based systems, we are actually saving a lot of water. And if we take these 5 projects, Mohanpura, Banswara, Kundalia, Painch and Panchamnagar, here the savings is around 1200 MCM of water in just these 5 projects, which is the amount of water we store in Mohanpura and Kundalia put together. So by doing pressurized irrigation networks, we are saving a lot of water, and we actually avoiding a lot of land acquisition. We are avoiding a lot of rehabilitation requirements, and there's a lot of financial saving as well. Added to that is the productivity gains that we have in the agricultural products. So I have already talked about the gains that we've had. This gives us also the elasticity to increase water allocation to drinking water, industrial needs, and environmental flow demands. We are working closely with our Public Health Engineering Department, which does the Jal Jeevan Mission scheme, and Madhya Pradesh has mapped out all the surface water requirements across the states for rural drinking water supply schemes and urban drinking water supply schemes, and the efficiency gains in the irrigation networks is being diverted to take care of the water drinking water needs of these areas, and in future we plan to also divert some water for industrial purposes. I've already spoken about the huge water use efficiency gains. This is high scope for replication. This can be done anywhere in the country. These systems are very, very efficient, and we've actually, along with these projects, we have had some institutional reforms in terms of how we do projects. We have dedicated units now, and we've moved from the old systems of having a chief engineer and other things. We have now PMUs, project monitoring units, who do these projects. My suggestion for Government of India, or a policy recommendation, would be, I've already spoken to ma'am. We spoke about the cadmium reforms or restructuring. I'm happy to note that Government of India is already doing that. Cadmium team from Government of India has visited our projects, and they have factored in factored these micro irrigation initiatives of Madhya Pradesh into their the new proposal that they're designing. My request would be also to redesign RRR to facilitate hybrid and complete pressurized irrigation networks. I had said that I'll talk about how this can be actually a game changer in terms of interstate water disputes, which we know are very problematic in this country. The efficiencies or water use efficiencies in the irrigation networks can actually be the basis on redefining the water sharing issues that still linger on between some states. And I'm sure that if both the states adopt pressurized irrigation networks in their developed canal systems or move to a hybrid system, I'm sure the requirements of water would actually substantially go down for irrigation, and they'll have enough water for drinking water and for industrial use, and that should that would be in the national interest. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite Poulet Karimi, Senior Agriculture Irrigation Specialist from World Bank, for his presentation.
Globally, irrigation is needed because in 2/3 of croplands in the world, we do not have enough rainfall. If we do not irrigate, we would not grow crops, we would not have sufficient food. Irrigation is covering around 20% of the croplands, yet it's producing 40% of the global food. And then we know, it is documented in the scientific work, in our experiences, that irrigation increases yield. But at the same time, irrigation is creating problems globally. We have depletion of groundwater. We just heard from the state of Haryana. We have drying rivers. We have lakes that are disappearing. We have polluted rivers. Yeah. Hence, we need more irrigation because we do have a lot of more people to feed. Yet, we need better irrigation because irrigation so far has been very, very, very useful, but we have also seen the troubles. Question becomes, how and where do we do this? How do we improve our irrigation? And if we want to have more irrigation, where would we do that? Underpinning this is about understanding how do we advance towards a better climate resilient irrigation. In the World Bank, we look into irrigation infrastructure, we look into irrigation governance, we look into ways of new irrigation, like farmer-led irrigation. We also understand that everything that we do requires evidence base. We need to make those decisions based on evidence. It cannot be intuition-driven. It has to be data-driven. And that's why we see an overarching theme here on water accounting. I've had the pleasure of working with many of you through an NHP program, where we trained on water accounting. And I see now how some of this work has been taken up. To me now, India is leading some of these initiatives, and that's very, very impressive to see. The most important factor in decision-making, data-driven decision-making, is the data itself. We need to invest in our monitoring networks, as we have seen. We just saw a good presentation from Karnataka on SCADA and then other states. We need to use remote sensing, we need to use advanced machine learning, artificial intelligence, and we need to combine those together, these ground data and our remote sensing to have better aspect. But also we have to institutionalize, we have to create capacities, we have to make sure this is taken forward and is further developed. What we have done globally is to try to use this thinking, try to use these advances in our work. The work that I'm showing you from here is from Georgia. In Georgia, we had the government of Georgia asking the World Bank, we need to invest in our irrigation, where do we do it? And Georgia is not very data rich. So we did a very advanced case study using remote sensing where we set up this platform, combined it with the data that they had on the cadastre, on the crop patterns to validate, to train our models, to produce a tool that not only works at the national level, but you can actually zoom in to each scheme and try to understand what is the level of water use efficiency, water productivity, irrigation efficiency, different crops are being grown, extent of the crops, and many other factors that can be now monitored. You see in the black are the areas that are receiving irrigation. So in this scheme, despite the command area covering a large area of 7,000 hectares, this is large in Georgia, maybe not here, but you see a lot of areas are not receiving irrigation. These are farmers that are left behind. These are beneficiaries that are not benefiting, and they should be paying, right? If you think about cost recovery, we want to have that fee collection. We cannot ask a farmer that doesn't receive service of irrigation to pay for irrigation. So this kind of tool and application would not only help us to do the monitoring, but it also helps us to understand who is actually benefiting and who's not. And if it's not, how do we do our job better to make sure that the farmers are receiving the irrigation that they require? We took this forward, and in Georgia, we had the government showing us 20 schemes that they selected, and we used a matrix of ranking, benchmarking the performance of each scheme on 10 categories across different equity, reliability, adequacy, and the service in 10 coming to zero, a score from 1 to 10, 10 being internationally best practice and 1 being absolutely poor. And you see every scheme gets a ranking. And we know how this ranking comes to it, right? If we want to invest now, we say, okay, we have a matrix to go back to. We can understand what are the things that we need to think about in each scheme, and how do we make a decision for improvements. Further to that, in Kyrgyzstan, we're working with the government to integrate the data that we have in their work in their water information center. So the idea is that we use remote sensing, we use the data that they collect on the ground to give them the operational advice to the scheme managers, to the scheme operators. And then in Kenya, we are working at the field level because you want to look into national level, scheme level, but it's also very important to understand the field level information. So here we are using and piloting the 10-meter evapotranspiration map, and to give you a prospect, half an acre land would be 20 pixels of 10 meter. So if you have half acre of the parcel, you would have 20 data points in that field, which is enough to cover the information that we need to understand at a field level to improve, to help the farmers to improve their productivity and water use efficiency. We have done this at a smaller scale, but we have also done the regional deep dive. All this Central Asia region of the 5 countries is done for a regional application, but at the same time, these are very granular data. So you can zoom in, you can go to the field level, you can understand what are the things that are stacking up towards a low performance or a high performance. Because beyond monitoring, we are also interested to see how do we improve. And if we do not get to those variables that make up that high performance or low performance, there's not likely that we can come up with the right solution. And right solution requires having an insight. At the same time, we are also thinking about maybe you don't have time. Maybe we need a rapid look into the state. So that's where we have set up a global water accounting tool where you could use your own layer, where you have the shapefile for or the states that are available. For this one, I'm demonstrating for Madhya Pradesh. You could see that the state would be uploaded to the tool. This is using the global data, and it does it in a very fast manner. We are under the leadership of the Ministry of Jal Shakti. We are now developing this for India, using the information that comes from the national centers in India. For this example, this is the global information. And by putting some very quick analysis, you get to a full report of the state, full report of the water accounting. So basically, you would see all the information that comes from remote sensing. What is the level of precipitation? How is it evapotranspiration? How is it divided between different land uses? What is the level of water productivity, water scarcity, and so on and so forth. And then the trend analysis to understand how these factors are changing through time. So this application is something that is a good first phase for understanding what are the big and major issues, and then do the deep dives following to this. In Ukraine, we also did this. We did the benchmarking, but at the same time, we thought about the biggest threat to Ukraine as in climate change, because it's a country dependent a lot on rain-fed agriculture. At the same time, we all know by now that Ukraine has a major role in feeding the global population. So in Ukraine now, we see out of the 25 million hectares of croplands that they have, only 2 million are requiring irrigation. The actual irrigated area is about 200,000 hectares. But come the 1.5 degree warming, that grows to 10 million hectares. And then comes 3 degrees warming, that would be 19 million hectares of the land in Ukraine that requires irrigation. That requires forward thinking. Irrigation infrastructure doesn't appear just now. We need to think ahead, 30 years, 40 years, to be prepared for this day. So we are working now with the government of Ukraine to understand, using our work, where now to develop, now that the priority has been identified. And then in India now, we have been working with the Ministry of Jal Shakti to produce national level water accounting tool, to produce national irrigation benchmarking, performance benchmarking tool, and also scheme deep dive. These are work that are being led by ministry, but we have the partnership with CWC, NRSC, and NIH and other institutions. As you see in this example, you have Purna irrigation scheme and also the Vani Villa Sagar scheme in Karnataka. And those are the evapotranspiration map. And then if you look into the 10-day ET map, this is the variation of evapotranspiration every 10 days during the Kharif season in each of these schemes. And you see how variable it is. And 10-day corresponds well with our irrigation kind of cycle. Every 10 days, we have one observation, we have information on how these different elements are changing in the crops and in the field and in the irrigation service. So these are the tools that we are developing now. We are trying to improve how water accounting and informatics can help support our water management. We are working through this collaborative approach to shift from data being just sitting in the libraries to be something that is used for decision-making, for operational decision-making. And then we are doing this under the leadership of the Ministry of Jal Shakti to produce and then use and learn from the India, and then from this experience, vast experience that here exists, to also take it to other clients in other countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pula. For questions or Geek from Punjab to make his presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Since water use efficiency is a very broad topic, so from Punjab, I have confined it to the biggest challenge we are facing as of now in Punjab. Punjab has been a land of plenty, Punjab, land of 5 rivers, but it's very unfortunate that today we are seeing a situation where almost 80% of Punjab is facing desertification, and this is broadly due to the unmindful or increased cultivation of paddy over time. So paddy or rice is a crop which is not native to Punjab. It is a water guzzling crop almost 1 kg of rice requires almost 5,000 liters of water for production. So whenever Punjab exports or gives rice, it is basically water which is being given. And this is just a chart where you can see how the paddy area has increased over time. So presently almost 3 million hectares in Punjab is under paddy cultivation. The key drivers for such large acreage is a lot of high yield variety seeds, MSP based guaranteed procurement by central government, cheap electricity and better irrigation facilities in Punjab, and fertilizer subsidies. So, of course, we all know that something which is not native is bound to have some environmental impacts, and paddy has huge environmental impacts from extreme water shortage, as I've already pointed out. Like 80% of blocks are now overexploited, and it is estimated that in next 20 years, almost 80% Punjab will turn to desert if the present trend continues. Apart from this, excessive CO2 and GHG emissions. And one more factor which everybody is aware of because it's national news is like the paddy straw, which remains after paddy harvesting. So because there is very short time between paddy harvesting and wheat sowing, so it has to be burnt by farmers. Otherwise, they are not able to sow in time. So that is also leading to a lot of AQI problems in and around Punjab. And over the time, agricultural modernization has also not happened too much. Only 1.2% land is under micro irrigation, and the budgetary burden on government for this paddy cultivation is around 13,000 crores, which includes subsidized power and fertilizers. So, if we see from the perspective of farmers why nobody wants to switch from paddy cultivation, it is basically very simple economics. Anybody of us, if we put ourselves in the shoes of a farmer, we can see why they don't want to shift from paddy cultivation. This is a chart which gives a brief outline of yield of various crops and the MSP which is given on those crops. So as you can see, the yield of rice is almost around 3,000 kg, 30 quintals per acre, and the MSP is 19.4. So the average profit at MSP is around 37,000 per acre. So the alternative crops which we promote as compared to paddy are maize, bajra, moong, tur, groundnut, cotton. So for example, the closest rival which Punjab is forcing for paddy is maize. So the yield only is 23 quintals. So even at an MSP of almost 18.7, which matches rice, the profit margin at MSP comes out only 26,000. So this yield difference in crop is one of the major reasons, and of course, guaranteed procurement is second factor, which we will cover in next slide. So several committees have studied these problems and given various recommendations, which we'll just look into. The second factor, which is deterring move from paddy cultivation, is the risk volatility. So paddy has a advantage that it is not vulnerable to pest attacks compared to other crops like cotton. It does not have a short life. It's not a perishable product like fruits and vegetables. And the gestation period is also not that much if we compare to agroforestry. And apart from that, the guaranteed procurement by the central government. So that removes any market risk associated with the produce. So if I am a farmer and I have to decide like if I have 5 acres and which crop should I cultivate, so I am getting the highest return on paddy. There is hardly any risk. The crop is well researched. There are n number of support services which will guide me through the process. So it doesn't make any sense for the farmer to switch from paddy to other crop. Though everybody realizes the environmental impact and the damage it is causing, but the economics, until this economic situation is corrected, it will be very difficult to move from paddy. So for cotton, I'll just brief out the points due to paucity of time, that the demand is high, but it is very vulnerable to pest attacks. As I told, fruit and vegetables, they offer excellent returns, but the problem is with the marketing of these and the perishable nature of these goods. Agroforestry also has high returns, almost double the paddy, but the gestation period is very long. And wheat and paddy are now, of course, they are starting to face climate stresses. So this is the view of the farmers. They know that they are poisoning the environment. The groundwater is going deeper and deeper. They have to dig their tube wells more and more deep. But until and unless they are provided support, so it has become more of an habit come addiction, which is economically fruitful. So it is very difficult to bring them out of this paddy cycle. Some of the initiatives that the government has started is Kisan Milnis to promote awareness, recruitment of Kisan Mitras to help them diversify their crops, 1,000+ crore budget allocation for paddy diversification, many committees and a new agricultural policy is also being framed out. But as I pointed out, some strong political decisions also need to be taken, which are very, of course, difficult. Like free power subsidy, almost 9,000 crores is given. So there is no incentive to farmers to switch from groundwater to other crops and see and explore crops which do not require such water. As I earlier pointed out, the yield of other crops is also low, so they are not competitive as compared to paddy. Ease of growing paddy because they have been growing it from Green Revolution, and so much research has already been done. So many extension services are being offered. The whole ecosystem has been established, including RTRs, rice millers, including central government procurement agencies, FCI, and everything. So these are the major reasons why farmers are not diversifying, and this is like one of the key challenge which Punjab is facing if we look at the overall water scenario in Punjab. This is some of the crops which I earlier told, which have the potential. So maize is a good crop, but and these are the possible strategies which we can adopt to promote them. So maize, like the byproduct can be used in distilleries. For cotton, proper marketing and pest management control techniques. For basmati, proper pesticide testing is needed because any pesticide residue, so it cannot be exported. Basmati cultivation has recently picked up in Punjab. For agroforestry, a contract pricing sort of mechanism in which farmers directly engage with corporates. So this is being explored by Punjab government and including carbon credits and certified nurseries. For fruits and vegetables, of course, value addition and support system, including marketing, is needed. So Punjab Agro and related organizations are working to explore new global and local markets. This is maize. Like I earlier told, maize can be used as a byproduct. So an enabling policy is needed in this regard so that maize can be used for making ethanol. As I earlier pointed out, basically the whole economic system has to be looked into whenever we talk about like why Punjab is not shifting from paddy cultivation to other crops. So one of the major reasons is, or one of the most cited argument is like MSP can be increased on other crops. But until the whole economic return is not matched along with the enabling ecosystem, which has been given to paddy over so many years till Green Revolution, it shall become very difficult to convert farmers from paddy cultivation. And support of Government of India is really needed in this regard to make over that switch. Thank you. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy.
Thank you, Sayam. Ma'am, do we have time? Second row.
Sir, here I would like to mention, please strictly be on the question side rather than an observation and comment. So that would be very nice. Thank you.
Yeah, myself Prasad Narvekar. I'm Chief Engineer and Joint Secretary, WRD Maharashtra. My question to regarding Narayanpur project and also regarding Mohanpura. What is the approximate capital cost for the automation or SCADA system implemented in these projects per hectare cost? And what is the O&M cost per hectare? And how you dealt with vandalism? And ultimately, are these projects really sustainable?
Because these are
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to say, to actually calculate because these are fluctuating costs because as technology improves, things become cheaper actually. We in Madhya Pradesh go with a per hectare cost, including all SCADA works. So these are basically turnkey contracts or design, build, operate contracts or EPC contracts. So everything is bundled together, and this is quite the cost per hectare is quite similar to our traditional projects. So our traditional projects, like leaving apart the dam part, it comes to about 2 lakh per hectare only for the irrigation system. That includes all the automation and SCADA works. And these are sustainable. These projects, though it seems they require a lot of energy, but actually that energy is being used in a decentralized manner by the farmer themselves. So instead of this decentralized use of energy, it's always better to give a centralized pumping system, which is micro irrigation ready, so that the farmer doesn't need to do lifting of water at his end. Because the pumps the farmers use are very very less efficient. One of the studies done by Kerala that says that the best efficient pump used by farmers are 47% efficient, and the average efficiency is 28%. Thank you.
Sir, just I want to add about the Narayanpur project, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, here in our project, the cost was 1,400 crores, sir. It includes replacement of our gates as well as this technology also, IT technology also. But if you go for only technology part, it would be cost would be less. But in our case, it was both modernization as well as automation also. So the cost was a little bit higher.
Okay. Just to add on the maintenance part, the maintenance thing, we, as Shubhankar said, we already have, these are turnkey contracts with maintenance built into it. But in some projects, we are coming to an end of that phase of maintenance, and we are going to have we have floated a tender for maintenance of these projects, especially these SCADA and other systems. So that cost is still to be discovered in the market. But as he said, as the market is changing, especially with the Jal Jeevan mission also using SCADA, the costs are coming down, and these projects are cost comparable per hectare with the canal irrigation networks. Thank you. Next question, please, sir. Mike, please.
Hello. Sir,
I am Additional Chief Secretary, Water Resource Department, Government of Bihar.
One question I wanted to ask the World Bank is, you said that you are going into this data-driven water accounting system along with the Jal Shakti Mantralaya in India. So what is the stage of that, and whether you are in a pilot stage and other states can also be a part of that, whatever pilot stage you are at? And one other question was to the Chennai person. You, I notice, are going into, you have all kinds of water supply, desalination, your wastewater treatment, your surface water treatment. Can you give an idea of the cost per liter of water as it's produced out of all the three systems? What is the comparative cost? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. We had the first meeting in December. We have already started working together. And then now, as you saw, we have already taken the first step. So it's not going to be a very long process. So we are aiming to have a first prototype out within a few months. And of course, state involvement would be absolutely welcome. And it's the intention, that's why we are here. So we would very much love and appreciate if we do this at the state, because the interests of the states are also there, right? You would, as states are interested to understand how they improve their systems, how they improve the water use efficiency, and definitely these are the things that can be applied and needs to be applied with the state's involvement.
Thank you. We can carry on with the question, answers, and networking with the tea being served on the sidelines of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So let's hear it for this eminent panelist over here. I would just like to tell you that in another 20 minutes exactly, we'll be back here. And since it is a tea break, let me share with you that tea is organized adjacent to the hall in the open lawn area for all of us. So I request all of you, please have your tea and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you so much. Once again, welcome back to All India Secretaries Conference on Water Vision at 2047, Way Ahead. And in this Way Ahead, we have reached to our next thematic session. And this thematic session is gonna be on water storage and management. So I would like to request all the delegates to please settle down. This is the time to initiate this session. Some of our delegates who are still outside, but I can see that you can hear my voice. So please come inside, be seated. Keep your mobile phones on silent mode. It's a time to start this thematic session now. So friends, as we are speaking about this session is about water storage and management. Here I would like to share with you all that efficient and effective water storage and management are the vital components for ensuring a sustainable, resilient and secure water future. That's what we all agree to. In this thematic session, what we are going to do actually is we are going to explore innovative strategies. We are going to share best practices and discuss solutions that can help us navigate the complexities of water storage and management. Educate storage and management of water resources is no longer just an option. Rather, it is an imperative that requires thoughtful planning. And for that planning, we all are here. Technological innovation and collaborative efforts are also the key ingredients into it, and all you water soldiers are into it. Our distinguished speakers and experts in this session will share their experience and visions for sustainable water storage and management. So let us invite our speakers and the experts who are going to share their experiences and thought with us. So with your round of applause, firstly, I would like to invite on the dais the chair of this session on water storage and management, ACS to Government of Tamil Nadu, Sri Sandeep Saxena. Please put your hands together and welcome him on the dais. Welcome, sir. Now I would like to invite the co-chair of this session, Sri Hitesh Kumar Makwana, Souvenir General of India. Please put your hands together for him. Souvenir General of India. Thanks, sir. And now I would like to invite Dr. Ketaki Bapat, former advisor, Government of India. Please welcome her on the stage. I also welcome on the dais Shri T.K. Sivarajan, Chief Engineer CWC, and Shri K.A. Patel, Secretary Government of Gujarat. Please welcome them with your round of claps, my dear friends. Also, I would like to invite on the dais Shri Rakesh Kashyap, Project Director DRIP. Please put your hands together for his welcome. Now, I would like to welcome on the dais Shri Dharmendra Gill, Engineer-in-Chief Projects from Himachal Pradesh. Please put your hands together for him as well. So, all our dignitaries are over here on the dais. So, let's hear it for this esteemed galaxy, my dear friends. Let's have a round of applause for all of them. So to initiate with, I would like to request the chair of this session, Shri Sandeep Saxena sir, to have the opening remarks, and along with that you have got your first presentation also. So let's have a huge round of applause for his welcome.
Very good afternoon. After the cup of coffee or tea, now you must be much more alert. So we expect a very fruitful session during this particular thematic discussion, that is regarding the water storage and management. Yesterday afternoon, when we were attending the conference, there was one very innocent question asked. That was that if the monsoon fails, what should be done? And I was wondering, this is a question which is really haunting all of us. As human beings, we have very little control on that, very little control, except that we should not disturb the climatic cycle, the global warming, what we are causing. So one of the things in this session is the climate resilience. So resilience means you have to make yourself adapted to whatever is being given to you by God. In that, you should remember that water is available only when it rains. So if you can control, or rather you can store the water on the surface or below the ground, and can use it in a very judicial way, in such a way that for future, if there is any drought, we have sufficient water available in our reservoirs, in our tanks, and also subsurface water available, we can mitigate that. So we have to make ourselves resilient, and that is why this session is very important, because not only it talks about the storage of water, its management, but also it tells about that how we become climate resilient. Now, I'm giving a very small example, that is, our forefathers were much more wiser than our generation. They knew the importance of water. They knew the importance of storage of water subsurface as well as on the surface. And I can give example of Tamilnadu. When I read old books, about 4 lakh odd number of water bodies were there, and most of those are interconnected. So surplus of one used to go to other water body. That is the way they never felt that type of thing. All the famine what you hear about India's past were all man-made, let me tell you. It's not because of the nature was not kind to us. So the same thing we have to bring back by having proper management of reservoirs. We have to go for, small is beautiful. Why? Because if you go for bigger reservoirs, you have 100% of the trap efficiency for the sedimentation coming in, and it loses its efficiency. Also, very briefly, I would like to touch upon the technologies like using the water through the pressurized pipe. These are the way forward we have to think about. I request Government of India to come out with a very good framework as early as possible, so that we should be able to utilize the available water to the possible extent. I was very impressed when Punjab and all other our friends from Madhya Pradesh and Karnataka, they were talking about how they are trying to change the water use, because if today you see nearly 75 to 80% of the water goes to the agriculture sector. Our farmers are very, I should say, financially literate, and they go for the best efficiency, best return for the investment. But we should try to see that if we can save 10 to 20% of the water from the agriculture sector by various interventions, you will have plentiful water for your drinking water, for your industrial need, for your commercial need. There's no need to do beyond that. So I will not be telling much about that. The next is the water storage capacity enhancement for large scale, small scale. This I will be requesting my colleague Dr. Radha Krishnan to make a presentation about, and I will be requesting him to be very precise and to the point. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. Sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the august and vibrant gathering over here. And let the presentation be loaded, please. So indeed, it is very appropriate to say that we are this particular topic of enhancement of the storage capacity of the reservoir, which is rapidly losing its capacity due to the sedimentation, is very appropriate to the situation in the event of this climate change, which is a very pertinent point to make. And as far as Tamil Nadu scenario is concerned, we all know that the basic fact. Yes, the presentation, please.
You can continue.
Yeah.
They'll load the presentation.
So the basic. So we all know about the water resources potential of Tamil Nadu, and it is blessed with a numerous number of rivers, and it has surface water potential fairly high. It looked like a fairly high, but still we have a problem of vagaries of monsoon, and as climate change is also having an impact. And we are highly dependent on the interstate water, which will be about 260 TMC of water has to be dependent on the upper riparian sites. We are almost utilized about 95% of the utilizable surface water. Still surplus is going to sea, but we have a limitation of the topography. And we exploited about 80% of the groundwater, which shows that we are under immense pressure on our water potential and water resources. And as far as the challenges of water resource management in Tamil Nadu is concerned, it is almost same for the entire state, all the states of India. And we have a problem of sporadic and high intensity rainfall and sporadic variation of the rainfall due to the climate change. And we have a challenge of increasing sediment rate due to the flash floods. And also we have a problem of changing land use pattern, which is also affecting very much to the rate of sedimentation into this major reservoir as well as minor reservoirs. We have same problem of pollution and encroachments and also short of fund. And under this scenario of climate change and this present climate regime, the trend of hydrometeorological event of disaster is keep on increasing. And it was very prominently noticed since 2005 floods in Chennai. And it was keep on increasing. It is no longer that 100-year flood is recurring. Very rarely it is recurring, very often. And we are also facing the same problem. And we want to put into the record that we are, and the Tamil Nadu state is in line with and resonance with the State Ministers Conference held in Bhopal. And except for spring watershed management, which is not applicable to us, we are thinking in line with the Bhopal conference, and also all the efforts is almost adaptive to the recommendations done by the Bhopal conference. Out of all these recommendations, we are going to focus on climate adaptive remodeling of our water bodies and waterways for mitigating the floods and managing the floods under the climate change scenario. And then also we have been compelled to go for new innovation of capacity addition by revising the FTL for the reservoirs and the tanks. And that is also another initiation which has been implemented now in a pilot stage. We wanted to expand it. And we also implementing a concept called riverine reservoir. As we don't have enough space for new storage creation, we are thinking of converting the rivers itself as a reservoir with a series of check dams and barrages across the state. And especially the pilot project is happening in some of the place which we are going to discuss now, and I'll project it. As far as the sedimentation is concerned, we know that it is the biggest menace, which is really truncating the storage capacity as well as leading to increased flash flood. And also the functionality of the reservoir will be affected. In the worldwide, the sediment rate of sedimentation is about 0.5 to 1% per year. And as far as India is concerned, Asia is concerned, it is almost 0.79%, 0.8%. But as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, it is widely varying between the hilly region to the floodplains. It is as high as 1.4 at hilly region and 0.3 at the plains or foot of hills. And subsequently, if you come down to the next stage of, we lost almost 23% of storage capacity of our reservoirs. It will be very alarming at this rate that how are we going to sustain the future water demand, which is also keep on increasing. And as far as irrigation tanks are concerned, we already lost about 19 to 20%, which is at the rate of 0.07%. There we have a key for the future. And Currently, we are doing AAA work and IWRM work, which is also having a small component of desilting, which is primarily used for strengthening of the bund, not for revival of the storage capacity, because the strengthening of bund component and excavation will be only 1 to 1.5% of the overall last storage capacity, which will not be sufficient enough. But Government of Tamil Nadu has taken initiative to add a capacity enhancement in a different way. We are thinking of desilting and using the meager quantity of desilting for foreshore reclamation and subsequently enhance our storage capacity. And also we are thinking of, as I said, like riverine reservoirs and next school of thought we are having. And also we are using abandoned quarries for utilization of the surplus water and storing it more. We are also looking at and are implementing very effectively about the revenue model of quarrying in a scientific quarrying, which will be enhancing our storage capacity and reducing the menace of sedimentation. Impact of sedimentation, I mean to say. And then the lesson from our tradition is very, very important, that we all our reservoirs and minor reservoirs, almost about 44,000 is created almost 1,000 years back. Imagine a situation of 1% of sedimentation per year. We should have lost at least 80% of the entire storage capacity, even if it is 0.5% per year. But the fact is that these tanks are not lost its storage capacity, then it is lost only 0.07%, that too for the 127 years of study which we have conducted and data available. So in that scenario, we are learning a lot of things from the tradition. This was a research done at UNESCO IIG, and it's under the sponsorship of our Tamil Nadu government. And what we found is that we have a traditional technique, traditional formation method and maintenance method of this traditional cascades of tanks, which uses very effectively the topography into the effect of retarding the flow and making the sedimentation happen at the various level and utilizing the sediment deposited for various purpose. So if you have a catchment area, you have a trap for catchment area, pond is there, and dry agricultural land is used with high level leaves for deposition of the coarser silt and use it for the construction purpose. And also we have a tradition of using the clay for our making idols and a lot of things. So everything is integrated. And when we trap some sediment in these tanks and we are reusing it, that sediment, and then depositing it the downstream side where we are sediment hungry. So the lessons learned and inspiration from this kind of traditional cascades of tank is that when you have an integrated approach of source reduction and using sediment for community need and raising the levees for retardation and catching your sediments and also having a blue-green infrastructures, actually it was there. All the cascades of tanks already there. Now we are calling it as blue-green infrastructures, the reinventing. And also having wet to madai, we call wet to madai, which is an emergency fuse plug, which will also be helpful in safeguarding the entire water body, not being breached at the vulnerable places, but at the higher level. There is also an active participation and community, interwoven community activity, which also is a lesson learned from that. And to cut short based on the time, this is how we are reclaiming. If you take the blue, dark blue side, which is the level between the maximum flood level and maximum flood level of the reservoir and full reservoir level, this area we are targeting. Excavate about 1% of the silt, which is the lost storage capacity, and deposit on the foreshore, and reclaim the entire land, which is affected by the revised full reservoir level. Now you are getting a higher contour, which is storing more water. With this practice, we are also introducing climate adaptive remodeling of the outlets of these tanks and reservoirs. When you have an uncontrolled weir, we are introducing additional regulators, which will be aiding as to pre-empty the reservoir for the new climate change regime, as well as it will add to the capacity. And the experience is that we have, I'm talking about the foreshore area in this yellow area, which will be reclaimed as well as used for adding the storage capacity. Our experience based on the pilot projects implemented is that we can, with 1 or 2% of the desilting quantity, we can improve about 45 to 70% of the storage capacity, which will be of immense useful under the climate change and the high water demand scenario. And we have worked out with the pilot project, with a major project, which will be benefiting, the benefit cost ratio is as high as 2.38, because purchasing land and creating new water body is impossible, so we are doing it. And the typical, another typical case of climate adaptive remodeling with foreshore reclamation is our Maduranthangam Reservoir project, which is originally a traditional water body constructed about 1,200 years back, renovated by the British. Now we are remodeling it into reservoir with a foreshore reclamation. And if you see, in this case, 4.2 MCM is the excavation done for desilting, but we are gaining about 76%. And this is an advantage I want to portray to all of you, that it can be replicated in major reservoir also. And similarly, we are also combining the two traditional tanks and the fallow land in between these two are going for a minimum land acquisition. Even in this case, the land acquisition has been done as a compensation. You use your compensation procedure in terms of giving lands to the farmer affected and aggregate these 2 or 3 tanks together and make a new reservoir, which will also be reducing the sediment load as well as flash flood. The typical example is that Thervai Kandigai has been already implemented and for Chennai City Augmentation Project. Now we are implementing this Varathu Reservoir project. You see that the original capacity is 28 MCFT only. Now it is grown to 700 MCFT. It is going to truncate the peak flood at Adayar Basin. In turn, South Chennai will be safeguarded with this for 700 MCFT of flood buffer. We are going to have it in the next year. So similarly, we are also doing eco-restoration of the urban tank. Here, the capacity addition is done by deepening the tank below the sill level. The idea is that you don't have a command area, then you can go for deepening the sill below sill level. Urban tanks are gifted with the high demand of siltation, sediments for industrial purpose and also reclamation of urban lands. So here we are reclaiming this one with the help of the forest department. In fact, our ACS was the guiding lamp in that side also as a forest secretary. And we have done, with the community participation, we have done very successfully a lot of such projects. The 2 projects which I am depicting is that you see the difference between the highly polluted water body and now this water body which is now. Similarly, the another concept which I want that it can be replicated elsewhere, that the dry and ephemeral rivers have been provided with the cascades of check dam, creating a riverine reservoir. We have been successfully created about 16 riverine reservoirs in Palar and regenerated a dry sand river, what my professor used to call dry sand river, into a perennial, always flowing river with a minimum eco flow. So this is wonderful example. We can look into it. We'll share the concept note with all of you. And we also implementing drip. And we request that the Government of India and Jal Shakti as well as the Central Water Commission has to look into the aspect of the comprehensive management of the sediment management for the entire existing reservoir, as well as there should be a component for innovative way of desilting of this existing this thing. So this is 2 things I want to say and finish my presentation. One is on capacity enhancement. Every forum is talking about the sedimentation and its menace, but we need to act immediately. The first step is to trap your sediments load at the entry point itself. Don't allow it to spread to the entire water spread and spend a lot of money. And trap it immediately, use it for your commercial purpose, which will be very highly lucrative and revenue based. And use that revenue for removing the middle set and top set, middle and top set dredging. And also there you get a revenue. With all this revenue, use the solar plants to agitate your bottom set, which is the clay and silt, and to send it to the downstream side to nourishment of your paddy field and other command area. So this is the idea which we wanted. And of course, on a policy level, the same thing has to be reflected on the DRIP and TNIMT and World Bank project should have a component of remodeling of our existing water bodies and a surplus system with climate adoption and also capacity enhancement in an innovative way. And we also expect that the scheme for regenerating the dry and ephemeral river should be there in future. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much, Dr. Radhakrishnan. Very good presentation. In a nutshell, you have conveyed that if we mix the conventional wisdom along with the modern technology, a lot of things can be done. Thank you very much. Now I request Madam Ketki Bapat to make presentation on the low-cost groundwater level measuring device, which is developed by UTAG of IIT Delhi. Thank you.
Thank you, respected chairperson, co-chair, and the dignitaries present on dais and off the dais. Good morning to all. I would first like to convey my heartfelt thanks to Secretary Madam and Additional Secretary Madam because of their support. Actually, we have learned a lot yesterday, understanding the things what are going on, and also I am able to share my success story. Sorry. So here I would be able to share the success story of a low-cost groundwater level measuring device developed by the RUTAG Center, IIT Delhi. And I was before superannuation, I was the national coordinator for this program supported by Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India. Next slide. So before that, I thought I will tell you about the initiative of RUTAG. Here, this initiation of this program by Principal Scientific Advisor, yeah, but I am not able to see. Actually, this was supported for providing the demand-driven technology for the grassroots level people or the rural areas. and we gave the nominal support for the 7 IITs where we established the RUTAC centers, and they developed the demand-driven technology, handhold training or whatever this there, so that with effectively we can reach out to the required appropriate descent to the ground level. So this is about the low-cost ground water level measuring device. I will be speaking the success story of this. This was actually the problem given by our collaborator, Ramakrishna Dalmia Seva Sansthan, Chirawa, Rajasthan, where our Honorable Minister also has visited the center and appreciated their effort. And this was developed by RUTAC Center, IIT Delhi. And, okay, so this was the problem which was shared by the NGO. What they were doing is actually they were also given the task by the ministry to monitor the monitoring wells, and they were doing with their own device and what they have been using. And there was a problem. They wanted to have the low cost and the reliable and robust kind of a system, and that is where they contacted our RUTAG IIT Center, Delhi. And this was our technical expert. They have observed these are the gap. Team RUTAG, they have observed so many gaps were there. The moisture was there, inaccurate readings were there, the things were not robust. And that's how they started addressing the gap by designing the very specific kind of a simple thing. This is completely indigenously they try to develop the system, though it is appearing system simple, but they have done all the necessary testing done, and which was the compliance as per the norms, and they have made the probes, they have done everything. And now this is the low cost groundwater level measuring device is ready, which has been used by the NGO for last 5 to 6 years. And they were doing the readings and all. I will share the data also. This is considering their grassroots level, no electricity problems will be there. That's why we have kept it very, very simple. And only the probe is there where the water level it touches, then it will give the beep sound. And the wires, these are already markings are there, which is a good quality wires, they are there. And it is very, very convenient. These people are happy. Now, as we are moving on with the IoT, with the app, these are all becoming necessary things to for at the ground level also. And thanks to our digital networking of our country, that easily we can get connected virtually also. So with the help of IIT Delhi, IIT Indore, we developed the app for the same NGO to enter the data, to have the graphical presentation. And it is available in the 2 languages, English and Hindi. But I am sure if it is required, the same SOP or the same model has to be adopted, we can easily translate by Bhashini or some other things, we can get it translated. So there is outreach is not a problem. So, so this is the success story. But before that, I thought some video can be played, which is actually the, if you can allow me to play the video.
रामकृष्ण डालमिया सेवा संस्थान द्वारा विकसित किया गया भूजल स्तर मापी उपकरण से संस्थान द्वारा प्रतिमाह भूजल स्तर जांचा जा रहा था, लेकिन क्योंकि ये इंस्ट्रूमेंट बहुत ही रॉ स्तर पर था, इसलिए उससे प्राप्त जो जानकारी थी वो बहुत ज़्यादा सटीक नहीं मिल पाती थी। इसके लिए संस्थान द्वारा दिल्ली IIT की रूटैक विंग से संपर्क किया गया और रूटैक द्वारा एक बहुत ही अच्छे स्तर का एक यंत्र विकसित करके हमको उपलब्ध कराया गया, जिसके माध्यम से हम प्रत्येक माह इससे हमारे जितने भी गाँव के अंदर 16 गाँव के अंदर हमने भूजल स्तर मापी कूप बना रखे हैं, वहाँ हम इस मशीन के माध्यम से रीडिंग्स लेते हैं और प्रत्येक माह जो रीडिंग्स हमको मिलती हैं, इसके आधार पर हम किसानों को और ग्रामीणों को भूजल की उपलब्धता के बारे में सचेत करते हैं। ये बहुत ही बढ़िया यंत्र बन के हमको मिला है और इसकी खासियत ये है कि ये मेंटेनेंस फ्री है, इसमें किसी प्रकार के किसी मेंटेनेंस की आवश्यकता नहीं होती और उसके बावजूद भी जब भी हमने इसमें कोई परिवर्तन चाहे तो रूटैक के द्वारा समय समय पर हमको उससे संबंधित जानकारी उपलब्ध कराई जाती रही। और इसका सबसे बड़ा फायदा इस यूनिट का यह है कि इस यूनिट को कहीं भी ले जाया जा सकता है, अलग अलग जगहों पर ले जा करके इसका इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है। भूजल स्तर मापी कूप बना करके वहाँ से इससे ग्रामीण भी अपने स्तर पे इससे जांच कर सकते हैं, पंचायत समितियों के स्तर पर भी इसकी जांच हो सकती है, इसके माध्यम से जांच की जा सकती है। इवन भूजल विभाग भी इस प्रकार के यंत्रों का इस्तेमाल कर सकता है, जहाँ पे कि ये बहुत ज़्यादा अधिक कॉस्टली नहीं है। मार्केट में जो इस प्रकार के उपकरण उपलब्ध हैं, वो बहुत महंगे उपकरण हैं। उनकी तुलना में यदि हम इसके देखते हैं, इसकी एक्यूरेसी भी बहुत अच्छी है और इसकी बहुत ज़्यादा लागत भी नहीं है। साथ ही इसी क्रम में रूटेक द्वारा एक और हमने एक और बात रूटेक के सामने रखी थी कि इससे
Yeah, so this is the his own experiences he shared. Now, this is why I am calling it as a success story with this gathering is that because we could connect with this kind of a mechanism or the channel, we could connect to the grassroots level, handholded it, and as it was discussed in the earlier also last year. The vision conference was there in Bhopal, and how it was 22 recommendations were there. So most of the things through this NGO, we could actually we could spread the awareness, we could get the data, we could also they also try to apply the borewell recharge and conservation of the resource they try to do. They also try to make the farmers aware and try to change the crop pattern from cotton and other things to the mustard and gram and other horticulture produces, with supporting the livelihood in a better way. And this is the livelihood options also, it was provided through this success story. Another thing is, as we are progressing our IIT centers, also IIT Madras today, Dr. Abhijit Deshpande is there, who has conceptualized this as a virtual platform, which is actually we can interactively, we can develop the demand-driven technologies or their ideas we can share, these people can guide. So this is the next step we can adopt wherever it is required. And these are the few of the target outcomes where we can also empower the local entrepreneurs through this support and their ideas, and they can also structural analysis or so many other required things our teams can be actually helping them. This is the mango decorticator they have made, and this through this platform they are outreaching the people. So these are the few things. Now, with this kind of a device, where the scope could be. Yesterday we learned there are so many good steps have been taken or being carried out. The work can be carried out, and where the data awareness and all these things in with proper hand holding. Many of the times, I have realized one thing, that even though the yojanas are good, everything is good, but there is some missing link as a mediator or the communicator or technical communicator, wherever. So if we can place this kind of a RUTAC platform or some other things, Jaladut or other mitras also, we can achieve the best. So these are the few suggestions. And the way forward, maybe I would urge the authorities to look into it. It is just a 22,000 the cost would be, and as the number increases, the cost will be further reduced also. We can empower the local entrepreneurship, and RUTAG or the all 7 IITs as being a coordinator, we are all there for the nation thing. And we will be actually very happy to work as request comes from you or get associated. And these are the contact details. And before I say thank you, this is the last thing, but I would like to say one thing, today NGO shared with me, that with this device they were measuring, and what they have found is that since the borewell, this thing is open now, without any meticulous measurement for recharging as a compulsory kind of a thing. So initially the levels are going down very fast. And 2 feet, 3 feet within a month of, within the span of say 7-8 months or something like that, which is also recorded by this instrument, or this is the thing. So my suggestion would be for the appropriate people, the policy people, that when they are giving the permission, I am not the expert, so please forgive me if I am saying something, but if you are giving the permission for the borewell making, so please ensure that we need to have the compulsory thing that recharge zone you should make right that time. And also we can handhold an ecologically water succulent or some other water storage plants. So some expert can be be there for this. So this is my humble suggestion. And this is the yearly data they have shared. If you can see that, you can see the constant decrease is there. So it is the last slide. I would like to thank everyone for your patience and attention. And आओ सब मिलकर करें जल संवर्धन, तकनीक और प्रयासों से हो पूरे अपने वचन. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ketki. Very lucid presentation, and we are all enthused. Dr. Ambast is here. So for groundwater, we want to increase the density of our observation wells. This will be a very good way under NHP. Maybe Dipshi Madam may look about. We are having a lot of questions, but we'll be asking when the question answer session comes. Now I request the salinity ingress coastal erosion management presentation by CWC and Government of Gujarat jointly. Mr. Shivaraj and Mr. Patel may please make the presentation. Thank you. Please. 10 minutes.
A very good afternoon to Secretary Ma'am, Ministry of Jal Shakti, and senior officers and dignitaries. The subject of coastal erosion, its management, as well as connected issue of soil salinity ingress, is such a vast and elaborate area. Within the time available of 10 minutes, I could only can have a run through. I think we can discuss maybe further subsequently. I will cover mostly about the coastal erosion aspects and what's the role of our ministry as well as CWC. Followed my colleague from Gujarat, he will present about the salinity ingress issue to a larger extent, because Gujarat, as we know, one of the main states which has this problem in addition to other states like Tamilnadu. This is about the coastline of our country. We have about 7,517 kilometers of coastal length, which is still under revision. It may, I think, encounter an upward revision shortly. And 5,423 kilometers is on mainland. About 15% of its population, India's population, in the coastal districts. And if you count the population which is totally affected and connected, it can be even double of that. Maybe it could be around 30%. And the shoreline change atlas, we mainly depend on two agencies. One is the Space Applications Center Ahmedabad, as well as we have got one National Center for Coastal Research. And as per the SAC Ahmedabad, which utilizes the data from 2004-6 to 2014-16, this is the results. About 15% of the coastline is under erosion. That's about 1,144 kilometers. And about 14% of coastline is under accretion. That is about 1,084 kilometers. And the rest is under stable category. This figure slightly varies if you take a larger time span. And if you come to the area which is under erosion, it could be about 3,680 hectares. And accretion is about 4,082 hectares. This is the breakup of the coastline, which I am not going into the detail. On the right side, what I have indicated is this coastline length data is compiled by the National Hydrographic Office, Dehradun, and it could be on subject to an upward revision, which is not yet released. It could reach about 11,000 kilometers from this 7,000 kilometers. What is the role of our ministry as well as Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation? As per the allocation of business routes of Government of India, sea erosion is one of the mandates of our Department of Water Resources under Ministry of Jal Shakti. As an overarching body to deal with this subject, there is a high-level technical body consisting of about 27 members. That is called the CPDAC. That's the Coastal Protection and Development Advisory Committee. which is headed by Member River Management Central Water Commission. It's a high-level body of experts in the field of coastal engineering, which provides a common platform to all maritime states or union territories to discuss and solve the coastal erosion issues. The main functions of CPDAC are a coordinated program of collection, compilation, evaluation, and publication of coastal data, then lay down principles in construction techniques, then long-term plan, that's we always talk about the coastal management plans, then identify the coastal zone to be developed behind the coastal protection works with the help of state governments. Coastal erosion, we all know and familiar to some extent. This is really the main issue which we come to the wave, due to the wave action, tidal currents, littoral currents, or by deflation often causing damage to the coast. And this is affecting in various ways. This coastal erosion is a threat to the cities, infrastructure, livelihood, and to the households. And it is a threat to the habitat, mangroves, corals, and nesting grounds. An immense number of problems we can easily list to it, especially those who are from the coastal, they know how the erosion is affecting the day-to-day lives of the people who are living nearby. Coastal erosion could be due to various causes, mainly the natural, because of the wave actions and the other sea phenomena, as well as anthropogenic, that is due to man-made. That is when we protect the sea, beaches, and affected area with various interventions. In fact, that also again causes this kind of sea erosion issues, unless these are designed and optimized in the proper way. On the right side is just an indicative figures which I go, just to give an overall picture how once the sea erosion happens, what could be the scenario. This is a breakup of the shoreline change, which gives the state-wise what is the erosion area, then the erosion length, and the accretion area and corresponding length, as well as the stable reaches. We can see some of the area, some of the states which is facing the issue. We can see where the maximum erosion occurs. I think you can go through it subsequently. How to protect the coastal affected area through various measures is a major concern. When we deal with this subject, we know this is a very costly affair. When we construct any sea protection structures, anything it can range from 20 to even 30, 50 crore per kilometer, depending upon what kind of structures we are putting, sea walls, along with any kind of groins or any road development or any other structures. That takes us how precisely we have to be with the concept of the coastal protection measures. I think we will subsequently we'll just touch upon this issue. The various structural measures are seawall, it can be revetment, it can be groins, or it can be offshore reef or offshore breakwater, etc. Non-structural measures nowadays gaining more importance because of the very lesser environmental impact, because we have to have the protect the environment, and the coastal protection structures should not adversely impact the coastal zone. From that, nowadays, I think the natural non-structural measures are gaining more importance. This is just a right side, some diagrams where the seawall as well as the mangrove designs. Coastal protection projects mainly planned, formulated, and executed by the respective state government or the union territories. And the role of central government is promotional, advisory, and catalytic in nature. And the works proposed by state government are normally funded under our flood management and border areas program from BIP schemes. Many states are availing loans from various agencies like World Bank and ADB also for this coastal protection structures. And all these coastal protection structures and the DPRs are being appraised by Central Water Commission. And we have got one excellent guidelines for planning these coastal protection structures. that is called Guidelines for Protection and Control of Coastal Erosion in India by CWC. Coastal Management Information System is comparatively a new development in the 12th plan in order to have a very comprehensive and scientific way of data collection. This scheme was introduced. This Coastal Management Information System was launched in 12th plan and it is still being continued. And the objectives are you have to collect, transmit, process, and analyze nearshore data, because we are not going too much deep into the seashore, but almost nearshore as well as the onshore data, various kinds of data are being collected, utilizing the most advanced and the scientific instruments, because this data collection is gaining such an importance, because the data earlier we used to collect with very elementary approaches that has been changed, and very costly equipments are being utilized, and we are putting into this purpose. And the ultimate aim that all this data which we collect, it will be put in an integrated data bank, which can be used by the public or the agencies to plan various coastal protection measures, as well as any kind of research activities utilizing this data. This is one of the major objectives of this CMIS. And it will subsequently lead to the coastal management plans as well as coastal protection measures. This is the way we have implemented the CMIs. Also now, we have got 8 coastal management information system sites which are existing with our ministry, which the details are given in this table. 3 stations, that 1, 2, 3, which is in the Tamilnadu, one is in Puducherry and one in Kerala, that we started in 2016. And the data, initially it was with IIT Madras, and subsequently Central Water Commission took over these sites. And this now we are collecting the data from these 3 sites. Then the other 3 sites, which are with NIO Goa, there is an MOU, and the remaining 2 are with CWPRS Pune. This arrangement has been done in view of the fact that they have the expertise in this area, and in the subsequent development of the stations, probably independently it can be developed by Ministry as well as CWC. The previous diagram shows the location of those existing stations only. These are the kind of data which we collect under the CMIS, mainly the shoreline monitoring, high tide line, low tide line, then the beach profile, then the wind velocity, direction and rainfall through AWS instruments, then the sea wave data, tidal data, bathymetry, the offshore current, river current, and sediment. Just 1 minute. This is another area which is the climate change adaptation, also is equally important in coastal erosion. And the most important is we have to see the integrated coastal management, because that is all-inclusive. We have to always focus on the all-inclusive development, including the fishermen community, all kind of livelihood. That is called ICWM. This again, there is a beautiful guideline available for the climate adaptation. Salinity ingress, I am not going into the detail, but my colleague will touch upon. This is a salinity ingress. Typically, it is being a very serious issue nowadays, because Gujarat as well as Tamil Nadu are the 2 major states which is affecting the salinity ingress. Lot of studies are yet to be done in this field. Salinity ingress in general we talk, but how to approach this issue need, and the CMIS again is a contributing factor, because CMIS data can very well utilized for any modeling purposes or design of these salinity ingress structures. These are the various interventions. These are the various areas which has to be done. West Bengal and Tamil Nadu, some area of Kerala, Maharashtra. These are all the various areas. And these are the various interventions which are required. That is the structures, then the recharge, then there are management techniques for controlling it. And this guideline for salinity ingress is under finalization and will be released at the earliest. Thank you very much, sir. I think I took 2 minutes extra.
Thank you very much, Shivaranjanji, for a nice presentation. I think we have very little time for you, because 14 minutes are already over. I'll be requesting Mr. Patel to squeeze it as much as possible.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, Gujarat has the longest coastline of about 2,340 kilometers. That is about 1/3 of total coastline of India. More than 13 lakh people. More than 30 lakh people are living along coastline of Gujarat due to increase in economic activities. Coastal areas have salinity ingress. Serious issues mainly in Saurashtra and Kutch area of about 10.65 lakh hectare area. Is it difference? Okay, PPT.
Can you please advance? Somebody from there itself can advance this.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Green button you can press. Yeah. Now you are at the.
Sir, main reasons are mainly due to less and irregular rainfall, porous geography formations, less natural water filling, weak land management, and mainly excessive lifting of groundwater. Looking to the gravity of salinity and devastating effect, Government of Gujarat has formed two high-level committee in 1976 and 78 for study of salinity ingress issues and its solutions. After visiting the affected areas, committee has suggested various measures of prevention of salinity ingress. That is to construct tidal regulators, bandharas, check dams, recharge reservoirs, recharge tanks, and recharge wells. Also to excavate 526 kilometers spreading canal. Also suggested afforestation and change in cropping pattern. Financial action has been also availed under 12th and 13th Finance Commission and also in NABARD to execute suggested various work of about 700 crores. Accordingly, Gujarat has most of work has carried out, that is constructed 39 tidal regulators, 94 bandharas, 20 recharge reservoirs, 470 check dams, 66 recharge tanks, and 1244 recharge wells. Also excavated 291 kilometers spreading canal. This is the overview map of Gujarat showing locations of works carried out in the coastal areas of Saurashtra and Kutch. This is the photo of some bandharas. This is photo of check dams. This is photo of spreading canals. Sir, by carrying out these works, Gujarat coastal area benefit very much, such as created additional water storage of 326 MCM, with direct indirect irrigation benefit to 1.51 lakh hectare land. Quality of groundwater is improved, and rise in water level is visualized. Shifting of 2,000 TDS saline line towards sea, about 2.26 lakh hectare land have been prevented from salinity, and in addition to this, 44,260 hectare land is reclaimed. Improvement in land and increased crop production, also increased land price. Improvement in socio-economic condition of affected peoples. So overall, these work are very much beneficial to the affected coastal areas. Sir, in South Gujarat, also one tidal regulator is completed long back. At present, its benefits are seen on the field. Recently, 2 tidal regulators are in progress. Another 4 are under planning on big rivers, which will be useful for South Gujarat. This is the photo of Vagraj tidal regulator under construction, which will be completed by June 24. Sir, one more big and Mahabalipuram project costing rupees 4,300 crore on the river Narmada at 25 kilometers from sea is under progress, which will be completed in next 2 years. The main benefits of the project are it will prevent salinity ingress in 55 kilometer river stretch, increase groundwater recharge, barrage constructed with embankment for flood protection and prevention of river side land erosion. Barrage will create 600 MCM water storage, which will be usually mainly surrounding industrial purposes and drinking water purpose. And this project will reduce 80 km distance between Dahej to Surat. Sir, most of the coastal belt of the Gujarat is formed of sand and sandy sand, which is easily eroded by waves and heavy current of sea, ultimately resulting erosion of coastal areas, which affect villages situated nearby and cities and important tourist and religious spaces. There are various techniques to control erosion, that is tetra pad, concrete wall, geofabric in foundation, zinc plus PVC coated box, wire mesh gabion. Total 15 number of works in a 33 km length for prevention of sea erosion work are completed in 8 districts. This is the photo of canal protection works. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patel. I'm sorry we gave less time to you, but it was a very interesting presentation, both Mr. Shivranjan as well as Mr. Patel. Now I request Shri Rakesh Kashyap ji to make presentation on the effective management of sedimentation reservoirs, river, and other water bodies in the state, and DRIP also, very important project of World Bank.
So, Honorable Chair and Co-Chair, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, good afternoon. I'm going to give a presentation on a burning topic, which is about the sedimentation. As we all know, the integrities of this sedimentation process and the stress which is it causing on us, particularly in terms of loss of water storage. So that means indirectly our water security is at stake. So I'll be giving only very high level insight into this issue because every one of us is very well aware of these the issues associated with sedimentation. So for the sake of logical flow, I have divided my presentation into 5 parts and I'll quickly go through these 5 parts. So first is about the Indian scenario. Of course, this is about basically some facts and figures. I'll focus only 2 indicators. The second one, that is that annual loss of storage. So by virtue of sedimentation, from the data of the limited reservoir, we can see that we are losing 1.5 BCM annually. That is not that is a storage we cannot afford to lose, considering the fact that for creating this much of storage, we need to have thousands of crores investments apart from 5 to 10 years of gestation periods and so many environment and social problems. Secondly, whatsoever we assumed while designing our river valley projects, we have seen that the observed rate of sedimentation is far more than whatsoever we have assumed, and these are the facts. So 80% of the cases, the observed sedimentation rate is more than what we have assumed. That means this issue requires serious thought. It is not that India is only facing this problem. If you see, there are countries which are having far more sedimentation rate than India. So that means there is a need for understanding this issue in the global perspective also, and for sharing our experience at the global community also. So this slide is generally for that. Only India is in between with 0.72% of the storage loss per annum. So causes of sedimentation, although we all know what are the causes, but there are some causes on which we have control, whereas some where we don't have any control or we have only very limited control. So we'll be focusing on the causes where we have some limited control or we can control the things. Like this operation strategies of the reservoir, it's the reservoir operation strategies. Then deforestation, we can have some control. Then urbanization and industrialization, we can exercise some control. Cloud burst, we can't have any control. Climate change, indirectly we can contribute, but not to the extent which is required. So I'll not go into these details because I am time pressed and I am actually afraid of this well. So it gives me goosebumps also. So these are the impacts of sedimentation. Some of the impacts are on the reservoirs and infrastructure, and others are associated with the streams and rivers also, because my topic not only covers reservoir sedimentation, it's about the streams also, where due to sedimentation in streams, we face the fury of floods, and then of course the ecological aspects, which are common to reservoirs as well as the streams. other management strategies are concerned, so it's about one is that we have to avoid the sedimentation. Avoid means we have to retain the sediment in the catchment. We should not allow it to come to the reservoir. Second is about controlling the river regime. That means once the sediment is there, because we cannot control entirely the sediment from the catchment, so we have to control at river stage. And third is once it falls into the reservoirs, then what are the strategies available with us? So of course, the third part is quite challenging one, because there is a limited scope to deal with such issues. And in case we are able to prevent at the site itself, at the source itself, then it should not be a great problem. So this is what the first A part is: reducing the sediment inflows. That means we are controlling at the source itself. Second is once the sediment enters into the reservoir, then what are the strategies available? There may be some of the technologies available with us, but of course those are very site-specific and limited rate of success. Third is, of course, that is means I'll not talk. That is about increased dam height. This is also having lot of impacts on our environmental and social setup. And secondly, commissioning of new dams. So first two are, I think, these are important for us. So first part, it's the watershed management or catchment area treatment. So I must say that this is the one measure which requires the most attention, because it is not only the sediment control through catchment area treatment, rather it is the basically it also yields into soil conservation, increase in water table, and then enhanced crop productivity. That means if we are able to take care of this aspect, not only we can reduce the sediment inflow, we can go for this, we will be able to conserve the precious soil also, and then our increased productivity. So first and foremost thing is to focus on this issue. That means catchment area treatment. There are a number of methods. I will not go into those details because time will not allow, but we have to focus. That is the main point. And then once we have taken these measures, there may be the cases when sediments are entering into the river stream system. Then what are the measures which we have to take into the rivers? That is the river protection works, means the bank protection works, which we have to take so that we can control the further inflow of sediment to the reservoir. And once it is in the reservoir, then there are techniques like sluicing and flushing. Sluicing means before the sediment settle down into the reservoir, we have to pass it out. And secondly, if it has settled, how to flush it. So instead of explaining the technologies, I'll try to cover it through case studies. So first is about this Maithan Dam. Of course, they have focused on the catchment area treatment, and they have taken number of years in doing this. And last line that they are by bypassing not only any storage on the main river, rather diversion during the lean period to the some sort of a regulating reservoir. So these are the two successful methods where they were in a position to manage the sediment. And then this is a study from the Taiwan, where they have showcased that not only that they have they are also they have also changed the valve, which was earlier Howell burner, with the jet flow gate on these technologies. And for Chamera, they have done basically, they haven't allowed the sediment to get deposit into the live storage part. They try to operate the reservoir from MDDL level. And secondly, they try to flush they try to sluice the extra discharge to the under sluices. So this is the Mangalam Dam example where dredging is taken care of. And if you can see, they have gone for desilting, and they could, in this revenue mode, and rather than spending hundreds of crores, they were in a position to save around they can earn 17 crores. But one is that we need to have a mechanism, revenue earning mechanism. There are n number of methods by which we can establish, but there has to be revenue earning mechanism. Then only we will be in a position to do. So these are some of the initiatives, because we are dealing with the drip, and it's a proof of concept for dam safety management as well as for tackling these type of problems. So here, some of the torch bearers are Tamil Nadu, and then Kerala and Uttarakhand Jal Vidyut Nigam. So catchment area plans, and then other sedimentation surveys, so that we can prioritize our strategies. But the most important is the last three. We have a collaboration with IIT Roorkee, where focus area is on sediment management. So we have given them assignment with some focus assignments. And I hope that the outcome of this collaboration will help all the dam owners and the dam fraternity. Second is, we are also tying up with IISc Bangalore, where this, in order to establish the commercial viability of the sediment. So we'll be exploring the commercial usage of this sediment material in collaboration with IISc Bangalore. And third is the revision of rule curves of the reservoirs, because this is also one of the effective method to control the sediment within the reservoir. So these are the conclusion I have already discussed. Only thing is that the speaker from Tamil Nadu, they have shared their experience in managing sedimentation by raising the FTL and other measures. Karnataka, Kerala, they are also having their own experiences. Punjab is now going for a revenue-based desiltation. So if we share our success and failure stories both ways with each other, so I think we'll be in a position to do better justice to this job of getting rid of sedimentation problem. So revenue-based model I have already discussed. So for the sake of knowledge, these are some of the publications which are available in public domain and on website. Also, these are from the Ministry of Jal Shakti, MOEF, and Central Water Commission, and you can refer to these publications. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Rakesh Kashyapji. It was very lucid presentation. However, I wish we had another 10 minutes to go more into detail. We'll learn more about it. Thank you very much. Now I request my dear colleague, Shri Hitesh Kumar Makwana-ji, who is the Surveyor General of India, to make a presentation on the impact on the continuous operating reference station, Survey of India. Thank you.
It's not coming here.
It's okay. Please check the display here. These both have been switched off.
Good afternoon. Among all technical persons, I am only the non-technical person, but I have responsibility to give a technical presentation. I joined recently as Surveyor General of India, and I just want to give a little brief about this organization. This was established in 1767, and that was the oldest scientific organization. Over a period of time, we started work with exploration. Then at that time, that concept of map was not that much prominent. But in 19th century, Britishers, they took lot of interest. Plane table survey and trigonometry survey was done, and maps for whole India were made. So those days it was a manual mapping. Then when we came to 21st century, digital mapping system started, and we also switch over to digital maps. And today we are going for end-to-end digital product and service providing work has been contemplated for Survey of India. Till today, if we will see the topographical mapping work, what we have done, we have 1:1 million. For whole India, we have 39 seats. It covers the whole India. Then we have made 1:250,000 scale maps. For whole India, there are 390 seats. Then we switch over to 1:50,000 scale maps, so 5,060 seats. And then we also initiated action to prepare a map for 1:25,000 scale. But then at one point of time, a decision was taken that the Survey of India will not generate maps by their own. Survey of India, earlier we were provider. Earlier we were not making maps on the basis of requirement of various government departments. And in 21st century, decision was taken that the Survey of India will do survey and will prepare maps on the basis of requirement of the various departments. So earlier what we were provider, now our role has become more of collaborator and facilitator for various government departments. Today, I was just discussing with some colleagues in the morning. So he was telling that it's very difficult to get maps from Survey of India. Yes, historically, that is a fact. That is because many of us, they joined service in 1995 or 2000 or 2002 or 2010. They have this experience. It's very difficult to get maps from Survey of India. But today, it is not the scenario. Today, we provide our all maps which Survey of India has prepared are available in public domain. So if we can, if anyone can visit a site called indiamaps.gov.in, all maps are available in public domain. So prior to 2000, these were our mandate to provide latitude, longitude, to provide heights of places. We were also actually the tidal prediction and tidal survey also. Survey of India was doing for 39 ports, right from Suez to Singapore. So all, even today also, these ports, they are depending on tide tables, they are depending on Survey of India. We also did magnetic survey, and we also do the survey for the gravity, because for height, it is most important thing. So this was the role assigned to Survey of India prior to our National Geospatial Policy. And this was how in 2000, after 2000, that is the 21st century, first we had the National Map Policy, and that was the first time government decided two type of maps, Defense Series Map and Open Series Map. And Open Series Map to be provided free of cost to everyone. But there are certain riders, and those riders also came as, yes, we are going first time, so you have to first time get the permission of Survey of India. And that whole map policy, what we made, it was very difficult to implement. Then 2012, government also came with National Data Sharing and Accessibility Policy. There also means we were talking more about restrictions, regulations, vetting and all these things. But then 2021, we came with new geospatial guidelines, and this was a real game changer. And this has really made our department more inclusive and democratized. Then 2021, drone rules came, and it has opened up a total scenario for the drone survey. And now in 2022, we came with the new geospatial policy, and this geospatial policy has it's a more forward looking. It has given one target to Survey of India ke by 2035 where India should be in this geospatial sector. This 2022, this new geospatial guidelines, as we know that this geodetic reference from, if all engineers, they are aware that when we make any project, we require longitude, latitude, distance, heights, and that is for those things, there is a reference frame should be there for whole country. So that responsibility has been given to Survey of India. So horizontal reference frame, that is a latitude and longitude. At present, we are having two systems, ground control points, which is clubbed with the GPS, and this new CORS, continuous means operating reference system. So this, today I am talking more about the CORS. These are all other works which Survey of India has also been assigned under geospatial policy. Simultaneously, why I am here? Because a Ministry of Water Resources and River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, they have been assigned theme of water. Because what was happening prior to 2022, lot of activities were happening and various departments, they were doing different kind of work, but there was no integration of this data. So government took a decision. There are each and every department, what kind of geospatial data they will generate, and it will be put in the public policy. So water theme has been given to Water Resource Department. And when Water Resource Department, they are implementing National Hydrology Project and National Mission for Clean Ganga. So we are the biggest, I personally feel that this National Hydrology Project and NMCG project has really immensely helped, it has benefited to Survey of India, because this is the first time in this project we were successful in installing CORS. 70 CORS we installed in UP and Uttarakhand. And after that, today we have reached to 1032 CORS stations across the country, because initially we were not in a position to finalize specifications and all these things. But with the help of World Bank specialists and that, first time we could procure CORS in 2019. But apart from that, there is a lot of other works were also there. We made 50 centimeter accurate digital elevation model and 25 centimeter resolution of ortho rectified imagery of 76,000 square kilometers. This is basically certain river basins. This work was assigned to us. And we have also been given a 3 to 5 meter accurate digital elevation model and 1:25,000 scale GIS for 832,000 square kilometers. So these are what we have done under National Mission for Clean Ganga, National Hydrology. This is what I told about latitude and longitude, because original reference system, which was on the basis of Great Trigonometry Survey, which was done by George Everest and Lambton, and that we almost use full in 19th century and even last decade of 20th century. So they installed 3,000 GTS station across the country. Then in 1980s, new system of GPS started. We installed around 2,500 GPS control points across the country. So this was the evolution. We went from GTS to GPS. And now we have come to continuously operating reference stations. These are more accurate, and it gives us accuracy up to 3 to 4 centimeters. This is 24 hours available, which earlier if you are using GTS station or GCP, you have to go to that place and from there you can start the survey. Here means it is not necessary, because it is totally connected to each other. These are the I am just giving a reference with what is the continuously operating reference station, because it is a receiver, it is a GNSS receiver, it is a 24/7, it is open. We need not to go to the field. This is I have just made some animation how this continuously operating system will work. I will take just another 2 minutes. This is just the technology components because there is a reference station which we have installed, satellite constellations which are, so GPS satellite constellation is there, GLONASS, Galileo, BD, QGS, and Indian based navigation system, NAVIC is also there. So all other system data we are tracking, we are using, except NAVIC. NAVIC, though it is an Indian, but it is in the evolution stage. That data we are tracking, but we are not in a position to utilize, but we are in process of finalizing those things also, sir. India is having a fourth largest course network. As I told that, initially we project in 2019-20, then various state governments also installed their own course network. Today, all network has been, they have handed over to Survey of India, and Dehradun, we are having a national control center of all CORS network. These are all state-wise, we have data, and 1032 CORS at present as operational. We give real-time positioning system. You just stand, put that rover, you will immediately come to know that what is the latitude and longitude of this place. There's a premium service, it will give 3 to 4 meters, 4 centimeter accuracy. And if it is a course, because if you have, for government, it is not an issue, because for government agencies, CORS data, it's free of cost. So I personally request all the government departments to use this CORS data extensively. We also provide the historical data also. We have, since 2010, historical data are there that can be utilized. How to avail? You register on this course registration portal. This is our portal, and then you will be in position to get this data. These are the just nutshell benefits of the course networking. It is more accurate than our earlier reference framework. It is time saving. It is cost saving. It is harmonized with all global positioning system. So these are the benefits. These are various applications of course network. Land survey and mapping we can do. Land acquisition, it is very helpful. Fixing of canal layout and alignment, because when we are talking about water storage and management theme, so in that this is very much useful. Monitoring of dam deformation is also possible. We have autonomous navigation, precision farming, this course network can be used. Logistics sector, it can be used. So these are the various sectors where even disaster management, as recently when Josimat subsidence happened, data were provided by Survey of India through our course network. These are the usage. Maximum is government users are also there. Means 153 real-time positioning hours as by government users. Survey of India 29,000. So like that, there is usage is also day by day increasing. But if you will see June 22 to December 23, 3,859 users are only there. We want to propagate it more and more because it will be more useful in all our engineering projects. So this is a latitude and longitude. We have this geoid model also, because as engineers are aware that we have elliptical height and orthometric height. If you go for the GPS will give you more ellipsoid height. It will not give you this orthometric height. For that, there is a model we are developing. This model we have developed under National Hydrology Project. Till now, for 11 states, we have completed. Other states are also under process. By end of 2024, we will complete that also. We have done various MOUs with various research institutions. Space Applications Center Ahmedabad, they want to do to use this course data for earth crust deformation research. They want to use IMD also. They are using our data for weather forecasting. GSI also using this data. National Highway Authority has also recently signed MOU with us. These are the various services, as someone was telling that we don't get much support from Survey of India, but now we are providing this various facilities to and we are very, very open. If some of our portals are not user-friendly, that also means we are aware about it. We are making all this our portal. And this is just what I have told. Course network is very useful, but still there are certain shortages are there. As of today, though we have 1032 stations we have installed, but at no point of time 75% to 80% course stations are operational. There are various issues. So we are also now, we have also learnt lessons. So some area we have to do the densification. So I request various government departments, wherever they have possibility to support and they install some course network, it will be useful to everyone. Today in country, apart from Survey of India, there are another some 250 course stations are available with various organizations and research institutes. We are in touch with them to connect with our central server, our central control center. So we have some places that the power and communication network issues are also there. We also want to Indianize all these components so that the positioning, navigation and navigation and timing infrastructure will be totally our under Atmanirbhar Bharat. Then these are the various government agencies, and they can also utilize our facilities because, as I told, it is 3,859. But I think we should increase more and more. And we have issues of course station maintenance and control center. That also means we are taking care. So thank you. Thanks for Chair Sir for giving little more time to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hitesh. Had I had half an hour, I would have been very happy to go into each of this. We'll discuss separately, but very, very informative. Now, the last speaker in this panel discussion is Mr. Dharmendra Gill, who would be making presentation on the impact of climate change on the water resources in Himachal Pradesh. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar, and thank you for this opportunity for allowing me to share the information on the impacts of climate change in Himachal Pradesh. So this is an overview of the state. It's a small state with the population of around 7 million, and most of it is in the rural areas, about 90%. So on this slide, the most relevant information with this, in the context of today's discussion on climate change is about the elevation differences. In Himachal, the elevation levels vary from 350 meters to around 7,000 meters in a small state. So these steep slopes in the fragile Himalayan ecosystem make us more and more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. In fact, these steep slopes generate very rapid runoff, which is the main cause of devastating impacts on the overall water resources in the system. And also these steep slopes restricts the scope for surface water storages. So I think this is the biggest concern which we must look into if we want to develop some adaptation and resilience towards the impacts of climate change in these hilly regions. So this is about the profile of water sources, the water availability in Himachal Pradesh. So mainly we have 5 river basins, and the larger ones are the Satluj and the Beas, which almost cover around 50% of the state's area. The others are with Ravi, Yamuna, and other smaller systems. Of course, we have snowfall with the rainfall and some old glaciers. We have very good rainfall, around 1251 centimeter is the is the annual rainfall, and Dharamshala is receiving the second highest rainfall. But this is an average. Of course, there are huge changes in the temporal distribution. So if you look at the overall profile on the annual average basis, it's comfortable. So this is a detail of the direct impacts of the climate change on the rainfall distribution in the state. During this monsoon, we were comfortable. It was around 20% that way if we look at the average in the 4 months. But if we look at the temporal distribution, then most of it took place in 8 instances, and in many of the places, the whole annual precipitation took place in 2 or 3 days. And after that, the departure is on the negative side, and this winter, no rainfall, 100% minus side. Same is the case with the snowfall. So this tells the whole, this gives the whole information about the impact of climate change. The overall rainy days have reduced, and the intensity of the precipitations have increased a lot. So which is the main cause of concern and creating devastation in the states. So here are some of the direct impacts of this climate change on the temperature. It has been observed that the land surface air temperature has increased by 1 degree centigrade in the state over a long period averages. And this is also a big concern because this is increasing the melting of glaciers and has increased the thawing of permafrost. And the biggest threat has now come in the shape of formation of glacial lakes, which are increasing in size. And because of their location and size on the very high altitudes, these are of major concern because once they topple their banks or get, if they're broken, they can cause havoc in the downstream areas. Of course, these are being very closely monitored by the SASE, that is Snow and Avalanche Study Establishment of DRDO and the State Environment Department. But they are the biggest threat and cause of concern because of this increase in the temperature. The impact on the water sources is definitely noticeable because this year the old highest flood level marks were toppled by around 5 to 8 meters in many locations, and with huge floods, all the water-related infrastructure whichever came in these 5 to 8 meters was totally either damaged or even washed away. So these are very visible impacts of climate change in the state. And these increased flood levels have caused the state, these affected almost every water-related system in the state because most of them are located in the riverside. So the total assessment of damages was of the order of 2,100 crores, which is a huge loss to a small state like Himachal Pradesh. So now we have to replan all those intake structures and WTPs which were within the close range of the old high flood marks. So that is another big exercise being done. So these are some of the photographs of the damages to the water supply systems, sewerage systems, water treatment plants, and other structures. related with the water infrastructure. So, for the adaptation and developing resilience to the impacts of climate change, a state has now made some changes in the overall working in the water sector. So now we are capturing more and more data through IoT techniques on the water supply systems, and all the new schemes are now being equipped with the SCADA. So, and we are also in the process of setting up of a central command center in the state, so that we can capture all the data on the water supply systems to support the decisions on the operation and maintenance of the systems. On the irrigations side, all the new irrigation systems, of course, we have mainly minor irrigation systems and a few medium irrigation systems. So all the new systems are being developed in the pressurized pressurized pipe supply systems, and in the older ones, all the distribution networks are now being in a phased manner replaced with the pressurized water supply systems under HIMCAT program. On the demand side management, now there is more focus thanks to JGM also. The more intensive IEC activities has been taken up. So mainly on the NRW control sides, we are into to control the physical leakage losses mainly. Another strategy has been developed around the buffer storages. We have made a list of all those locations where recently we made very high head lift systems to provide or ensure continuous water supplies year round. And it has been observed that in many of these locations, we have sufficient water available during 7 to 8 months in the year. And the rest of the 3-4 months, we have scarcity. For that, we were lifting water from the larger streams over larger heads, even 500 meters, 700 meters through multi-stage pumpings. So now we have identified those places and now have made proposals for creating storages, partly near the sources and partly close to the users. So this will not only help us in saving the cost on pumping systems and the energy savings, but it will also provide an opportunity for the users of the systems to manage their systems locally. So earlier we pushed these proposals through JGM, but somehow they could not fit into the guidelines of the programs. Now we are trying to get some funds from the NABARD, because initial investments are very high and returns will come later on in the life cycle of the systems. Snow harvesting is another area which we have started working on, by creating some ice cones, stupas in the areas where water is not available in the coming months, in the early months of the summer, where sowing season is on in the tribal areas. So it is giving very good results. Construction of small scale dams we are trying, but as I said, that's due to the steep slopes, so not much areas are available, but wherever in the valleys we have the scope, we are creating the small areas. Reuse of STP effluents has been made mandatory, and efforts are also going on for the groundwater recharging also. So this was a brief information about the impacts of climate change in Himachal Pradesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dharmenji. It's a very different type of challenge what we are facing. So with this, the technical presentations are done with. I know that we are running into the lunch time, but maybe with the permission of the organizers, can we take 1 or 2 questions? Okay, so we'll take 2 questions. Somebody who, yeah. So we'll go there. Please give the mic there, the right-hand side behind. Please introduce yourself and to whom you are pointing the question.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Rahul Jain. I'm from Matrix Geo. My question is to Mr. Hitesh Makwana ji. Regarding the course network, we all are using GTS benchmark for taking the vertical references. Most of our structures are based upon that only. So the course network is directly connected to GTS benchmark or not, number one. Secondly, whether it is giving us the perfect GTS benchmark height or not.
You just repeat. Actually, if you can come little in front because
Yeah.
I could not.
My question is more related to GTS benchmark height, whether it is connected to course network or not. Because course
Yeah,
network.
so, that's what I told. So my way forward, I wrote that CORS network to be connected with the vertical datum.
Okay.
I have in my way forward it was there.
Okay.
So at present it is not there.
Okay.
So we are in process of doing that also.
Yes.
So it will take another 2 to 3 months, Neeraj.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any other question? Yeah, please. I'm coming to you.
Myself, Chair Sharma, Joint Secretary, Irrigation State of Uttarakhand. I am also DG Saab, sir, have a question, Survey of India. As you know, sir, Uttarakhand is the border of the states and national borders. So we have needed so many documents of that. So can we get a certified copy easily for the purpose of the official purpose? As you saw, the free of cost, but clarify that one. We are facing the so much.
माइक को थोड़ा पास आके बोले यार,
जी।
नहीं दे पा रहा है clear. आपको क्या चाहिए? Certified copy?
Certified copies, as you know, there is the border state.
Certified copy of what?
What purpose that the land and revenue, the border area, just as behind us there is Himachal and Uttarakhand. There is a dispute of the land, and we are to make irrigation canals and dams beside this. So we need the certified copy of Survey of India. Our fellows are facing so many problems. One that
See,
Thank you.
now the concept of certified copy itself has gone because there are a lot of issues were there in the past. So that is why that whole system we have removed now.
Sir, it's needed in the
No, see,
revenue and administrative
listen. Wherever there are issues, if High Court or Supreme Court will direct us, that time only means our people, they will go, they will do survey and then they will give certified copy.
Okay.
At present, what maps are available with us, because once it is put in the public domain by Survey of India in its portal, it has to be treated as a certified copy only, because now then IT Act and all these things also will prevail. Na?
Sir, this is the bigger issues for the Himachal and Uttarakhand border.
You are from Uttarakhand, ne? You are from Uttarakhand.
Oh, yes.
Your
I am
headquarters is also Dehradun.
Yeah.
Please come to our office, we will sort it out.
Okay, then. Thank you, sir. Thanks for
Yeah. Sir, good afternoon, sir. Myself, Mohammad Asif Iqbal. I am from Bihar, Water Resources, Government of Bihar. I just want to ask question from Rakesh Kashyap, sir, that what about the silt, after removing the silt, what any commercial use of silt is still we have any commercial use of the silt right now? Any studies there, sir?
So actually, there have been so many instances where commercial use has been established. Suppose in case we are having this sand content above 60%, so we can say that it's have some engineering values after gradation. Secondly, if it is not such a case where silt content is high, it can be used for filling material. And it is happening, I know the cases in Punjab and Haryana where NHAI has requisitioned this sediment from the reservoirs for construction of their highways, particularly the part which are to be filled. So this is the second one. Third is the manure value. So in case of West Bengal particularly, where very fine silt content is there due to deltaic reason, so farmers are asking for that. So that means depending upon the locality, depending upon the gradation of the silt, we can have commercial values. only one factor which is governing, it's the lead basically. If lead is quite high, even the commercial value gets reduced. So these are the instances where we have to see it is case by case.
Would like to add to sir's the suggestions. See, when I was at Roorkee, there is a CSIR center is there, and what I have learned is when we were talking about the sugar industry sedimental waste. So these people, they have developed some technology where the tiles can be made and vitrified tiles or something. So maybe depending on the silt,
Yeah,
can be
my thing was like
Yeah,
that only. We know that we can use it for land and all this, but is it can be used as a brick or it can be used for making tiles. This type of commercial use has come. I want to know that only, sir. Basically.
Okay, so I think now
Thank you.
we have taken enough questions. If there is no other question, with the permission of chair, can we make announcement for the lunch, please?
Bilkul, sir, but I would really like to hear a huge round of applause for the chair because he has taken up dual responsibility today. Not only screening the time, but along with that, he has interlinked all the speakers. So thank you so much, sir. Let's have a round of applause for all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you so much. With this, I would like to invite you all for the lunch, and lunch is organized at the open lawn for all of us, so we can all enjoy the lunch over there together. We'll be back here in another 40 minutes, and then we will be starting with our next session, which is very important, where we are focusing about people as power, because it is about Jan Bhagidari. So see you on the other side of the lunch. Thank you. Lunch, can I hear a round of applause for all of you people? Thank you so much. It seems like the people on my right side had enough lunch and on my left didn't. So did you had good lunch? So let's have a huge round of applause for this conference. We all are here for such a good cause. Thank you so much. And now, friends, we are here with our thematic session 5. And as I already shared with you, that this session is going to be about the power of people. And as we all know that people's participation is so much important, just this Jan Bhagidari is so much important that we can call it as the key to sustainability of initiatives in water sector. So that is why in this thematic session, we are going to focus on that, because when we say water, then everyone is a stakeholder in water sector. So it is not possible without people's participation, and the Honorable Prime Minister of India has himself given a clarion call that people have to participate, and he have asked everyone to be the stakeholder of this water sector. So initiating with, I would like to invite the dignitaries over here on the dais. Please join me in welcoming the chair of this session, Shri Prabhat Mishra, Principal Secretary, Water Resources Department. Please put your hands together for him. From West Bengal, so I invite you on the stage. And now I would like to invite on the stage the co-chair of this session, Dr. Shakil P. Ahmed, ACS Meghalaya. Please put your hands together for sir. I invite you, sir, on the dais. And now I would like to invite the other dignitaries as well. Dr. Sanjay Bilsare, Secretary CAD. Please welcome him with your round of claps. Also, I would like to invite Shri K.A. Patel on the stage. Sir, may we please have sir on the stage? Yeah, let's hear it for him, please. I would also like to invite Shri Kailash Karthik N, Mission Director, Jal Jeevan Mission, Assam. Please put your hands together for him. Also join me in welcoming on the dais Director, Groundwater Department, Kerala, Srimati D. Dharmalashri. Please put your hands together for her. So our dignitaries are all diced up over here on this stage, and now we are going to initiate this session. So firstly, I would like to request the chair of this session, Shri Prabhat Mishra, sir, Principal Secretary, WRD, West Bengal, to please give the opening remarks, sir, and then we'll take on the presentations. So let's have a round of applause for Prabhat, sir.
So thank you very much. And a very good afternoon to all of you. It has been a real pleasure attending this conference for the last 2 days, 1.5 days. Really learned a lot. It's been wonderful sessions and the states have done so well. And now we are coming to this last session on people's participation, people who actually is the audience, the target group. And whatever we do, actually, unless we have a conversation with people and we have a platform to have a dialogue with them, and unless we really involve them in some form, I don't think whatever we are thinking in this room can really be translated into what we want to see on the ground. So that's none, I mean, this room is not having any farmer. I mean, it can't be also, because naturally we are here at a different level. We are here doing the brainstorming, but once we go outside this room and we finalize what we need to do, then of course we will have to have a conversation with farmers. And what could be the format of that conversation, what could be the format of that interaction is what we are trying to understand in this session. I would like to let you know that people's participation got the attention of policymakers right in 1938, in which an irrigation inquiry committee, also known as Vishwesvaraya Committee, was formed, which recommended ownership of irrigation structure to village or group of villages. Then in the 6th and 7th five-year plan, participation of farmers in irrigation management was emphasized. 1985 National Water Policy guidelines issued for O&M through farmers' participation. 2002 National Water Policy again emphasized farmers' participation, imposition of water charges. And of course now, Jan Bhagidari is the cornerstone of all schemes in which the people's participation is a very strong fundamental component. Many states, in fact, almost all the states have gone ahead and involved farmers in a very big way, water user in the form of water user associations or some other format. We will have the pleasure of hearing and listening to many of these formats and see where it has really succeeded and what are the lessons learned. We would try to seek answers to some questions in this session, like, is people's participation really needed? And if so, what could be the format for that participation? Then what are its challenges? What are the design principles that we should follow if we really want these people's participation in a big way in irrigation management? And what policy instruments can be used to create a conducive ecosystem so that this participation can be facilitated? So these are the initial questions that I leave with you, and then there are a very eminent group of panelists here from different states who will be enlightening us on this topic. I will begin with what we have done in West Bengal. I'll quickly share with you what we have tried to achieve. And I think my timekeeping can be done by one of you, the co-chair or someone. And I think that responsibility I will take over once I go back. So West Bengal consciously started this farmer-led irrigation systems, mostly in minor irrigation sector. And we are now almost done with registration of more than 3,500 water user associations. Next. Just to set the context, we have a huge geographical area, some 6 agroclimatic zones, starting from the hilly areas of Darjeeling and Kalimpong, and then alluvial zone, then western lateritic zone, and then coastal saline zone. A very interesting state with a very diversified kind of a context. We have, we are also having the difficulties with the climate change problems and erratic rainfalls, which many states describe today. And we have very small land holdings. I mean, I'm pointing it out to tell you how and why, at least in many of the Eastern Indian states where we have small land holdings, we cannot really inject the modern methods of cultivation, etc., unless we aggregate. Because this small land holding really, I mean, if you want to put up tube wells, it has to be a shared tube well. If it's a canal, then it has to be a shared resource, and so on. And that is why the imperative for aggregation. Then we do also have huge groundwater extraction going on in alluvial zone. Maybe because there is a lot of groundwater, but then we are also having the problem of some critical blocks. The small and marginal farmers, very large number. It also brings us to this question of how much they can make investment on their own, capital investment. Is it possible from their side? And of course, the irrigation infrastructure, its sustainability has been a question mark. I mean, a large number of tube wells, our MI census, etc., it is revealed that they are getting defunct. There is a problem. So what strategy we have adopted is very simple. We have customized our irrigation infrastructure as per the agroclimatic nuances. Western lateritic zone, more emphasis on surface water, hilly zone, rejuvenation of Jora, then coastal saline zone going for long creek excavations where we can store the rainwater and so on. We have done aggregation of small landholders around these irrigation infrastructures. We have been very carefully picking up only those farmers who have land in the command area. Anyone who is outside the command area is not included, for the simple reason that they don't have any stake in that system, irrigation system, and if they come, it will only create more noise and impediments. So that is the thing. And then the asset is handed over to the water user association. They are made responsible for operation and maintenance. And then we get this platform where we start weaving various technical inputs in terms of best agriculture practices, aquaculture practices, and so on. Some climate resilient agriculture practices, which we have found very, very useful. Then through this group, we are also able to disseminate a lot of messages and the answering questions on pest management, etc. And since it is a group, so the efficacy goes up. Instead of telling it to a single farmer, it goes to the group, so they have their meetings, and in the process, it is disseminated very fast. And of course, we have also used water efficient techniques through these water user associations. So forming and nurturing water user association is something quite important, takes time, requires a lot of hard work. So a lot of patience is required. Doesn't happen quickly. And if there are some legacy issues in the villages, then there is a problem, of course, because, sometimes villages are fragmented and there is a problem. So we actually have been very careful also, because one has to give the signal that you have to have some ethical engagement with farmers, in the sense that everybody has and should have the access to the government functionaries, or in the meeting they should have a say. Because if that doesn't happen, then people start losing interests. And these water user associations, actually, we go through a lot of capacity building exercises in terms of their bookkeeping, in terms of cash books, minutes of the meetings, etc. These instruments of transparency is the key, what we have understood in keeping the group active, alive, and dynamically going together. So this going together is something which is very critical for the sustainable existence and sustenance of these groups. Otherwise, it becomes difficult for them to. They also have got PAN cards. They actually impose water taxes, water user taxes, and there we have given them a lot of freedom. They are free to charge whatever they want, and they have done it very critically, very, very carefully, mostly keeping it below the market prices which are prevailing in the village, etc. So that is how it has remained very nicely. Now, a large number of responsibilities are entrusted to the water user associations right from the stage of conceptualization of the project. So where the irrigation infrastructure will be built, suppose there is a check dam, what could be a possible location, and in which case, you get the benefit of their traditional wisdom. then water budgeting, crop planning, what would be the water schedule, then operation and maintenance, and water charges, and of course the record keeping. And later we have also involved them in community procurement in some simple infrastructure like these infrastructure. You can see the pump duct wells and those hapas and 30-40, they are easily doing. And in fact, all the horticulture schemes that we are doing around these water resources in the Western Lateritic Zone, they were the people who actually went for the pit digging, etc., etc. And we only provided some saplings because we wanted to know there. They are also being graded, so you can see. And of course, once the platform is there, then our great happiness and we were pleasantly surprised, because different departments who want to do certain things, like agriculture has a lot of inputs on the sprinklers and other schemes. So they use those platforms to provide these sprinklers and other pipes and other systems. So that becomes a very good thing, something which is very difficult to achieve in government, because we generally tend to work in silos. But then once the platform is there in the village, we found that even without our knowledge, this convergence was happening at the village level, with all the departments capitalizing on these platforms. So that was really great for us. So we actually also realized that these entities became very vibrant entities in the village context. They got a respectable position in the sense that in COVID times, they have developed their own kitties, because they have water user charges, they have a bank account, so they could distribute some masks, some potatoes and rice and so on. So they were very acceptable entities. West Bengal always had these village level community-based organizations in the name of Solo Ana committee. Solo Ana, you know, is 1 rupee. And Solo Ana means every family, one person was the member of that committee. So, I mean, West Bengal has a tradition of such vibrant community-based systems. So it has not been difficult for us, though in different water, agriculture, agroclimatic zone, our experience has been different. In fact, areas which are harder, which are more difficult, like Western Lateritic Zone, and tribal areas where people have culturally, they are more akin to collaborating. Their water user associations are giving much better results, whereas other areas, South 24 Parganas, sharply divided maybe sometimes on political lines, there we have a slight difficulty. So they have also, this question comes, and you'll see in many presentations how they have been effectively using and managing the technology. They are able to do that. So our message is also that they are able to use technology. In solar, in fact, we went for their training and some simple things they're able to do. In fact, solar, which is often criticized for overdrawal of groundwater because there is a zero, marginal cost of production, that is actually not happening in our state, because Water User Association is imposing a charge on the water that is coming out even from the solar systems. And so that is bringing out a bit of a behavioral change that is there. So these are some of the small things that we have given them. And then they have also used water use efficiency, some simple instrument, tensiometers, so which has reduced the electricity consumption and which has also enhanced the production of the agriculture crop. We are now using some of these progressive water user association and helping them scale it up. Then this was the message that I was, messaging system that I was mentioning. Now, having created these platforms at village level, which is a difficult job I must acknowledge, it takes time, as I mentioned, then it becomes very easy. Once it is in place, then it becomes very easy to utilize it for a whole lot of livelihood generation, which we have tried to attempt. So best practices, forward and backward linkages, and then integrated use of water. So both agriculture, aquaculture, etc., etc. And then they have also, so thank you. I will just wind it up. So there are very large number of success stories. So now we are aggregating these water user association, building them into farmers producers organization, which is the next logical step. and this is the way forward. And this kind of nested enterprise is something which we are trying to understand and target. So the rules of the game for water resources, which are social enterprises, is slightly different from these bigger nested enterprise in the shape of FPOs, because they are no longer, they are business entities, and that is where we have to be careful, and we are in the process of developing those rules for the game. So we are very much, and this slide, I'll end here. Actually, these community-based organizations are existing already. Many other organizations like women self-help groups and other groups. So they have to have some interface with the water resources. So we don't want to, in fact, some CBOs have their natural advantage. So in the value chain, some saplings, women are better able to do. So water resources delegate it and outsource these works to them. So that is what happens. These last two slides, actually, I won't elaborate now. These are some theoretical foundations. I think Elinor Ostrom, who got the Nobel Prize on collectives, she delineated some of these design principles. If these collectives have to really collaborate and perform, and they have to succeed, then certain design principles have to be followed. So that is in the presentation. Anyone over the tea break or something, we can discuss it later. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, sir. And I'm really happy that co-chair has taken on the responsibility of the timer at that time. So thank you so much, sir. And now we are going to have the presentation from Maharashtra, and it is going to be about participatory irrigation management in Maharashtra. So let me please invite Dr. Sanjay Balsarit, Secretary CAD. Please put your hands together for him.
Hello. Yeah. So slide changer. Yeah. Thank you, Chairman and Co-Chairman, dignitaries on the dais and of the dais. Next slide. So Maharashtra, we have potential created. Yeah. This is it. Okay. Almost 56 lakh hectare, and we are utilizing 42 lakh hectare. So there is a gap, and we, as the topography of Maharashtra is concerned, we have got Sahyadri ranges, Satpura, and then we have the water resources in a such a way that we have the storage system where we have to manage the entire resources by canal systems and lift irrigation system. So I will be sharing some success stories as well as case studies and various reforms government of Maharashtra has undertaken. So we have this standalone Participatory Irrigation Management Act, that's MMISF Act, then Maharashtra Water Resources Regulatory Authority. Then we have the provision in the act that the water use entitlement to be given to the Water Resource Association, and it is enforced by what regulatory authority. In Maharashtra model, the WA model, we supply water volumetrically to the Water Resource Association. So I think that is the key. What you measure, that get managed. And so since beginning from the 19th, we have the emphasis on delivery of water to the group of users through volumetric measurements, and that has really working well, where we can talk about water use efficiency. I think that is the first key to measure that and to manage that. Then independent institution of chief engineer and chief auditor for the water accounting and benchmarking. Then we have got pipe distribution network policy that we have 2017, and so far we have almost completed 3 lakh PDN on the 3 lakh hectare area, and that is also in a way it is improving the water use efficiency, better control. Then decentralized storage policy that we have in 2017, where we experienced that if you can give freedom assured water supply to the water association at some fixed location, so they can manage well beyond that assured water supply. So in case of one Tembu lift irrigation scheme, almost 1 lakh hectare area we have developed, and within a command area there is a water storage, decentralized storage through the various schemes like state water irrigation scheme as well as local sector, and the farmers are managing that water decentralized, and we are letting out water into reservoir, so that is also working well. So far, we have developed, farmed this water resource association almost on 23 lakh hectare. Out of that, 15 lakh hectare WEAs are in functioning. So I am going to share some case studies or success stories where Wagad is one of the foremost, where this water resource association managing the entire water resource of this medium irrigation project. So the only dam management is done by the water resource department. At the canal outlet, the head of the canal, we measure water, supply to the project level water association. Then they supply to 24 water association on left and right canal. And then the water association manage this minor level area, and farmers are responsible for the field channel. So I'm going to share what actually has helped transform that landscape in case of Wagad. Here, the integrated use of surface and groundwater resulting the 8 monthly irrigation system into the perennial irrigation system. Tail-to-head principle that is followed. Actually, the water association first form the tail area, and then at the end, the water association form the head area. So almost it takes almost 7 to 8 years to form this entire water association on the entire project. And in 2004, 2005, that has been handed over to the project level association. There's active women participation. 14 chairpersons are out of the 25 WEAs, and 75 members are executive members of the water association. So there is earlier, before 2004, 2005, it is managed by the water association. But after transferring management to the project level association, almost the area is increased. It was around 8,000, so it is 11,000 hectare. Water supply at the minor head, earlier it was, now at the main canal. Water charges almost tripled. There is 100% water recovery, change in the cropping pattern. Then there is also employment generation. We find that people used to migrate outside. Now the people are coming into, and there is employment generation around the year. Average incomes grow up. So because of this initiative, there is the number of rotations. Earlier we used to have maybe 4 rotations. Now it is 5 to 6 rotations are there. Flow period reduced to 2 to 4 days. Service at the doorstep of farmer. They do not have to come to our office, the WA in the village. Now we have only one consumer. So for 15,000 customers, we have got the project level association. Department is dealing with the one users. There is a accounting and billing software has made assessment simpler. Then water productivity, which we talked today, is that how we can have the per unit of the how much income you generate per unit of water. So in case of Wagad, we found that almost 10 paisa per liter of water is the productivity of Wagad irrigation project. And there is a reduced operation and maintenance cost. So this is another example where we have now the PDN and then micro irrigation. But in case of Indore, there is a water resource association. It is on small minor irrigation tank. So people come forward. They have the system called. I will show first this. You can see there is a delivery chamber where the water is pumped to that delivery chamber at the top where the people are sitting, and there is a one pipe that is coming to the field, and then in the first figure you find that number of pipes are there. So these pipes for each farmer, suppose there are 100 farmers, they made the compartments into 10 compartment. One compartment may be having 10 depending on that pipe going down to the command area, and thereafter you find the secondary distribution chamber where there is again at the field level that has been, suppose 4 farmers are there, one farmer get water and 3 farmer water goes ahead. So that is the system which has been developed, and it has been found very successful in the case of water distribution. There is every farm get proportionate distribution of water, no need of control, no need of operator, less diameter of pipe, and benefit of system is the distribution of water on the unit basis. Whatever the water comes into the tank, the same water get distributed among entire farmers. So this type of system has developed confidence that yes, we are going to get water. There is tail head. There is no, everybody is getting water at the same time, and 100% satisfaction of the farmers. This has been then replicated at number of places in case of our lift irrigation scheme, and we found this is a very cost-effective and innovative system. Then in case of now we have got so many private lift individual schemes. In Maharashtra, you will find that people have transported water to 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, and from the reservoir. So measuring that and charging that, we have got the now Water Resources Regulatory Authority where they declare the tariff. So this year they have declared tariff that the area-based tariff will be discontinued, and those who are not shifting to the volumetric, there will be penal charges. Means suppose you have got the one unit, 1 rupees as a charges, so now there will be double charges if you don't go for a measurement, volumetric measurement. So in case of Tisgaon minor irrigation project, we have got Form 7 water association and 1 project level association that is for the lift irrigation, because there are so many farmers, and to manage them on the one lift irrigation scheme is again difficult because they have developed according to their needs. So we are devised that we should have the meter for every connections. So I will show the here. So there is a for each pumping connection there is a meter. This is an ultrasonic meter developed by the Christian Technology IIT startup. They are also here today, and this is a very good methodology where ultrasonic meter is there, and where we can have the measurement for the water, when water release and where water is discharged. So this system is very accurate billing, resource conservation, data-driven decisions, and transparency. So we are going to have almost 100 meters established in another fortnight, and where the entire system will be measured, volumetrically measured, and charged based on the volumetric. So this is a one new initiative which we have taken. Then my time is over, so I'm going to rush forward. So we have got public-private partnership in case with the ITC. So there we have tried for with the help of water associations. So in Kukudi, then Tembu, and there are 4 to 5 irrigation schemes where we have developed with the support of them, actual farm field schools, and then the initiative of how much they have used the initiative where I will just show how. So where different in case of sugarcane, onion, and soybean, cotton. So there we have actually from last 3 years we have worked with the farmer, with the water associations, and with the help of the ITC. They have invested in the CSR the projects where we have seen that with this water use practices, because micro irrigation is definitely there, but with the various initiatives we can also save water. So almost 255 million cubic of water saved from last 2 years. So this is also a very good initiative where we can have the use of various technology for water use efficiency and saving in water resources. Then we have the Gosikurt as a national project where we have formed this 355 water association. Out of that, 148 water association are transferred. They are managing the water in their command area. And we have formed 12 farmer producer company on almost 10,000 hectare area. So out of that 22 WAs are in the part of this producer company, and they carry out the paddy purchase, marketing, then organic vegetable production. Then these are the things they have been developing, and we look forward that this is going to develop in a time to come. This is a training, and then this is a visit to various successful organizations in Maharashtra. So this is my last slide where with so many years of experience in PIM, So PIM is a basic where people feel that project is there. They own the project, sense of ownership develop, ease of working. When the WAs are there, the reduction in operation and maintenance cost, timely dispute resolution at local level. And wherever there is a successful example where we found that there is a third partner, means maybe it may be NGO, maybe academic institution, maybe private sector. So I think capacity building and handholding of WA by a third partner is equally important. Then efficient water management through innovation and use of technology when there is a participation of farmers. We can see the example of Indore and others. Then transition of water users into farmer producer company is a need of our, because now whatever, how much they are going to get out of 1 unit of water is a time where we can converge with this farmer producer company. Then appropriate business model for financial stability of WA is important, because it varies from, even in Maharashtra, we have got different places where there is a struggle for the financial sustainability. So we have got very initiative. This is I share PIM, but we have got Jalukta Shivar, then Gaal Mukta Shivar, Gaal Mukta Dharan, and Gaal Yukta Shivar, where there is a Jana Bhagidari with the people, NGO, private sector. So I will, with this, I stop here. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. And now from Gujarat, we have got a film on Jan Bhagidari. So that film actually portrays that how Gujarat has participated into the people's power and they have utilized it for Jan Bhagidari. So let's have the film from Gujarat.
India being an agrarian country, agriculture forms the backbone of the economy. The tireless efforts of farmers are fundamental to the nation's sustenance and growth. To support their hard work and ensure their prosperity, the concept of Jan Bhagidari, or people's participation, was introduced. This initiative has been a transformative step towards progress, enabling farmers to contribute more effectively to agricultural productivity. Jan Bhagidari aims to unite individuals towards a common goal of enhancing agricultural productivity. Subsequently, participatory irrigation management (PIM) emerged, focusing on engaging local communities in sustainable water management, empowering them in decision-making and promoting responsible infrastructure maintenance. Walking in the footsteps of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, and under the guidance of Gujarat's Chief Minister, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Gujarat today stands as a testament to the power of people's participation in irrigation management. Farmers play an active role right from construction of canal, water management, actual irrigation of water to the fields, collection of water charges, maintenance and repairs. 6,473 water user associations have been registered for more than 24.29 lakh hectares command area under participatory irrigation management. The Sardar Patel Participatory Water Conservation Scheme, introduced in 2000, has been a cornerstone in Gujarat's water conservation strategy. Under this initiative, the government introduced an innovative scheme for constructing check dams. The 80-20 model for tribal area and the 60-40 model for non-tribal area signifies that for every check dam built, the government contributes a significant 80% and 60%, while the community provides with the remaining. This innovative scheme empowers communities to manage local water resources, encouraging the construction of water conservation structures like check dams and percolation tanks. It's a vivid example of Jan Bhagidari, where villagers contribute labor and a part of the cost, while the government provides technical and financial support. This synergistic approach has rejuvenated 78,436 water bodies, bolstered groundwater levels, and brought green prosperity. Also in 2023, a total of 354 check dam repair works had been completed. This showcases the power of collaborative effort, where the government and the people come together for a common cause, conserving water for a better tomorrow. Moving on, the Sujlam Suflam Jal Abhiyan is a massive campaign started in 2018 for water conservation that has further fortified Gujarat's water security. A total of 98,234 works, including deepening of ponds, construction of new ponds, check dam desilting, check dam repairing, have been completed till date. The aim is to construct new water bodies, deepen and widen existing water bodies ahead of the monsoon, ensuring maximum water storage. The project has brought about significant changes in water conservation and groundwater recharge. Additionally, the scheme has helped in reducing soil erosion, preserving soil fertility, and maintaining agricultural land. Lastly, WASMO initiative empowered Panchayati Raj institutions to address water and sanitation issues, fostering community involvement and women's participation. Under this initiative, 17,255 village-level water committees were established, mandating a 50% women membership. Furthermore, the Mahila Pani Samiti, initiated in 2014, encourages water committees with over 70% women representation, highlighting WASMO's dedication to enhancing women's role in decision-making and policy-making in drinking water management. Through these pioneering efforts, Gujarat exemplifies how participatory irrigation management can be a game changer in transforming the agricultural landscape. It's not just about managing water. It's about nurturing a culture of cooperation.
So that's actually nice. And, different states are participating in Jan Bhagidari and making people realize their power, that how much their power affects any cause that not only a government is taking, but that is for the good of the country and for the good of the planet. So where Gujarat has been taking a lot of initiatives, and also they have made women participating into their Jan Bhagidari program. So here now we have Assam, where they have got the young brigade of water ambassadors, whom they call Jal Doots. So for that presentation, I would request the Mission Director, Jal Jeevan Mission, Assam, Shri Kailash Karthik N, to please give this presentation. Let's have a round of applause for him.
Thank you, the chairman of the session, the co-chair, and the esteemed guests on the dais, and everybody around. So from irrigation, I'll move to another sector, which is water supply, and how in Assam we are trying to solve some of the big questions that we have through children, who we call them as Jaldoots. So just to set context, in the context of Jal Jeevan Mission, this is where Assam used to be about in 2019, with just about a little over a 1% coverage of drinking water supply direct to homes. And today we are at around 71%. So while this is a substantial jump, which has not just happened in Assam, but across the country, what we are also simultaneously realizing is that there are way too many schemes that each one of us are creating. For instance, in Assam, We have nearly about, by the time we finish up Jal Jeevan Mission, we'll have about 29,000 schemes. We have over 25,000 water user committees formed already. We have handed over 10,000 schemes and we have over 9,000 schemes which have, completed 10,000 and handed over back to the community over 9,000, nearly 9,000 schemes. So the big elephant in the room, or the big question is, how do we ensure community ownership and sustainability? That's the big question. And it is in this, while addressing this question, is where we've endeavored upon this initiative called Jaldoot, which we believe is our innovation to catch children young. What we do is we take children from class 8 to 12 with from the command area of a scheme, about 5 to 10 children per scheme. They go through a specially curated 2-day workshop, what we call the Jal Shala. There, the children are taught about water, sanitation, hygiene, water quality, water supply infrastructure, how does filtration processes work, how does the distribution network works, etc. And also why they need to be leaders, why they need to take active part in their civic roles as a part of the community. The goal is to train about 3 lakh such children across the state. We've managed to do about 25,000 as we speak, but the plan is to roll out and reach about 3 lakh children. These children, like I said, through very interactive media, whether it is through videos, whether it is through games, we've created a specially designed game called Jal Khel Card, which is like a Uno card and a Ludo, a snake and ladder game. So the children, through those activity-based actions, learn about Jal Jeevan Mission, learn about water safety, water security, etc. Subsequently, we've also, since children love creative stuff, we've also designed our diaries, what we call the Jaldoot diary, in a very attractive manner, where children can record their observations through the Jal Shalas. Subsequently, the children go to the field, they are taken to these water supply infrastructure, they are exposed to how water filtration process happens, something that they are anywhere learning in their science subjects in their schools. But just from an academic, just from a theoretical perspective, here they get to understand it more practically. And then they are also asked to go and assess the availability, the quantity, quality, and the regularity of water supply schemes in their villages, and record them in the Jaldoot diary, where they record how does the water, where is the source of water, how does the distribution network work, where does the school gets its water from, etc., etc. And they record this as part of the diary. So we also get a grounds up feedback of the quality of the infrastructure, the regularity of service directly from the children. Subsequently, post the Jal Shala, which is a 2-day workshop, we move them on to what is called a Jaldoot Premier League, where we've sort of gamified a set of activities which we believe are relevant to Jal Jeevan Mission sustainability. So we get children to do certain activities like go and identify water problems in your village, discuss these issues with the community members, organize awareness generation for the community. We ask them to attend the water user committee meetings, create posters and display them in your schools and your Anganwadi centers of your area. Get them to do water quality testing in their schools using the field test kits. And doing each of these, each child gets certain points, and that points are digitally can be encashed for some rewards. So these children then get onto a WhatsApp bot. We have designed a WhatsApp bot on which children communicate back to our core team. So we push some of these activities, and that is how we maintain the engagement. And I'm happy to announce that we've almost 70% of all children who attend the Jal Shala go pick up their WhatsApp phone and then start registering. And of the 70%, almost 80% end up doing the activities that we asked them to do. So which is fairly far more the engagement rates are far higher than what even some of the big Facebook and others manage to do. So this is an example of a child submitting the scheme functionality. So children going back to, going back to their homes and finding schemes nearby their villages and submitting the functionality on the WhatsApp bot. This is an example of children submitting community awareness tasks on the WhatsApp bot. We also get to see a dashboard through which we monitor or we sort of understand where and what impact it is making. The children also get to see a leaderboard. They can see their names, and as you see on the right side, they see the points that they have accumulated. So it is sort of motivating the child to keep doing better, and they know their peer group, where do they stand within their peer group, etc. We also create, this is like a Facebook profile page. We also create what is called a Jaldoot Change Makers profile for the top performing children. So they get to see, this is their first tryst with the digital world. So they get to understand how, how they can create a profile for themselves on the digital world. The best children are also recognized on a monthly basis, sometimes by the collectors, but some children also get picked up at the level of the Honorable Chief Minister. This is one example I would like to say, leave behind in terms of the impact some of this program is having on some children. So this is an example where we pushed in asking children to make a aerator at their home. And we realized that, children started doing it. Some child made a final product and it's already put it in her own tap. So this is creating innovation grounds up, giving them the tools to be able to do that, to the ability to solve for problems that they should be solving at their levels. I would also leave behind one success story. This comes from a district called Majuli, which is a river island. We had built one particular water supply scheme called Ratanpur Gaya, which had about 552 households. The scheme was completed in 2021. But what we realized was the acceptance of the scheme wasn't there in the community, because large parts of Assam, water supply per se, water scarcity isn't a problem as much as the quality of the water. So people were not very sure why they should use this water or pay for it. The Jaldoot from that region campaigned on the health benefits, the cost of producing water, etc. And the impact is now over 300 plus households of that particular scheme have started to contribute a small sum, 35 rupees per month. And these are some pictures from here. This is also carried, by the media, covered by the media as well. So what we expect through a program like this is that, one, it will help us reach directly to the community. We will be able to build leadership qualities among these young children. And it is our theory of change that more than 50% of these children will continue to remain in the same village or maybe move to another village. So which will mean that they are our future water user committee members, because they have understood the importance right at a very young age. They're technology ready because they are using technology, whether it's the WhatsApp bot or whether it is the digital platforms. And then that will eventually help us sustain the scheme. If I have time, I think I'm running out of time, so I'll just skip this video. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we have got the presentation from Kerala. It's on people's participation, key to sustainability of initiatives in water sector, and this is going to be a joint presentation. So firstly, I would like to invite Shri Priyesh R, Chief Engineer, Irrigation and Administration, Government of Kerala, for the presentation. Let's welcome him with your round of claps.
Yeah. Thank you. Respected Secretary Madam, senior officials from Government of India, state governments, heads of academic institutions, the World Bank, the ADB, or private sector players, a very warm good evening to all. So I will start my presentation with a brief scenario of the state. As most of you already know this, I don't have to have a detailed technical spec on the state, because Kerala, as we always defined, is a God's own country. But sometimes God sometimes be a
harsh on state. So as a mother is to the children. So that is where our challenges come. Our state of Kerala, like we have the highlands and the mid and the lowlands. So the highlands have a approximately an average height of like a maximum of 2.7 kilometers, and then the entire slope goes to zero within a span of 120 kilometers. So at some places, this reduces to even 90 to 80 to 90 kilometers. So that is the challenge. So when we all talked about the floods, we have all the states, all the states of experience and extreme floods. Kerala is also having, for last, if you're looking into last 3 to 4 years, experiencing a great amount of floods in a shorter span. So this, the topography within highlands, with lowlands, or the lowlands with a space of 120 kilometers is posing a big challenge to our state. How do you manage these water resources? We have the high ranges, like 20% of the forest, so we don't have any space to storage. Then we have the Kerala coastal zone, the management authority zone coming in. So we have restrictions and rules. So how do we look at it? We also have like 44 rivers, but again, this 44 rivers, if you look in like the population density around the state, it's like 800 plus people per square kilometer. When it comes to coastal, it's around 2,000 square kilometer, 2,000 people per square kilometer. So how do we manage the resources when such a huge population is there, and especially when our places are organized of around 47%? How do we look into it? These are all very challenges that our state are looking into. Yesterday, we had seen the floodplain zoning bill. So how do we look at the floods? Because we have this 44 rivers. If you look into the design flood and you route it and look at what extent it goes, and if you look at going to restrict the certain activities, then we will have the state with the midlands almost with entire region with the restricted activities. So again, Kerala has another challenge when it comes to floodplain zoning. So these are all things that we need to discuss. So how do we go about that? So that is that thing where the brain challenge came in the year 2016. In 2016, our state experienced a great drought. So looking into the impending drought, our government with the leadership of the Chief Secretary, I still remember because I was one of the person who attended that meeting, the respected Chief Secretary, the then Chief Secretary, Sri S.M. Vijayanand sir. I'm told that he was a pioneer in people's planning. He was there in the Panchayati Raj in the government of India also for almost 2 years. He was in the planning, he was the people's planning man. So he himself took a class for almost 3 years for all the senior officers in the government. So he said that, see, we are implementing a lot of, watershed plans since we are getting funds for the watershed programs, but are we really doing in the site? So he told that, we need to implement what is being written in the documents. So he told that, let us form a karma patadi, like it's a program, wherein we actually look or implement the watershed planning. So this was again combined with the government's overall policies of that time, which is called the Navakerala Patadi, or in English it's the Neo Kerala Patadi or Neo Kerala program. So it basically contained 4 missions. Out of the 4 missions, Haritha Keralam was one of the missions which is related to water resources. So how did the Haritha Keralam say? The CS actually took a class, including the watershed planning, the importance of the watershed, the importance of the river basin. So he said that while the importance of all the technical matters needs to be absorbed in the watershed plans, what more important is the people's participation. How do the people's participation come in, make the panchayats the main role in the players? So that was the main given direction to us. This was again absorbed clearly by the then secretary, Ms. Tinku Biswal Madam, who was the then secretary. Now she is the revenue secretary in my state. So she, with the officers, we almost work for like 2 months to have an institutional setup, and finally we came out with an institutional setup where every gram panchayat, every block panchayat, and every district panchayat had the people's representative, which is being guided by the technical committee, which is being again convened by the engineers of the irrigation department. So that is how the institution mechanism for the Haritha Girl came in. So what we did is that many of the panchayats did not respond, because you are aware many of the political scenario in the gram panchayats would not be similar that in the block than the district. So there were a lot of restrictions from that, but we started doing examples. If you look into this, we had a big example called the Varatar River, which is in the central part of the Kerala. They actually approached the irrigation department with a 30 to 35 lakh proposal to have it being cleaned for around like 2 to 3 kilometers. But then the then finance minister, who was very much eager into people's participation, took the initiative and then implemented a program with the people's, with the confidence of the panchayat, with ₹0. Not even a single rupee was spent. So this gave a confidence in we officers also to implement such ideas as to how this can be expanded across the state. So that is how then we brought the institutional mechanism. We've brought in separate guidelines as to each and every person in a panchayat or a block panchayat and the district panchayat needs to do. That was incorporated in the guidelines, and then the subsequent trainings were issued to almost all both the executive and the public. So togetherly, we could able to plan, like out of 941 panchayats, we could come up with the watershed plans with 940. So that was a great achievement from our part of side. Since we had a lot of examples coming in, people started rushing to us. This form of the commitment, because there was again skeptical about the funds. How do we look at the funds? Because there was no particular funds for watershed management. But the state government then allocated till date, the statistics shown is till date, like 100 crores for the MI structures and 100 crores for the ponds and tanks alone. So this gave a commitment from the government side that we are, yes, for the watershed planning, for which then the panchayat started approaching us. So that is how the 914 panchayats watershed plans were completed. It was very interesting because then we had a lot of people coming in based on coming in the projects, because all these gram panchayats plans were prepared based on the watershed thing. But again, when the panchayats which were interested and completing the projects on a faster basis, we were forced to give them projects. But again, sometimes they changes the technical aspects of the project planning, because you need to plan on a the richer to hill to valley approach. So sometimes we have to overlook that, but it again shows that how much is the commitment from the people. So that is what I would like to show. As I said, this expanded across the state. Then since many of the panchayats were getting substantial amount, other panchayats started coming in. So we could expand and we could give a lot of funds to panchayats to implement the projects which has been planned in. But all this changed when it came to the 2018. When 2018 floods came, all the fundamental units of planning, the basin scale, the watershed scale, everything went off, because that was a huge floods, like yesterday what was shown in Jammu Kashmir, like 3 months flood in 3 days. So then we had to have a different policy formulation. That is how the Rebuild Kerala and government of Kerala came in. So I'm not going into that much, but still we learned certain lessons. Because we had to look into the Western Ghats particularly as to how, because we know a lot of landslide cases were there. So we had to look into the Western Ghat part also, why as such so much landslides came. So that is when we realized that apart from having, looking into the streams of first order, second order, we need to look into other aspects and map it clearly and go much beyond to the places where the people have not been at, because at certain places the streams, the first order streams is in a very remote area. So we thought that we should mark all these streams, including its history, whether it has been converted or not. So that is how the second phase, when the Navakerala Paddhati, Neo Kerala phase 2 came in, we gave a priority to the Western Ghats, to the streams in the Western Ghats to get it mapped. So now, as of now, 230 gram panchayats very close to the Western Ghats have been mapped. And so it took around 11,160 days to finish. I'm told that 10 more panchayats will be finished in next 2 months' time, which was the target. So that was one thing that we learned from the floods, and we had to do it or to get the data as at the field level. Then we had this program called Let Me Flow, like Iniyan Odigate in Malayalam, which means, we concentrated mainly on the first order streams. So again, there were, apart from planning of the large structures, we got it in the Manrega, we got it to the agriculture department, we got into the soil conservation department to look into how these streams could be revived. Then we had, water testing labs also, because, all of these watershed plans were prepared, had to have the looking at the water quality also. So that quality needs to be ensured, for which the water testing labs have been helped with the help of schools. Then we had the Near River scheme and also the water budget, which is a very important tool that we look into the watershed planning. then this is not an important, I mean, this is a very big thing that the state of Kerala that I would like to project, because many other states have been looked into. But what I'm saying is that with the present electricity minister having a very strong role to play in irrigation, he actually devised to bring the people forward to have this micro irrigation plan out based on the community-based irrigation plan to be implemented at the site. So these are the things that I would like to put into. We have certain case studies also to be continued from my Dharmasri madam. But what we understand is that a strong commitment from the executive, from the minister, from the secretary, from the people would give people to believe in, which I have put in the last slide, which the madam will show. Thank you very much.
Good evening, esteemed guest and the guests on the stage. Thank you, Priyesh. So these are some water supply schemes, which is community-based water supply schemes, which is called Jalanati, which is funded by the World Bank again. And I'll go into the next project, which is called well census, which has been taken by the groundwater department in Kerala. So this is the first census which tried in Kerala, and it is like every abstraction, every groundwater abstraction, like right from borewell or it's a tube well, including filter pond wells and including the springs, which is in the hill areas of Kerala. So we tried to geotag it. And the main outcome which we expected from the census is that we need to manage the groundwater data, and we need to understand the area which is between the wells and the waste pit and the wells, and is there any saline water intrusion started happening in the coastal areas. So that was our main expected outcome from the well census. It is an ongoing project. So we started under NHP in the first phase. First phase of our well census. So it includes overexploited blocks and semi-critical and the critical blocks. So far we identified 39 blocks, and we started taking the data physically with the community again. So here we used Kudumbashri. Kudumbashri is like a women army, which is available in all the places of Kerala. So we tried to utilize their knowledge, because initially. They are also not aware, because Kudumbashri they are a common women in every household. So we started training them. So we utilized our hydrogeologists in every district under NHP. So we utilized their expertise in teaching about the rock profiles and measurement levels and everything. So, and also we appointed a supervisor which is existing among the Kudumbashri. So Kudumbashri people are the enumerators, data enumerators. So they will go and take the data, and it is again validated by the supervisors, and it is again vetted by the hydrogeologists in the district. So we have given the hands-on training, and almost 1215 enumerators initially we got, and for the first phase for the 39 blocks, and with the 105 supervisors. So we'll use to collect the data. To collect the data, we introduced an app called Neer Arivu. So it is an Android app which was developed with the help of Kerala State Remote Sensing Technology, KSRC. And with them, we used to collect the data in every, through the mobile, and we used to store the data in the server, which is maintained by Kerala State IT Mission. So what happened? We have solved all the piloting issues and other things in the first 39 blocks. And after that, we tried to expand the program with the next 55 lakhs under NHP phase 2. And now we want to complete this entire exercise for the entire 105 blocks in the state. So this app, I think it is visible. So these are the maps which we try to find the gaps between the waste pit which is nearby and the wells which are digged up, and the dug wells and the bore wells, the distance between the wells. So, and what are the daily discharge of wells, including both private and as well as the public. This is one success story, and I hope I'll be helped by sir also. So this story is Katakada. It is a legislative assembly constituency in Trivandrum district, and it is again, as Priyesh mentioned, it is a part of Harita Kerala mission. And as Priyesh told about the drought situation which marked the state in 2016. So it started from the political leadership, And the area of the legislative constituency was around 11,380 hectares. And there were two main rivers. Once it was called surplus, water surplus area. Now it faced, water shortage. So the two rivers are Nayar and Karamana. And so how it all initially started, I heard that it was a poll promise of the person. And as soon as he becomes an MLA, the person promised that that particular legislative constituency will be water surplus within 5 years. So that was the commitment, and which was given by the political representative. So, but no one is he is also not an expertise, and so he wants to make it done. So he started the conversation with, he started the works and slowly with the district administration, and so there we formed constituency level technical committee, which puts the district collector as a chairperson and MLA also there. So along with that, all the line departments, they had initial discussion about the availability of resources and what can be done about the grave situation. So they understand that groundwater department has such some funds under water recharge. They understand that MGNRGS has a manpower and they have funds available, and there are some land utilization options also available, and they need to clean many places. So somehow without any idea of clarity and just with the available information, they started spreading the messages to the down level. With the panchayat presidents and the block presidents, the district panchayat president, and including the ward level people. So the discussion started, but they don't have a data. So what happened is that this committee, technical committee, tried to put up another committee, the next level committee called organizing level committee. So they emphasize about the collection of data, which took almost 3 to 4 months of time, because we want to know what are the available ponds, which is without satellite data that time. So they identified more than 357 ponds, which is existing with the geotag details. And then again, the artificial recharge schemes, under artificial recharge schemes, we plan to utilize all the existing fund for the Trivandrum district. So we utilized for that only for Katakada, and almost 40 structures came up, but first priority was given to the public buildings. So once the public building structure, artificial recharge structure was completed in the public buildings, people started gained the confidence about this particular project, and it slowly started expanding. So now if we want to include the people, we want to give training. So again, there is just 2 minutes, I'll finish it. So the Kerala Institute of Local Administration, which gives training to the panchayat presidents and the ward members. So we involved them, and slowly NGOs also started expanding. So we came to a point that even if any camps, even including NSS camp conducted in that particular place, it should be oriented towards this groundwater recharge or restructuring. So we came to that saturation point. And parallelly we formed Jala clubs also, and we formed so many school clubs also in that. So we engaged youths, and we have created so many structures as well, different types of structures. And we even created wells within the streams. These are few photographs. This is the one, water storage tanks within the streams and the existing creeks. So in the end, as a result, we are able to finish 40 water artificial recharge structures and 357 ponds, and along with the inland farming with fishes, and also with the temporary check dams also we constructed. And based on the success of this, we introduced other Kanampala constituency also. But with this, what are the things we have done in Katakada? So we tried to pool all the funds. Again, it's a convergence model. So in that, we utilize the existing public schools lab, class 10th lab and 12th lab. So we utilized, and we upgraded the infrastructure, and we utilized all the IEC components and utilized them. And one thing is that through MGNRGS, we have given all the nursery plantations distributed by our Kudumbashree, and we tried to plant it along the side. And with the choir group, we made it that geotextile should be the part for MGNRGS water restructure works. And these are a few others. So time paucity, I've just moved. And this is another, based on the success of Katakada, now again the another minister in Kannur, sir wants to put it in the urban landscape. Kannur is a municipal corporation, and where the Kanampala river is the main source of water, and it flows through and immediately it goes to the sea. So it is in the north of Kerala, and where we can see river walk was done. So river walk with the 5,000 people it started, and first thing is that we need to clean the banks of the river, which runs parallel to the sea. So we clean the banks, and the idea is to take pledges so that people owns the project. So the next thing what we have done is that, so we try to clean, and wherever the land is available near to the banks, it should be marked for agriculture purpose and not for construction. So this is how we cleaned, and we made it for agriculture purpose. So paddy cultivation is very unique in that Kannur area, and this is about 440 lakh crore of project and 165 acres in urban area. Thank you so much. So this is the last thanks. This is another one in Palakkad, and this thanks slide is like two pregnant women who were being lifted during 2018 floods. So their gesture of gratitude to the NDRF team. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. And now we are going to have the presentation from Meghalaya about the community-based spring shed management in hilly areas. And for that, we have our co-chair, ACS Meghalaya, Dr. Shakil P. Ahmed. Please put your hands together for him.
Respected Secretary Ma'am, all my esteemed colleagues, I think I'm standing between the high tea and the session closure. I won't take much time. With permission of Ma'am, don't press the bell, sir. Meghalaya is, Shillong is hosting the International Water Conclave for hill states and hilly areas on 9th and 10th of February. We are getting almost 12 to 14 international participants from Japan, Nepal, Thailand, other countries. I request all the states with specific area focus on hilly areas and the interventions done to kindly participate and share your experiences. And we also, with the direction from ma'am, we would like to bring out an action plan or a template for water-based interventions and climate adaptation for the hilly states in the conference. Thank you very much. With this, I start. Friends, Meghalaya is, I will quickly run through my presentation. It's a tribal society. 76% is mostly, predominantly, and land belong to community. 80% of community depend on springs for their drinking water. Forest, we do have 76, close to 76%, but marginally dwindling for last 5 years. In the last 10 years, there has been significant change and dwindling in the quality of springs, either they dried or the perennial one has become seasonal. The picture below is Mawsynram. Supposedly the Mahabalipuram is also competing from Maharashtra, but still now Mawsynram is the wettest place. But the picture on the right side is lady carrying big container to pick up water. We can say it's a paradox of plenty. We get something to the tune of 63 billion cubic meter water, of which Archana state takes 30 billion cubic meter down the slide, and Bangladesh takes 31.6 billion cubic meter. So what is left of Meghalaya is 1.3 out of 63 billion cubic meter. So that is the paradox which we face. With this, the state started early. The community orientation is quite strong. We had, under National Adaptation Fund, we did map about 5,000 springs. Then under Jal Abhiyan, we got close to 1,100. Then we had a lot of external aided projects in which we were able to map close to 55,000 springs. So with this, the department developed an app which could be used by even community, where we had springs recorded with long lat, ownership, the changes in its capacity and nature. This led to a lot of activities across the department. One good thing in Meghalaya happens is the interdepartmental collaboration is very, very strong. So whether it is fisheries, where I was working till recently, water resource, soil and water, everything works in harmony. So that's why my presentation was actually meant as Team Meghalaya, not by me. So we had early in 2019 a water policy. We had natural resource management by community policy. We had a decision of 60% Manrega fund will be spent purely on natural resource. We have something very interesting in 2022. For every forest 1 hectare preserved, the community is paid 15,000 per year per hectare. I'm requesting other states to adopt it because this has really changed the whole scenario. And we have integrated water mission cutting across the department and larger forest management plans in which schools are really involved. I'm quite happy my colleague Karthik has presented Jaldoot. We have, similar to that, we have started extensive work of seed ball distribution through schools, which has resulted in close to 2.7 lakh seed balls distributed and really yielding good results. We have mapped the springs all across the state with clear changes. It is covered on a weekly basis. The most important thing is we have close to 14,000 village volunteers who map these springs every week and send the report. So any change, it's known to us. And plus, community owns it. Unless and until the best PPP government can have is with community. Trust me on that. It is sustainable. The stakeholder is there. They own it, they run it, they operate it, and they take care of it till the end. This is how we work. It's just to say that we have something like a leader who is a visionary and officers who are missionaries. This is the whole thing of the Water Resource Department in-house developed it. We have mapped almost 59,000 springs, which really covers all across the state. This just a repetition of what I said, convergence, policy. Even in JJM, we are the second best state in the country, covering close to 5 lakhs. And we, payment ecosystem, I mentioned, important thing is, Chira maybe lost his number one thing. We are extensively working for afforestation and water harvesting in Chirapunji. This is something which my colleague asked me to mention. Springshed development, I think something which all the states need to work on is climate adaptation. Many states have done, I'm sure. We have done something like figures, data from 1981 to 2012 data we collected. We sanitized it, used it, and made projections based on data cleaning and data sanitization, which resulted in really predicting what would be the climate scenario from 2013 to 2100. This has really opened our eyes to really prepare and align our schemes based on the future predictions. This shown us that because the Meghalaya being something very vulnerable geographically and ecologically, and socio-economic profile is by and large poor, rainfall density is high, and water stress, the terrain is something which I already mentioned to you. So this has really helped us to really project and predict what could be the scenarios in the state. So the observations are like increase in erratic rainfall and increase in temperature 0.031 degrees Celsius per year. This is going to be quite detrimental as the year passed by. So what we've done is the projection which we really covered are the vulnerability areas, district-wise, sub-district, we have actually classified. So we have something like extremely vulnerable district, West Khasi Hills, the highly vulnerable districts, East Khasi Hills and others. We classified them and schematically aligned them for addressing it. We have two scenarios, where in which mild scenario, the rainfall increase could be the tune of about 40 to 300 millimeter. And on an extreme scenario, it could be like 181 to 420 millimeter. So this has helped us to really go to sub-district level, that is up to block level, where we classified every block into which one is extremely vulnerable, highly vulnerable, moderately vulnerable, and reasonably vulnerable, and align that with our schemes of water harvesting, afforestation, agriculture, etc. My request is we can share our template and other states could actually do it. We have checked the vulnerability on high food grain variability, high rate on the poorest people like BPL, and lack of forest to rely upon alternate livelihood, and steepness of slope because that will restrain agriculture practices. I've mentioned many of this earlier itself. Yeah, this is something which I mentioned that we need to, other states can really take care of. We have earmarked 39 crores have been already spent. We have covered close to 50,000 hectares. We plan to cover 2 lakh hectares in 5 years in afforestation, which would really bring up the water table. Also will address the climate adaptation practice of the state in a big way. And this is going to improve other alternate employment for the community like fisheries. One interesting thing in Meghalaya is, which I forgot to mention, is that we have something called community-owned fish sanctuaries, 79 of them in the country, which is actually owned, operated and manned by the communities. You can't angle there, you can't fish there. They select, of course, the department helps. I was working in the department earlier, and this project won the best community-based innovation globally in 2021 from IUCN. So they protect that. This will really help in protecting the fish and really conserving the whole ecosystem. And the sense of conservation comes in people. That helps a lot. And in a way, the village people do develop their own slogans. Like in Garo, they say, Chi dungjau de, silro ro ani dungja. If you don't have water, there is no life and there is no future. I mean, because people become part and parcel of nature, then that's how they protect it far better than what we do. There are some innovations like bamboo irrigation, which is also part of our adaptation plan, is happening in war areas extensively. This is natural drip irrigation developed by tribals in war areas in Meghalaya, where 18 to 20 drops goes into plant in a gravitation, doing remarkably well. There's another interesting thing is across the small villages in Meghalaya, in water areas, there's something called living root bridge. This is the greenest bridge on the planet. The earlier ancestors, as some earlier speakers mentioned, our grandfathers were far more sensible, intuitively intelligent, far more close to nature. Not we are. At least not all of us are. They planted something called Ficus Cassiana plant across the river. They tie the roots across and that becomes a bridge. We have bridges span of 40 feet where people can walk across. All these bridges have become now micro watershed. There are 76 micro watershed in Meghalaya just across these bridges. That's also getting developed and almost getting UN World Heritage Site list. I mean, going to be getting it. Fish sanctuaries I mentioned, this also done remarkably well. For protection, involving community right from the concept and planning is very important. We have developed a spring manual, do's and don'ts and SOP for the springs, which is followed by community. There are close to 14,000 village community facilitators who manage this. And we also have trained 9,000 community members using the adaptation fund for handling even apps and technology-driven equipments. We have trained them using UAV, GPS, and GIS. And especially, we have trained more than 1,800 people or members in the community for digital technology so that they can always study the changes in the springs and the water bodies. This has really helped us to really involve communities in the work, and to the extent that some of the tourism projects are handled by communities. People who have visited Meghalaya earlier would have seen Pur Shillong, Elephant Waterfall used to be a place of den where the people used to get stabbed. Now it is handled by community, which is actually running computer centers for girl students in Shillong. So with these words, I'm on time. Thank you very much. Kindly visit Meghalaya and see what is happening.
Thank you so much, sir. And now the house is open for the discussion. If you people have any question, you may raise your hand and we'll be passing on mic to you. Yeah, at the back, maybe please have the mic over there. At the last row. Let's have the mic there. On the right side of the stage. Last row. Okay, we have a question here also. So let's take this question first, then we'll go to that side.
Good afternoon. I'm Gopal Krishnan, scientist, National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee. Sir, I have a question on spring on Meghalaya. Sir, you have mapped around 55,000 springs in the state. So I want to know that all those springs are live or those are live or dried both type of springs.
Yeah, I like answer the question. Out of 60,000, as of now, we mapped about 60,000, of which 59,000 are live. Not all of them are perennial. I mark my word, because close to 50% have become less and seasonal, which we are trying to improve using the community for trenching and afforestation. It is happening extensively. We have planted about 10,000 plants in 1 year in the catchment areas in Springs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we are sending mic to that last row. Yes, ma'am, your question, please.
Yeah, very good afternoon. I'm Rekha, a faculty of an engineering college and a research scholar. My question to respected Kailash sir, Assam. Sir, in your presentation, you have indicated Jal Shala. So it's really very wonderful concept which you have adapted for the rural kids. But my question is, this concept or activity will be applicable for rural children because they will be having accessibility to work on agriculture land and whatever the things. But is it possible to apply these activities, these children who are in urban areas?
Thank you. I think it is very much possible. I handle this project called Jal Jeevan Mission, which is to provide drinking water for rural areas. So that is why our focus was on rural. But the concepts and everything that we have used, I think, is very relevant for urban areas. In fact, the access to, because post Jal Shala, we mentioned that children actually get onto a mobile phone on their WhatsApp, and we send activities. I think it'll be far more relevant in urban areas where connectivity or access to phones is much greater. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, we have two of the questions. Yeah, so firstly, we'll take the question from that second last row, then we'll come to the third row from the front. Yeah.
Hello. Hello, I'm Saurav from Bengal, Army Project. My sir is there, Mr. Sir. I would like to ask a representative from Meghalaya. Sir, amid this climate change, we are all facing it. The thing is that earlier it used to be sectoral approach. Irrigation used to be looked after by irrigation department. But climate change, we need cross-sectoral approach. So for cross-sectoral approach, the biggest one is human capital. Out of the 5 capital, infrastructure, finance, social, natural, and human capital is one of the most crucial factor in ecosystem services. The cultural ecosystem services, it is human capital and social capital are the two which complement to the cultural ecosystem services. Now, for this cross-sectoral approach, how we are going to prepare the human capital for the future, because everybody is a part of human capital. Even policy makers are also part of human capital. Scientists are also part of human capital. So how we are going to prepare the human capital for the future climate action? Thank you.
It's a very interesting question. Apni Korpora?
Guwahati.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. It's an interesting question. The answer is we have made water security plan of each village. We completed 3,100 village out of 6,200 villages. Remaining 3,000 are ongoing. We have a time-bound plan to do that. We have village volunteers in each village and village water councils where we debate and discuss these issues. And cross-sectoral is not water resource department alone. That's why I showed that the circle where we all work together. So it's a comprehensive, collaborative plan of addressing the issue from agriculture, water conservation, water rejuvenation, water utility, even including plan for agriculture address. Now, in 5 years in Meghalaya, we don't have rice cultivation other than Ribhoi and West Garo Hills, where there is sufficient water. Only we'll cultivate red rice and brown rice in hilly areas which consume less water. So it is a part of a larger theme and larger plan, not sectoral alone. I hope I answered this correctly. And just I supplement what Karthik answered to the madam who asked earlier. In 20 years, your water demand supply gap is going to be more than 63 billion cubic meters. Unless and until you reduce your consumption, there is no other way. So it's better urban schools, every school institution start spreading water recycling, water rejuvenation, water reuse, and water respect. Thank you.
सभी को प्रणाम. Myself Aarti Sinha from Government of Bihar. My question to any of the panelists can answer to me. It's regarding the water use association you all are having there. We too have success story, but I understand you all are having better success stories at your end. It can be from Maharashtra or from West Bengal, sir. It's regarding the disputes arises between the farmers. So how upper reach farmer and lower reach farmer, the disputes, how you all tackle to it? Is it the farmers do themselves or government also intervene at times? Thank you. My question is clear, sir?
Yeah,
Thank
you dispute at local level, na?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Upper reach and lower reach farmers.
In case of project, we have got head, middle, and tail. So in Maharashtra, we have the practice that first water goes to tail, and then middle, and then head. Before formation of WA, there was water was not going to tail end. But once the water users association formed in the tail end, they united together, and with their pressure, the water first going to tail and then middle and head. So in that case, there was a consensus among the upper and lower people, and they collectively now they are assured that they are going to get water. Earlier, there was insecurity that they are not going to get water. So with this participation, it can address the dispute at local level, and it doesn't come to the government. So that's beauty of it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And that brings to the end of this session. So I would really like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais. So let's hear it for all of them, please. Have a round of applause for the dignitaries. Thank you so much. And dear delegates, before I invite you for the cup of tea, let me please share with you that after the 15 to 20 minutes of the tea break, we are going to have the roundtable conference of secretaries and CEOs. So here is an important announcement that all additional chief secretaries, principal secretaries and secretaries from various states, registered and invited CEOs of industries and startups are requested to join CEO Secretary Roundtable Conference, and that's gonna be on the first floor, Marina Hall 2. So after the 15 minutes of tea break, that roundtable conference is going to be there, and then maybe around after 1 hour, we all will be coming back over here for the valedictory session and the summing up session, and that would be done by none other than AS and MD of National Water Mission, Ms. Archana Verma. So right now we are having the tea break. After that, roundtable conference of secretaries and CEOs on the first floor, Marina Hall 2, and then it will be followed by the valedictory session. So I really thank you all, and I invite you to join for the cup of tea. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. So let's have a round of applause for the dignitaries on the dais, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Like the tail end of the canal, I'm the tail end of the speakers, and I must say that I'm awfully grateful to all of you for having the patience to listen to us, because, we have this 2 days long deliberation reminds me of a song by Beatles. It's been a hard day's night and I've been working like a dog. It's been a hard day's night. I should be sleeping like a log. But when I come home to you and the things which you do makes me feel all right. I'm sure water must be feeling the same sense of, being more than all right after seeing all the great presentations that we've had, which makes us believe that water, future of water, and the Water Vision 2047 is in safe hands. The richness of the presentations, I'm sure, has given all of you enough food for thought and ignited our minds for a better water-secure future. The best part of the conference has been that it has not been achievement focused. You know, there have been no rhetorics, but there has been a bold acknowledgement of the challenges that we as water administrators face. Because what has come out is that water is deeply embedded in politics and in people. And it is not easy, most of the times, many of the presentations show, to impress people that they believe in us, that what, as administrators, you're doing is in their best interest. Because in India, we have been used to getting water as a free natural product. We have really not realized that it is not an infinite source, which we, if we don't use judiciously, may end. Many presentations have highlighted these challenges. Some of them have been the development versus the ecology debate, the climate change versus the livelihood needs, the exemptions to be granted to agriculture for extraction of groundwater, the challenges which confront floodplain zoning, and also the imposition of water tariff. But dear colleagues, what is success if it is without sweat? My whole team has been sweating for 2 days to achieve this success. So, you know, I was walking today on the shores of the Mahabalipuram beach, and the message which the ocean gave me was that the smoothest sands are in the place which are hit most by the waves. So, you know, we get chiseled when we are hit by political people, when we are hit by our own people, when we are hit by our colleagues. But I'm amazed at you getting hit and still delivering and still chiseling, you know, the water policy so that we deliver the best. Despite so many challenges of one of the two main features which has emerged is that there can be no one-size-fits-all solution, because India is a land which is so vast and so varied that, you know, positing one solution for everything would be foolhardy. Second is cross-sectoral approach is very much needed, which has also been highlighted in the presentation, because water knows no boundaries. And before Subodh kills me, I think I will come to presentation of the brief report and the takeaways. But before that, we are at the end, as Madam has directed and as a loyal subordinate, we would like your feedback on the takeaways that we have been part of the conference. So with that, I begin my presentation. I'm sorry, everybody loves their own voice, so I was, you know, trying to ensure that I don't miss the moment of the sun, moment in the sun. So this we all know, I'll not go through, that we have congregated here to share the best practices and the action taken. And in the ministerial conference, one of the ideation which has come out of minister's speech, if you had heard it, that he wants an action group to take this agenda forward with the secretaries of the state on the focus areas. So we want you to volunteer to us for, you know, continued dialogue on this issue. And for that, we have our email, and we would be very grateful to the state secretaries or even the engineer-in-chiefs or anybody who is part of the official machinery to volunteer so that, we format this deliberation and we work more on the focus areas for the next years. So this is a serious request for you to volunteer on any of the focus areas in which you feel you can contribute, and it can be more than one. These are some of the glimpses of the event. I think I'll not pause on this. This is the publication curation, for which I would like to thank Anand Mohan and his team, Kushagra and others, who have worked day and night to bring before you 150 publications of the central government. But ma'am has suggested that we take it forward with states contributing to it. There is also ChatGPT there, and we are feeding it with questions so that it can start answering more and more questions. States contribute. Maybe Rajiv Ranjan sir, it can become a repository for our traditional wisdom on water. So we will be taking this curation further. The round table of secretaries, I was just there with the startups, has been immensely enriching for me because they have come out with so many suggestions. I cannot list so many of them here, but a few of the suggestion is asset mapping, asset monetization, considering water as an economic good, as an infrastructure. Because if it is not considered as an economic good, then many of the incentives from the government does not come to it. And the cycle of payment, they have requested to the state secretaries and the officials that they face a lot of problem because they are startups in the payment cycle. So if that can be streamlined. So it has been beautifully curated by Kushvinder Voraji, who's our chairman, CWC, and he has assured that this is the first time they have done it, and they will take this roundtable conference forward. Of course, there was also a very good point, which to me, because was about the life cycle approach to a project and not, phasing of projects, which was one point which I felt that was very good. Then the cultural event, we have showcased the rich Tamil culture yesterday with Karagattam, Mayulattam and Devaratnam. Please, my apologies if my pronunciation is wrong. And then, of course, the 5 thematic sessions. So on the 5 thematic sessions of climate resilience, water governance, water use efficiency, water storage and management, and people's participation, these are some of the draft takeaways which we feel have been highlighted in the conference. But we request all the secretaries after this session, after I stop speaking, to please give your suggestions or please send us to us in writing at md.nwm@gov.in. We will be finalizing it in 2-3 days. The first is, as I was discussing with Chairman CGWB yesterday, that, water is not a contributor to climate change. We are the sufferers of climate change because we are not, except for paddy, perhaps we are not the greatest greenhouse emitters. But since we are sufferers, climate change is leading to, as all the presentations have said, is leading to a lot of extreme weather events such as floods and drought. And therefore, our infrastructure has to be climate resilience, and some of the important recommendations were about storages, interlinking of rivers, and from reservoir maintenance to sediment management in a life cycle approach. also non-structural like flood zoning, floodplain zoning of Uttarakhand, early warning systems of Bihar, very important as important as structural measures. Then one point which is highlighted is, I may take the liberty to say that most of the states, because Honorable Minister emphasized on consensus, but water being so politically sensitive, we are very turf oriented and very brick and mortar oriented was one of the feeling which I had about the conference, where, we didn't get to hear much about the e-flow of the river, because water is not just for humans, it is for the fishes, it is for the mountains, it is for the ecology. So this e-flow of the river, somewhere has to get into our psyche that we have to be more generous when we think about water. And we have to maintain the e-flow so that, ecology also is as relevant as humans. So the ecosystem is maintained. And then water quality also needs to be monitored. We saw from Prayag, real time, water quality has to be monitored. But and we have to use state-of-art technology for short and long-term weather prediction and its impact on water resources. We also have to apply that technology in the current and future of the project designs of the water management design. That is one thing which came out very clearly, that we have to apply newer technology. We cannot become complacent. Then in water governance, the important takeaway was that water management needs to be strengthened through integrated governance of both surface and groundwater, and through perhaps a single organizational structure. So there is this request that water resource regulatory authority in the states need to be implemented, not just for groundwater, but also for surface water. And state water policy, I think around 16 states have adopted the national water policy. If that can be formulated on the national water policy, then what came out clearly was that river basin has to be the unit of planning. And evidence-based data management through setting up of the state water informatics system. Many of the states have done that. And the most difficult of all, which the CEOs of the startups have said, is rationalizing water tariff mechanism. Because water, is considered a free good and not an economic good. So that behavior change has to come, that water is an economic good for which a price has to be paid. Then adoption of measures for circular economy was another thing which was highlighted, like the framework we have developed in MOJS that would help if it is replicated by the states. Then water use, on water use efficiency, we have set up the Bureau of Water Use Efficiency, but the focus, most of the presentations highlighted the focus on demand side management of mitigating water wastage. The first was that efficient utilizing of existing project is as important as development of new projects, and use of micro irrigation for reducing the IPC and IPU gap. And we are also requesting that World Bank is doing this irrigation project benchmarking. So if states may indicate their interest in water counting and benchmarking initiatives, which is also needed, there should be more convergence of the major and minor irrigation initiatives, and a piped irrigation network, was highlighted by many. In fact, prevention is better than cure. Many of those, many of our reservoir systems, our canal systems can do waste more water, but if we change to piped irrigation network, it does lead to a lot of water use efficiency. And then another thing which was highlighted was incentivization to farmers for adopting cropping pattern. Punjab very clearly, boldly acknowledged that switching over from paddy was not so easy. Just even if we just give MSP, unless we address the whole ecosystem, but still through in the water users associations, we've seen that incentivizing really helps in building ownership. And Manish of Madhya Pradesh pointed out that Government of India should, if we have to switch to PIN or if we have to, use PIN more by the states, then Government of India must accelerate work on the CAD scheme reforms. On water storage and management, as we know, in view of the spatial and temporal variation and the scarcity and erratic pattern of rainfall, which was highlighted by many, it is very important that we enhance our storage capacities through both the large and small storage projects. Some of the examples were regular dredging, and other operation and maintenance came out as a major takeaway. And prevention is better than cure. So I think for me, catchment area treatment for sediment management is so important. Trenching and some other, there were so many technical words. As a lame person, I am not able to understood, but what I understood was, if we can prevent the damage before the sediment settles in the dam, it would be so much more better through afforestation measures, through other measures which have been highlighted, and interventions such as buffer storage tanks, snow harvesting, land reclamation, which I think MOJS presented, use of barren lands, were some of the measures which were highlighted in water storage. And artificial recharge to groundwater has to be taken up on a large scale. In fact, many of the cities have mandated rainwater harvesting structures, but it is being followed in its breach. And of course, interlinking of rivers, but then for me, it's with a caution of not disturbing the natural eco flow. And but it is very important because it can really feed the water scarce areas, but it should be done judiciously and without hurting the ecology. Last but not the least, as the special secretary from UP says, that the days of people participation in water is over. It should not be called people's participation, but it should be called people-led movement of water management. Because as we have seen, that if you diffuse technology to the local level, if you handhold them, if you build their capacity, then they can really deliver. The example of West Bengal, Kerala, Assam, Meghalaya, all show that people-led movements, that people are no fools, they understand technology. And so they can really deliver if, we mobilize community, especially through the Panchayati Raj institutions. Here I would say that, one of the countries which has, left India behind in economic progress. I was reading is very federated at is very centralized at the central level, but is very, very federated at the lower level, with the mayors having lots of powers. But here, the PRIs need to be empowered, and empowered, they should lead. The PRI should lead, and stakeholder involvement at every stage of capacity building is the need of the hour. Young minds to be involved for fresh idea and youthful energy. Jal Doot experiment, we will take it up with the Ministry of Education if it can become part of the curriculum, because it really showcases that if you allow the younger generation to get sensitized, half your work is done. And when planning is done from bottoms up, with people getting involved at every stage of the design of the technology, then it really does make a difference. And it is people for who really do make a difference to an integrated water management system, which is the last last takeaway of our. But these are just draft takeaways. If you need to say anything, ma'am has said that we would like your feedback. In case in case any of the secretaries would, or any of you would like to include anything in the draft takeaways, then please say so now, or you can also send that at md.nw at gov.in. Thank you. Now we are open to one or two suggestions as feedback. Please feel free to say what has been the design flaw in the conference, what are the topics which we could have included, what are the takeaways which we have missed, what is the content which could have been better. If anybody likes to say, I would request Sunil and my team, Bhupesh and all, to note it. Yes, please speak your name. Please give him a mic. Because you see, everybody is getting a little agitated, and already I took half an hour because I was asked to ensure that, the takeaways is presented.
Hello. Yeah. My name is Rohan Jain. I am from the Art of Living. I would have loved to hear about this reuse and recycle in villages. It was focused on metropolitan or something. So the success stories or some models in that would have been very good to know.
So anyway, within, you can please mail us at md.nwm@gov.in. And in the end, I think we cannot end without a thunderous round of applause for Sandeep Saxena sir for so graciously, agreeing to host this conference. And he has been so silent. He has been a great silent support, because of which, we have been able to make this conference a great success. And thank you all for your patience. Until we meet next time, please do send your suggestions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so very much. This valedictory session couldn't have been much impactful as of this. So let's hear it for Archana ma'am one more time, please. Thank you so much, ma'am. And with this, I would like to thank you all. And, when we say that this water sector, this has to be given enough of the focus, I can only say one thing to all of you, that जब मन बना लिया ऊंची उड़ान का, I know Archana ma'am have been telling me that you have to keep the artist inside you very low, but now I can say that ma'am with all your permission. जब मन बना लिया ऊंची उड़ान का तो फिजूल है देखना कद आसमान का. So I would like to request you all, just give it your 200% because you are the people who can make this country, this humanity better, better and better. Thank you so much. This is Shilpa Bhavna signs off, and to the land of Tamil Nadu, I can only say, Uncle Annai Burukum Nanari. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.